a very warm welcome back to the 2025 Zwift Games live on GCN. This weekend, it's the Climb Championships, and we've got some special wildcard entries to the women's race. Ashley Mormon-Passio and Celine Del Carmen Alvarado will be in action later on. The format will be explained very shortly indeed, but first up, we're going to look back on some of the intense action we saw in stages 1 and 2 and the Sprint Championship Showdown races last week.
Showing that she is world champion-like material. The draft power-ups everywhere. It's gel power, but no Thomas Thrall. Charles Barkley set herself up perfectly to take the win here. And he does it. I think Neil Fran takes that down.
758 watts here. Kate McCarthy, the world champion, is trying to win this sprint showdown here in Glasgow Crit Circuit in Scotland.
I think it's going to be Kate McCarthy able to just barely pull this one off.
A quick look back there at some brilliant racing from 1 week ago on a day that was focused on sprints. The Sprint Showdown winners were declared, but remember, there's an overall classification at the Zwift Games 2025 as well. So let's take a look at how that stands up with 3 stages still remaining. I will begin with the men's standings, where Jasper Paradines of Aber Synergy is currently leading the series after those 2 sprint rounds from this time last week. He accumulated 134 points over those 2 races, which puts him 4 points clear of Brian Duffy of Next Esports presented by Unassured. In third on that day was former Zwift Academy winner Ollie Jones, who rides for the Coalition, whilst Josh Harris and Neil Freyett rounded out the top 5. Freyett, incidentally, would go on to win the Sprint Showdown, so it was a great day for him. Meanwhile, in the women's races, Catherine Furrer of Aeonian and World Esports champion Kate McCarthy lead the overall standings. They both sit on 141 points. A fantastic ride by Crow RDT's Maria Holdcroft put her in 3rd overall, just 1 point behind the best. Gabriela Guerra and Mika Söderström finished in 4th and 5th respectively on the day. A very different type of terrain awaits all the rides today though, so we could well see some big changes in that top 10.
For those of you who aren't familiar with the format of the Zwift Games, here's the key information. The Zwift Games is a stage race with 5 stages spread over 3 Saturdays that will ultimately crown the overall Zwift Games Championship title winners. Each Saturday has its own discipline championship with a different style of racing, so last weekend saw the Sprint Championships with stages 1 and 2, whilst today we'll see stages 3 and 4 with the Climb Showdown race to determine the Zwift Games Climb Champions. Next week, the final stage 5 will be the Epic Championship, the deciding stage for the 2025 Zwift Games overall title winners. What's at stake for these riders? Prize money is available for the top 30 riders in the general classification, plus the podium places in each individual championship. All championship winners will also receive the legendary Golden Concept Z1 bike, an exclusive bike across Zwift for the future.
Right then, now that you're up to speed on the overall Zwift Games competition, let's start focusing on today, where the rides will face a double challenge. Stage 3 and Stage 4 both setting the stage for the explosive Climb Showdown that comes at the end. A reminder that the Climb Showdown is only contested by the top 5 riders from those first 2 rounds, so any rider that wants a real shot at that Climb Championship title is going to need to lay the groundwork on the first of the 2 races. So a strong start in Stage 3, which is first up today, is absolutely crucial, but whilst it's going to be a test of climbing prowess, there will be tactics involved as well. Let's take a closer look then at what's ahead.
Stage 3 of the Zwift Games is set to start in Watopia on the all-new Downtown Eruption route. Racers will set off with a fast start on the rolling roads of the original island before heading towards the main climb of the route, the Volcano. Bonus points are available at the top of that climb, which is 3.2 kilometers long with an average gradient of 3.2% and a max of 8.8. After the descent of the volcano, the riders head back through downtown and then up the forward Zwift hilly climb to the summit finish. The overall route is 19.9 kilometres in length with an elevation gain of 275 metres. Each rider will get an aero power-up at the start of the race. As a reminder, this power-up makes a rider more aerodynamic for 15 seconds, making you faster for the same power. However, since this power-up is more beneficial the faster you're travelling, it might be a risk for the competitors to employ it in the uphill sprint to the line. We shall see. Bonus points available are 10, 5 and 3 for the first 3 riders across the line at the Volcano Climb, which will be added to any points picked up at the finish line, where the winner will take 70.
So that is the course that the best esports riders in the world will be taking on very shortly indeed, but also the course that I myself took on just 3 days ago.
Time to find out if I'm a sprinter or a climber. 12th last week. Let's see what I can do on the climbing course this week. 5 seconds to go.
Right on.
It's actually quite a steady start. Unusually. It all kicked off on the first climb. I've made a select front group, I think. Just trying to recover now. Everyone anticipating the Volcano Climb, which I'm now about 1 kilometre away from. I'm going to go at my own pace. I'm going to try and hold about 300 watts and see how I go. Heart rate 160. I haven't been going at my own pace. I've been going at the pace set by others. It's addictive trying to stay on the wheel. Just going over the top of the climb. Now I've got to hang on. Well, that descent was lovely. Heart rate down to 131 at its lowest. A little bit of kicker here, then more descent, then flat, then the climb to the finish. I may have gone too soon. Oh, 167 heart rate and 500 metres still to go. Oh, I can't talk. First ever Zwift race win. Ugh.
So it turns out I'm a climber. At least I am when I'm in the Cat D race. Just as a side note, those of you who watched last week will know that I mentioned that everybody around the world can take part in the Zwift Games. If you look here, I'm currently sitting 8,159th overall out of the 55,000 people who've ridden at least one stage of this year's Zwift Games so far, so I've got a little bit of work to do. If you haven't already started, there is still time to take part, and there'll be points where you can catch up on any rounds that you have missed. Right, the start of the first race is approaching very quickly now, so it's about time I introduce you all to our commentators for today. Nathan Guerra, who you'll be familiar with from last week, and the new recruit Anna Russell. Anna's not just a commentator actually, but also a producer and a very accomplished Zwift racer herself, so we're in very good hands once again this evening. Anna, I'm going to come to you first. You weren't with us commentating last week, but I'm sure you were watching intently. Were there any major surprises to you in terms of performances, good or bad?
First off, Dan, I do want to say congratulations on your win, because that is very hard to get a win in a Zwift race, so good work there. Last week, I wouldn't say any surprises, but more I was just impressed with the level of aggression shown in both the male and the female fields. The highlight, absolutely for sure, was seeing Lucy Charles-Barclay come through that sprint banner, launch an attack on a tiny bit of downhill, perfectly timed, stay away, and then have Britt Lytton come from the pack to bridge, and then coming to the end of that stage, having Ellie Gardner come through, look like she was going to take the win, just to see Lucy Charles-Barclay put in those big hard pedal strokes to take that one. It was super exciting. If I look at the men's field, the Showdown actually was where I really enjoyed seeing Brian Duffy Jr. put in early attacks, super risky, and it didn't pay off for him, but it did make the race very exciting to watch from home.
Yeah, Lucy Charles-Barclay was incredibly impressive. For somebody that's known for ultra-endurance events effectively in the Ironman, etc., to do so well in what are basically very short 20-minute events last week, I found particularly impressive. Nathan, great to have you back with us. We've got the men's race starting first again this evening. Can you talk us through some of the key favourites that we should be looking out for?
Yeah, today is going to be all about those VO2 max type efforts. So we're talking 5 to 6 minutes or so for these climbs, and repeatability, durability over those climbs. Got quite a few of them in front of the riders, 4 in total with the championships involved at the end with that showdown. The favorites today, again, 5-minute power. I think we're looking at Martin Meritens. We're looking at Jason Osborne, Leonard Tugels, Ed Laverick, Josh Harris. Shout out also, I would say Thomas Perrin going to be a big favorite out there today as well. Now, as you can see there, that 20-minute, that FTP that everybody likes to talk about so much, it's kind of involved here, but that's more if somebody wants to get into a breakaway type situation. This is going to be more about the points at the top of these climbs. That first KOM on the Volcano, what do you got all out to the top? Then you're thinking about Box Hill, Fox Hill, both of those also going to be probably sub 6-minute climbs, all around that 7 watts per kilogram, as you can see there. Josh Harris, I think, going to be one of those to really be watching out for today. I think Ed Laverick and Leonard Tugels, more of a race of attrition for them. If they can maybe try and get away, grab some points maybe on the mall. There is those points that are not on a climb, so they might be some riders that are thinking about over the top of Fox Hill. So that's definitely something to be watching out for. Now, I know Josh Harris, the Australian, he is an all-arounder. He's definitely got the ability to take this down today. The question is whether or not he's got it throughout the entirety of the race. I think he's been putting this one on his calendar. So be on the watch out for him as a big favorite out there today. We did have a chance to catch up with him and hear his thoughts on the Zwift Games and his targeting for these results.
Hey, I'm Josh Harris. I'm from Launceston in Australia and I ride for Aero. My form leading into this year's Zwift Games is really good. I'm a different rider compared to last year. I think the thing is that so are so many of the other competitors this year, so it's going to be tough. I'm expecting just a really enjoyable 3 weeks. I've been looking forward to the Zwift Games all season, so to be here is exciting. I'm looking to kind of put my hat in the ring to be successful overall, which is going to require consistency across all the races. I think that the power up given at the start could be very dangerous. For riders that have big teams, there'll be options to try some bold moves, and riders that are also looking to win individual championships will be able to try to capitalise on having this power up to use at unexpected stages. On paper, if I was fresh, I would say the London Uprising would suit me best, but that might be a different story, having just done the Downtown Eruption a few minutes previous. I'm going to be watching a lot of people closely. I could honestly list 20 riders, but if I was just to list a couple, I might go with Tugels, Freddie and Kaminsky.
Ominous then. He's a different rider this year. His form is very good. Quite a few of you at home will have noted his 5-minute watts per kilo PB. I certainly did, and I multiplied it by my current weight of 75 kilograms and worked out I'd have to do 555 watts to keep up with him, which is not going to happen anytime soon, actually probably ever again for somebody at my age. Anna, I'm going to put you on the spot, actually. I didn't tell you I was going to do this, but I'm going to ask you, if you were a betting woman, who would your money be on for this first stage this evening tonight in the men's race?
I actually can't go past Josh Harris. I know we just had him on, but looking at what his 5 to 6 minute power is, which is what we're looking at with the Volcano and also the second race, stage 4 as well, I think, I can't go away from Josh Harris. And, you know, he's from down under. I'm from New Zealand, but, you know, we're close enough. So I'm going Josh.
Yeah, well, he certainly seems to be on fantastic form, and today's stages really do suit him with those 5-minute climbs that we're expecting in both races this evening. I'll show you more about next stage profile after the first 2 races of this evening. All right, we've got 5 seconds to go until the first race, so it's probably time for me to shut up and hand over to the commentators.
Well, here we go. The riders all getting going here, and you can see them getting up and out of the saddles. So actually holding Camilla up there, giving us a little bit of a arm shake as they get going. Great to see. Here they are leaving the pens in downtown Watopia. They'll be taking a left-hand turn, and their first climb comes up pretty quickly within the first K or two here. Anna, I think that the little bump for that first half of the hilly Watopia KOM, they do vert off to the right, actually, to a new addition that's going to take them right into a downhill. I'm not sure anybody is going to try and get away there. It's going to be pretty difficult. I think a lot of them looking forward to save some legs for the Volcano KOM.
See, I like how you say that it's a little bump, Nathan. I mean, this is quite steep at the beginning of this climb. I don't know. I may disagree with you here, Nathan, because I think the way I saw it last week, they're so aggressive. And we heard Josh say then on his video that these teams who have, quite a few riders, why wouldn't they play it here? Why wouldn't they get someone up the road and maybe get a little bit of a head on the volcano, have a satellite rider? We see that in real life racing. Satellite rider for the flat part of the volcano, halfway up where it goes through, could be a good strategy.
It's actually a good point. I think there is a rider like we do see up toward the front, Ricardo Paniza. He really likes to make the moves that you're talking about. There are also other riders out here today, I think, that, like we were talking about earlier, that like to have a long race of attrition. And as you're saying, this satellite idea, this idea of sending somebody that might not have the ability over top of the Volcano KOM, for them to get a little bit of distance from the pack, maybe something. Now we can see here, we're going to start ramping up right on into it. 8% gradient, as you can see. Now it's going to kick up into the double digits in just a minute. Jeff Linder at the front here, absolutely smashing up into 8.6 watts per kilogram. Thomas Parent following very closely with James Barnes right on the wheel. A group of four starting to form on the front, Anna.
Yeah, look at those watts per kg they're putting down. 10 watts per kg there from Rob Devlin going up this climb. And what a break. Jeff Linder now, 11 watts a kg. He was going up there, 717 watts. But they're going to take this right here. So this is where we'll see them finish after they've come through the volcano. But right now they're going to go down this little bypass, a big downhill. Now, if they can make the super tuck over this little bit of flat, they could get away. And we're seeing James Barnes, one of my favorite riders actually from South Africa, lives in New Zealand though. And he knows he's not really going to probably be so great on these climbing routes. So this is a perfect strategy for him to try and get away. Now, will he super tuck and stay away? What do you think he's trying to move here?
Well, James Barnes, he's one of those that's going to want the distance. And the other thing, there is a reality. You actually called this so perfectly, Anna, because the idea of sending James Barnes up the road, he's got big watts. He can throw down for power to keep the speed all the way through the S's, all the way up to the bottom of the Volcano KOM. And look where Brian Duffy Jr. is, on the front, but holding 1.2 watts per kilogram. He's not necessarily going to zero there for a moment. Now he backs off, though, as he gets into the back of the pack, most likely, as Jason Osborne comes to the front. Nobody really get into super tuck. Now Hayden Parker throws down the super tuck. That's in order to try and bring back Barnes. So I think you hit the nail on the head there. I think Next Presented by Insured are trying to set up where they put a little bit of energy out front to waste the energy of some other riders to chase things down while they set up their favorite climbers. And maybe Barnes can make it up over the top if he fade climbs it.
Now, look, I'm not going to say I didn't have some inside intel. James and I, we know each other well. I said, come on, light this race up a bit, make it exciting. So he's obviously doing that. Now, they've come through the steep downhill. He's only got 3 seconds. But I do like to see some of his teammates were coming to the front and using what I would say is this new draft we've seen in Zwift evolve over the last year, where you can move to the front and get people stuck on your wheel, as we're seeing David Goodall, Scottish rider. He's off. He's going to make the break. He's pushing 12 watts a kg. He wants to get on the tail of James Barnes before we hit this next climb and head into the S's.
What's really interesting to see is that Dave goes across and no one responds at all. Now 2 up front here. This changes the entire situation. The big question is whether or not Goodall's going to have the kick again to go over the top of this first little punch on the S's. You're going to have to see a solid 9 probably watts per kilogram to hold off the pack if they chase super hard. Only at about 6 watts per kilogram. That's probably all we're really going to be able to see from Goodall for the moment. Now Barnes looking to grab back onto the wheel. Let's see what happens from the pack behind here, whether or not they respond to this. 8 seconds now. What kind of time gap do you think that these two are going to need in order to try and pull this off?
Do you know what? As I always used to have that 15-second rule. If you have 15 seconds, you can pull it off. I've pulled that back now with the new draft dynamics and teamwork because, like I said, if you can get some riders on the front, slow it down, have people stick to you, they've picked a perfect time because they're heading into the S's where it's really hard to get a rhythm in that pack behind. It's down and up for, a couple of kilometers. And I think this has just been perfect. And I do want to say that David Goodall, I mean, he shows he's from Scotland and James Barnes shows South Africa, both these guys based in New Zealand, and they have raced together before. So this, I believe, will be a planned move that now these guys will work together, start taking turns. It's very similar to what you'd see on the road. It's you get a little breakaway, you look at each other and go, yep, let's take a turn. Likely they're probably chatting to each other off screen to make sure that they keep this gap growing. And then you've got a flat to the volcano. Now, who would James Barnes be working for here, Nathan? Who will he be wanting to satellite up to him?
Well, there's a couple of riders to be thinking about there. And real quickly, just want to highlight the dashboard, as you just saw. Great little setup that Zwift has for everybody to check out. You can find all the information when it comes to the Zwift Games over at zwiftgames.com/elite to follow along. The dashboard's linked over there as well. You've got all the standings. I love what Zwift have put together to be able to see where the current riders are at, follow along with your favorite riders. It's a great setup. Definitely go check out that dashboard. But now, looking here, I think as far as the setup goes, the highest ranked rider when it comes to next presented by Insured, that is going to be Brian Duffy Jr. that they may be thinking about out here today. But the reality is I'm not sure that Brian Duffy Jr. can come over the top of these climbs with the best of the best when it comes to a 5 to 6 minute effort. We'll see. He may be completely proving me wrong. He's proved me wrong actually all the way up until this moment in the Zwift Games. We haven't seen the results necessarily this year from him until all of a sudden, bam. And so obviously he is focused in on the Zwift Games. But Thomas Perrin, he is definitely someone that I saw specifically training on the Volcano KOM on his Twitch channel. He was actually out there throwing down his intervals. I think this is a day that he is focused on. Now, is it all about, now he's pretty low down now in the overall because of a technical in the first stages. So did they change up their plans, though, to focus on Brian Duffy Jr.? And how can they get him to the top, perhaps for an overall? You talked about the head versus the heart and whether or not it's going to be about the day and just getting the big result in the day, or are they going to make a play for the overall with Brian Duffy Jr.? It's a big question to ask.
Yeah, and I mean, it's stretching Brian Duffy Jr. a little bit. I mean, looking at last year's results, I think it was around 57th place on the climb stage. So we wouldn't be looking at him saying he's, necessarily a climber. But maybe they're going for some team points here because we do have those team awards as well. So let's see what goes on. They're 11 seconds ahead. This is just growing. And there were a few who sort of shasp attacked off the front. They were stuck a bit in the middle and then have now come back to the pack. As we see Rob Devlin, I'm not sure what his play is here because he keeps moving to the front. He pushes some high watts and then sort of doesn't quite break away. A little tip is if you are trying to break away from the pack and to get up to those riders ahead in game, you really actually do need to sprint. You need a sprint around that 11 to 12 watts a kg, like we saw David Goodall do to get up to James. Otherwise, you just tend to sort of drag the whole pack with you. And I mean, I think that is probably, Nathan, a little bit to do with those tweaked draft dynamics, right? Where people just sort of stick on that power a little bit more of the rider ahead.
Look at Goodall now, looking to up the pace a little over the top of this. I saw him kick into 7 watts per kilogram for just a moment there. Now they're side by side, both of them dropping into about 4 watts per kilogram. Holden Camus now making his way to the front. This is what we're talking about, trying to make sure that he's in the right position to try and make it up and over the top of this climb. It's going to be a tough one, I think, for the sprinters out here today. Holden looking just to hang on, most likely. Now they've got 13 seconds here. This is pushing on to that 15. Going to be really interesting if they're going to be able to pull this off. You do see them resting up a little bit before they hit the climb. Coming into the climb already at threshold, going to be difficult because you're going to need over threshold all the way to the top to hold off this hard charging pack. The pack now looking to set up. It's going to left-hand turn now in just a couple of meters before we actually start the full-on climb for the Volcano KOM. Barnes, Goodall, already on it. They're holding a steady, only 4.7. Interesting enough, they're not actually attacking the climb just yet with any kind of speed. Well, now we are going to get into the real uphill for it. And there it is, 6.7 from James Barnes. James Barnes here maybe taking this one pretty seriously to stay away.
Yeah, I think so. But we're talking about the climb here, and I know we keep talking about, it's a 3% kind of, it's not a huge average grade here. I've got to say that the Volcano Climb is probably one of the biggest like fake news climbs, right? You think it's going to be a big climb, but you can draft almost the whole way until you get to the last sort of 300 meters. And there is that big section in the middle where it does flatten off, where you go through the volcano. And so I think this has been quite a good strategy here from James Barnes, because we're not looking at an epic climb. We're not looking at an Alpe to Zwift. As you can see, the whole pack, they're not actually stringing out that much. And if these guys, we're looking at 7 seconds now, so they've pulled in about 5 seconds already on the early stages of the climb, and we're seeing this pack hunting like a great white shark right behind them. But James, it's been good. It's been entertaining. I'll thank him for that, but I'm not sure he's going to hold this on much longer.
The reality of 7 watts per kilogram, that's what they're chasing at. Jason Osborne just sets his pace, and this is going to be lights out here pretty quickly, I think, for anybody who does not have somewhere between 6.5 to 7 watts per kilogram all the way to the top, because Jason Osborne, I'm loving what I'm seeing from him here. He is not going to wait around for this to be an end of the volcano sprint. He wants to set the pace that's going to put everybody out the back, and only the strong will survive here today. Vyazin right on the wheel. Kaminsky there. All the way right back to the wheel, and look at how smart Kaminsky is. He gets a little bit of reprieve for just a moment as we look at Jason Osborne, lower left-hand corner. That's him up and out of the saddle, your current reigning world champion, as Vyazin now sits on the wheel. Watch what happens here as they all just Osborne's wheel. They're going to be watching for those little bit of reprieves as they make their way up and over the top, because, Anna, it is an undulating climb, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So you can see there that, the cream came to the top. When it started to get a little bit hard, they came to the top, but you can see here they're rolling now. It went a little bit down, it goes up again, kind of does that all the way to the very top where it really gets up to that 10% ramp to finish. And that's where I think we're going to see a full sprint effort, to be honest, to get those points over the top. Then the really tricky part is it's flat along the top before you go downhill, so you don't get an instant recovery. I just do want to shout out that we haven't seen Martin Mertens from Cryo RDT yet poke his nose into the wind, and he's actually retiring from esports after this Zwift Games 2025. So that's probably my heart pick, I've got to say. You always want to see a win on retirement. So good luck out there to Martin Mertens.
Yeah, I saw that post actually on Instagram. He has been definitely an athlete that has been around from the beginning of the top level of esports cycling. Absolutely love the addition that he has made to each and every one of these races. And a big congratulations to them as well, as I do think that I saw in the post a new family member is going to be a part of the retirement. So pretty cool to see from Martin Mertens. He makes his way toward the front as well, trying to follow up on Jason Osborne. He has been such a center of the world of esports cycling and the men's racing, and hopefully a big result out there for him today. Brian Duffy Jr., look, you can't go past him at this point. He's made this break. So, so far as it starts to break apart, it isn't a break yet, but this peloton is starting to whittle down little by little, and Duffy Jr. is still there with him. Has he done the homework when it comes to the training to change up his abilities?
Yeah, and Nathan, you'll know this better than anyone. We call it a climbing course, but these efforts are about 5 minutes, right? So even being a sprinter, you still have to have a really good 5-minute power to lead into your sprint, right? So maybe these guys will start to surprise us a little with the fact these climbs are quite short. This 5 minutes, the next one, sub 2 minutes? They're not actually long efforts. So in saying climbing, maybe, we're dismissing the sprinters a bit. Brian Duffy Jr., he had James head out and do a little bit of a satellite so that he could rest in the pack, but they're coming around this little sort of bridge area, about 4% gradient. Again, they'll all bunch up a bit. They're corkscrewing around the volcano. You can see how high they are by looking down on the rest of Watopia there. And like I said, it'll get up to that 10%. Now, who are you picking to really put their cards on the table and go for this KOM to get these points initially?
I think, Anna, This is a tough one to call. I mean, this pack is not broken up, actually, at this point. So, big kick here. Jason Osborne, though, there it is. The world champion now looking up at coming up to the top as it's going to be 4% only at this point. But this is the final little kick, 10 watts per kilogram. I'm not sure anybody's going to be able to respond to this. Michael Kaminsky now coming here. It's going to be 10 watts per kilogram from him as well. You've got to throw down at least that 3% gradient now as it's going to level out. Very smart, actually, from both of them to put in a big dig to carry that speed into the final kick. Here comes Freddie Ovett now coming across. Was it too early from Osborne? I think it was. Big kick from Perrin. Perrin goes at 13 watts per kilogram. Thomas Perrin showing up on the day, 14 watts per kilogram. This is full gas sprinting. They've got to be doing 30 kilometers per hour up this thing. Massive as Freddie Ovett looks to take the 10 points. Can he? No, he will not, as Thomas Perrin takes 10 points across the line.
And that is risky, seeing Josh Harris. That was my pick at the beginning, coming third over the line. Thomas Perrin taking the full points there of 10. Freddie Ovett in second with 5. Josh Harris with 3 points. I find that a little bit risky looking at the climbs that we have coming up, both in this stage and the next one, that Josh is obviously on a good day.
Yeah, obviously. And I love the head game versus the heart game. All heart there from Thomas Perrin, and maybe head game from Next Percent Brian Short, but is Josh reserving a little bit for the reality that this is a race of attrition? You did one already so far. You've still got Fox Hill on the next stage. You still got Box Hill the other time up and around. If you want to win the championship, you've got to do Fox again. So it's going to be interesting, but they're not thinking about that right now. They're thinking about this downhill and hanging on, making sure that there's nothing snowballing away. Now, the riders are going to be thinking about getting into super tucks, making sure that when they roll through, they do not find themselves going backwards too quickly. If you're not back on it, this pack is going to be absolutely flying downhill. But they're going to be thinking about the next section, 8.3 kilometers between the bottom, to the bottom of the forward KOM. There is a good little bit of distance there that does have some flat sections if some riders want to try and make a break for it. Anna, do you think anybody's going to throw their hat in the ring?
If they are going to do it, I'll say it'll be that little land bridge. You come off the volcano, you take that left, you're heading towards downtown, maybe there, but you just got to wonder, honestly, what's the point? Because we'll see, as we saw at the beginning of this race, people are going to hit upwards of 12, 13, 14 watts a kg just on those first early stages of the climb when it's steep to get away. Because like I said, and it's very interesting to note, I have not seen one aero power up being dropped yet. Now, what that means is this whole pack have an aero power up sitting in their pocket just waiting to go. Now, where would you drop that? I would say you're going to have to save it for that last 200 meters, right, Nathan, where it almost gets to that sort of 1% grade. Even though it is a slightly uphill, you're still going to have a pretty big benefit from that aero.
Depending on what kind of rider you are too, right, Anna? Like Jason Osborne may want to throw it down at the middle part of that hilly KOM. We just saw the reality of Osborne is in the same way that he won on this specific uphill climb. It was more of a bottom to top situation. It was just over before it even started. I think that is some riders, are going to be thinking about gaining speed early and then coming through the entire hill for more of a bottom to top race of attrition. Those that can hang on and make that final 200-meter sprint, definitely. I would not be throwing down that arrow until I'm at about 250, maybe even 200, and sprint it to the line like we just saw. The reality of these riders at this point, Hannah, is insane. What we just saw, they climbed at probably 6 watts per kilogram or plus, all the way to the top, and then sprinted out of that at 13 plus watts per kilogram. The level has gotten so high.
Yeah, absolutely, Nathan. That's such a good point. Do you know, my first thought after watching last week was, if you were training for this type of racing, you have to be able to ride threshold and then sprint. We saw that in both the men's and the women's fields, and we've seen it again today. You that 7 watts a kg, and then lift it up to that 12, 13, 14 watts a kg to actually get anywhere near being able to get over those banners first. Now, I do have a question for you, Nathan, and I think you'll know a lot about this guy. Hayden Pucker. Now, he's a current USA eSport national champ. Will he have any chance on this short climb given his high power output that we saw last week?
I think for Hayden Pucker, it's more about getting the support from his teammates. You know, I think that Turbo is going to be all about getting him to the line as high up in the overall results as they possibly can, because Hayden Pucker is more of an attritional rider. He doesn't have the best sprint in the world, especially on an uphill like this. So he's worked on it. I know that. He's working on his 1 minute power. He's working on those shorter bursts. But this is a rider who can ride at 400 watts all day long. I mean, that's essentially his FTP, I believe. So, I think for Pucker, today is about the head game and making sure that he's sticking it for the overall more than taking a win out there. Now, there is a reality, though, if he keeps on making it through, and he's up at the higher ends of the ranks, maybe he can eke something through. But without those extra 10 points, without those extra 3 points or 5 points at each one of those intermediate sprint, it's going to be very difficult for him to sneak through for a top 5 for the showdown.
Now we're seeing Joe Perotti going off the front here from Belgium. Now we did say, will anyone try an early move? Here we go. And it wasn't even the place that I suspected. Of course, we see him in screen there. It looks pretty cool, actually. Belgium champ there with the jersey on. Gosh, that looks good, doesn't it? And this is a nice little place to go. A little bit of an uphill rise, a little drag, but no one is letting him go. Look at this chase pack. Michael Kaminsky coming in. Rob Devlin again. Now, Rob Devlin, it's almost like he's the domestique. He's just chasing down every single move. And right up here in the front group, which has been whittled down to 36 riders now. So that pace was really high, but 36, it's still too many to come down to a final sprint, particularly if you don't have those super high watts.
Yeah, that's quite the cover there from Wahoo Esports. Who are they working for is going to be a big question. I mean, they've got Angus Butler out here today. They've got Rob Devlin. Adrian Alvarado has made the start list for them. So Devlin, I think you're right, is definitely the one who's chasing things down or maybe looking to get involved at the front here. Maybe perhaps not a favorite for the climb on the forward KOM, but now Arnie Jacobs now comes across, it looks like. Lots of little jumps. It's going to be about the counter, I think, from Joe Perot's move. And this is now, who is that? Andrew Buffington and Killian. Hayden Pucker there too. Okay, here we go. We saw something from Turbo. Everybody's alarm bells are going to be going off right now because of what we saw in stage 1 last week from Team Turbo. You start seeing those Americans making their way to the front, I think riders are going to be saying, watch out for another move like we saw in stage 1.
Yeah, this is where I think someone should attack. And look, it's Michael Plantereau going through this land bridge. It looks like a little tunnel because what will happen is you come out of it, little bit of an uphill. If you can push up over the uphill, use the momentum from that to get into that downhill that heads into downtown Watopia. You can get quite a good break there with Ed Laverick, 7.4 watts a kg coming over the top, and Plantereau trying to stick to him. Rob Devlin chasing this down yet again at 9 watts a kg, but they've got 2.5 seconds and growing a little bit. Now, this is where I thought the perfect launch pad would be. As we see Michael in the screen there, looks very calm for riding 6 watts a kg, I've got to say. Now, will they stay away? It's really just hovering there. I don't think anyone wants to let someone go away. Like you said, what we saw last week in both the men's and the women's, don't let a breakaway go, although that's a small group chasing. So let's see what happens here. Can Ed Leverick hold the 7 watts a kg all the way to the line as they hit this downhill?
Yeah, there's a little bit of a split actually taking double splits here. There's 2 packs actually forming. This is getting really interesting at this point. Now we've got a breakaway situation with plenty of riders. They're all going to be completely motivated to work together to bring it all the way to the bottom of the hilly KLM. Laverick gives the little bit of an elbow. If you didn't know, those new emojis are in game. If you bring up your menu, you can definitely throw those down, and that's a great way to signal, hey, your turn. Devlin throwing down his arrow power up, fully committed to this breakaway situation, and that is a really smart move perhaps for him, knowing that he is committed to this at this point if they can get the amount of seconds that they need. Look at the front of the group. Nobody pulling at over 2 watts per kilogram, 3 watts per kilogram. Hayden Pucker down to the front. Now, are they going to see the Team Turbo make their way to pull this back in? Nobody's really throwing over 6 though. Plantereau says, come on guys, we've got to throw 7, 8 watts per kilogram at this if we're going to stay away and get the lead.
Yeah, here we go. Front small group here of about 6 riders. I think that might have been a mistake from Rob Devlin to drop that arrow then because he only went to 4 watts. So it wasn't necessarily an attack. As we see, is that Ed Laverick coming through to the front again at 7 watts a kg? Look at their gap, 6.7, 6.5, going up really fast. Now 7 seconds. Who's leading that chase behind is Jasper Paradines and Jason Osborne. They know how to win this course. They know how to win on this climb, but they're leaving it late. 1.5 kilometers to go. not long, and they're getting out of sight, out of mind around these corners. Are they going to be able to hold on when the watts tick up? But this front pack, it is strong. These are not domestic riders. These are strong riders who will go up this climb extremely quickly. Michael Kaminsky, great rider. I'm almost picking that he could be the winner here.
With 10 seconds, I think Kaminsky is an absolute favorite. Andrew Buffington now throwing down an arrow power up on the front of the main pack, and that's to try and bring everybody back up to speed, to try and bring this back together for Hayden Pucker, most likely. Planthrow and Kaminsky being in that front group at 10 seconds, this is major alarm bells at this point. Now a big kick, and here we go. That's going to be Ed Laverick using the arrow power up at the bottom to try and hold on to this, as Kaminsky now looks to grab on Ruben Dunt and Planthrow. Devlin, who's going to make it all the way to the top here with Thomas Thrall throwing from the main pack 12 watts per kilogram right from the get-go.
Yeah, I saw that as well. Thomas Thrall, we know he's got massive watts. I wouldn't be surprised if he dropped his arrow at the exact time Ed Laverick did, which wasn't a time I would have thought to drop the arrow power up, but he did an amazing job. As we see, Ruben Don't and Michael Kaminsky coming over the top. This looks amazing, coming through into the 7% that they're going. 9.7 watts a kg up around here. They've now got 9 seconds on this pack that is splintering behind Michael Kaminsky. Perfect. Drafting around this flat part of this climb. Only 450 meters to go. When will he drop his arrow? We haven't seen it yet. Right now is when he drops it, Nathan.
Arrow power up now with only 300 meters to go, and it's very early here from Kaminsky as Daunt looks to kick. Does Daunt still have it? Because if Daunt still has his arrow power up, he does. Ruben Daunt now kicks, but here comes Michael Planthrow. Henri Jacobs behind. Will Planthrow be able to close that down? No, it's 4 seconds at this point. Ruben Daunt be able to take this down. Is it the speed up over the top? Is he going to beat Michael Kaminsky? This would be one of the biggest results of Ruben Daunt's career. The runner turned esports cyclist. We featured him in the past, and he's going to feature himself today. 10 watts per kilogram. Massive from the Belgium. That's the biggest win of his racing career by far. Awesome to see. Ruben Daunt takes it down today.
Wow, that was amazing. I didn't even have him on my radar to be doing well on this. Although looking at last week, I mean, he's still sitting in 8th place. He is right up there. The Belgian from Abus Synergy. Look at that effort he has put in. Amazing. I do think Kaminsky made a critical error there in dropping that arrow way too early. And then Ruben was able to drop it just a touch later and get that gap.
I'm smiling ear to ear because we actually had an interview earlier in the season with Ruben Daunt. He told us his whole story, and he went from being a top level runner actually in Belgium and had a little bit of injuries. His brother was using Zwift and riding, and he was like, all right, maybe I'll give this a try. And he started using his brother's trainer here and there. And next thing you know, he got addicted to the rankings on Zwift and trying to make his way through the rankings on Zwift Power. And as he made his way through that and competed against himself, he found himself being recruited over to Abus Synergy just in the last couple of months, last 6 months or so. And what a win for that team to find this athlete. This athlete has discovered himself in this new sport. This is such a great story, actually, as Ruben Daunt takes that down today. This is going to be on points. This is the count back on the points. It will not be what was the finish across the line, but it's going to be what we saw in the points for the totals on the Climb Championship Stage 3. So Ruben Daunt gets 70. Freddie Ovitt there was 70 with that extra 5. He got up over the top of the Volcano KOM. Michael Kaminsky there at 3rd. Neil Freyette in 4th. It's Leonard Tugels at 67 in 5th. Lionel Viasen in 6th. Josh Harris playing the head game, perhaps, saving a little bit. We'll have to wait and see in Stage 4. Joe Power in 8th, and it's going to be Jason Osborne in 9th. And Jasper Paradines, the top-ranked rider, actually coming in, sitting in 10th for the stage so far. So there is your current standings after Stage 3.
Yeah, I have to say, looking at Ruben Daunt, that story there is something to be said for runners who come over to Zwift. We had rowers coming over with Osborne, but runners actually, their power after fatigue is quite high, especially around that effort we saw there, about 1 to 2 minutes, because you're so used to doing track workouts, right? And track workouts are fatigue, and then go really hard for 400 meters or 600 meters. So you can translate that onto the bike really well. So it doesn't surprise me now, knowing that history, that Ruben Daunt was able to perform so well on a course like this. We did hear, though, Josh Harris at the start that he was looking forward to the next round. So that was the London Uprising. So I believe he was saving a little bit and he'll be looking forward to the next stage to really show his climbing chops.
Well, you're talking about running. I mean, there's a little bit of running with the name Ovid in there, as well as Josh Harris in this top list. Josh Harris, also Australian long distance runner, was his big sport prior to being an esports cyclist, wasn't it, Anna?
Yeah, so it does show Josh Harris. Yeah, I forgot that, but yeah, also an amazing runner. Now, 7th place for him is quite impressive. Now, the people I'm surprised not to really see there as I'm looking down the list, Leonel Vusan, 6th place. Now, he was listed as one of my favorites to actually be a little bit further up. Now, I think if anyone knows the head game of how to get these points, is Lionel Vujasan. So maybe he was just holding off a little bit, him and Josh sort of riding a little bit together, eyeing each other off. But yeah, that's that'll be one to watch, that little battle there, because I think we'll see it play out on the next stage.
Well, yep, thinking of the next stage, let's head back to Dan to take a look forward to the women's racing.
Yeah, we're going to go on towards the women's race very shortly indeed and tee you all up for that. But first up, we're going to pick apart what was an incredible opening stage for the men there. So much strategy going on, so much power going on. It still beggars belief. Every time I watch it, I can't believe the power to weight ratios that I'm watching. But a win there, Ruben Dont running away with it, if you'll pardon the pun. He wasn't the favourite, according to our commentators, going into that last climb with Michał Kaminski, who's got a lot of pedigree when it comes to Zwift esports racing. But he took the win there. We also saw there the overall standings for today. So that doesn't take into account last week's sprint championships. But currently today we have 2 riders, both now on 70 points. Freddie Ovett, courtesy of picking up 2nd place at the KOM there, picked up 5 points. And that means that he is level on points on 70 with the winner of that stage, Ruben Dont. So a lot still to play for going into stage 4. Also a reminder that the best 5 riders from the first 2 stages today, the next one's coming shortly, will go on to the Climb Championship final later on this evening. Right, Nathan, where do we start? Let's start at the beginning, because we saw a big attack that you weren't expecting, that Anna was, because she had inside information, from James Barnes. They picked up, along with David Goodall, quite a decent advantage going into the foot of the KOM, about 13-14 seconds at a point. It's amazing how quickly a gap can be extinguished up a climb though, isn't it?
Well, the reality, I think, of the level that they can climb at now it was just so obvious there. The moment that they hit the bottom of that climb, we saw the 8-7 watts per kilogram. And also there's the reality that Barnes and Goodall were off the front at 5-6 watts per kilogram just to get that 13 seconds. That's a lot of energy expenditure up front. And if they didn't get somewhere between 30 seconds to a minute, it was going to be really difficult to hold off that hard charging pack. But it definitely set up next presented by Insured. I believe, Anna, don't you think that looked like a little bit of a setup for Thomas Perrin? I mean, the reality was that Perrin did take down the sprint at the top at the end.
I would absolutely agree, Nathan. Next presented by Insured, they know their tactics, and they really, out of all the men's teams, I think they race as a team unit, probably the most. But they did have a little help with Ed Laverick there, I believe, after the climb. I mean, he put in that huge attack. He was able to get away. It created that select group of about 6, and they were the ones that essentially stayed away to the line. And you saw on that chasing group, you know, the likes of Lionel Vujasan chasing them down at 7 watts a kg, which have had a huge impact on him in that final effort. So you just can't let anyone get away. You've got to be riding in that top third of the pack to make sure you jump on. So a little bit of falling asleep there in the pack for some of our main favourites.
What I was interested in was watching Jason Osborne. I mean, he's very visible on the screen, isn't he, in the rainbow bands of World Esports Champion. He was sort of nailing 8 watts per kilogram for quite some time in the early parts of the Volcano KOM. He realised that he wasn't getting a gap though, so he kind of sat up a bit. But towards the end, Anna, on the way into that intermediate point at the KOM there, it looked to me like he was almost overconfident. He went quite early, kicked at 12 watts per kilo, but there was some way still to the top of that climb. In the end, lots of riders came round him before the top.
Yeah, he did go a little bit early, I'd probably say there. And it's also a really risky move there to sprint up over the top like he did, because like I said, it's flat along the top and that chasing pack can all come together and get into that downhill with a lot of speed. And I think that's sort of what we saw. It just wasn't timed quite right. Also, if we go with not timed right, I was very surprised, and Nathan, I don't know what you think, to see Michael Kaminsky drop that aero power up just what I would believe is almost 200 meters too early.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there. It looked like a little bit too early there from Kaminsky. Definitely something that I was a little surprised at. You know, there is the question mark as whether or not Ruben Dont just had a level today that Kaminsky couldn't match. And he said, look, I've got to throw this down now because I'm not going to be able to hold on to this pace any longer and try and be smart about it. Now, this is what we were just talking about. Here's Osborne at the front making that punch that we were talking that Dan had just mentioned. He kicked into 12 watts per kilogram, got into the flat section, but then he did gain speed. But the reality was the pack had the slingshot for Perrin to bring him all the way to the front there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you got to kind of put it all out there, right? Especially when you've got the rainbow bands on. But seeing Josh Harris, this is also what surprised me. Josh Harris was third over the line there, but then got caught behind this break that we're seeing Ed Laverick made. Josh Harris got caught behind. So even though he was feeling good, you missed this break. You missed it. This was it. This was the move that was made, and the winning move essentially through that land bridge tunnel on the way to the climb. So you can see Dont here as well. He knew that group was chasing behind. He knew that they were getting into that 6-second mark, and they went to the front and pushed. And remember, this is where Laverick dropped the aero power up. Such a good move here from his part, and it pulled up those behind who really benefited from that early drop of the aero.
Yeah, I feel like
really smart, actually.
Sorry, Nathan. I feel like all of the riders that made that front group can be very thankful to this man on the front, Ed Laverick, because he made the initial move. As you just pointed out, Anna, he then dropped the aero power up. I think to try and get an advantage before they even started that last climb. Didn't quite have the power. But I also, in my notes, put down something for Ed Laverick, because we saw his on-screen data. Over the top of the KOM, he was well in excess of 170 beats per minute. And then I noticed that halfway down the descent, he'd recovered enough to get down to 120 beats per minute. So quite incredible recovery that these guys have got when the going gets a bit easier. Anyway, an absolutely brilliant win by Ruben Dont. Reminds me of Michael Woods, actually. He's obviously a runner turned cyclist who always loves to get out the saddle on the steep climbs out there in the professional road races. And Ruben Dont looked exactly the same back there in his pain cave. Right, let's have a quick look at the standings now then, going into round 4, or stage 4 as it will be a little bit later on. So this is the overall standings. As you can see, there are 5 stages in total. 3 of them for the men are now completed. Jasper Paradise, the Belgian, has managed to keep a hold of his overall lead in the standings at the moment, but just 2 points clear of Neil Freyet, who's gone up a couple of places. Ruben Dont has launched himself up from 8th to 3rd, courtesy of his win today. He's just 4 points, I say, off the lead. Same points as Josh Harris, who we expect to see a lot more of later on. Vujasin, Kaminsky, Osborne, Turgles, Kaidi and Duffy still not out of it either. You can see 21 points separating the top 10 in the overall standings going into stage 4. So stage 3 done for the men, but time now to focus on stage 3 for the women. I mentioned at the very top of the show, we've got a couple of special wildcard guests for the women's races today, in the form of Ashley Mormon-Pasio and Salen Del Carmen Alvarado, pro road racers and cyclocross riders respectively. Talk us through these top 5 we've got on our screen now, Nathan.
Yeah, so big climbing today. Be on the watch out. Now, this is the wild card situation with Ashley Mormon-Pasio. She's going to throw a wrench into all this for maybe some of the plans from the riders out there. But I have a feeling Gabriela Guerra, she's been doing a lot of training right next to me, actually, here a lot of times, throwing down the big climbs, and be on the watch out for her to try and make something happen today. She's definitely a big favorite for the climbs. You take Fur, McCarthy to the line, they're definitely going to be ones that you need to watch out for. Now, we do have catch up, actually, with Kate McCarthy after her win last week. Let's go ahead and see that.
Hi, my name's Kate McCarthy. I am from Hamilton, New Zealand. I am the UCI 2024 Esports World Champion and now the Zwift Games Sprint Champion. I really enjoyed the Sprint Championships. It was going into it wasn't something I was thinking about winning necessarily, but super stoked to have done that. The overall is a big focus of mine, to win the overall games, but just going to take it as it comes and see how next week goes with the climbing championships, because I know there's some really strong girls out there ready to throw everything at those hills. Catherine is definitely one I'm going to have to keep my eyes on, but I think there's quite a few girls inside that top 10 that are going to be coming out firing this week. I'm looking forward to probably the first stage more so than the second stage. The Volcano Climb is one that we've always done in Zwift since I started Zwifting, so I'm excited to race up that. I haven't done that before. The intermediate points are going to be actually the most crucial part of the games to win the overall title. Points are so close at the finish line between all of us. I think those 10-15 points are going to be key in getting ahead and getting ahead early to keep yourself safe. I'd be really keen to be wearing the leader's jersey going into the final stage. I think I thrive off a bit of a target on my back, and it'd be really cool to be able to do that and then take it overall. But yeah, we'll have to see how things go.
World esports champion Kate McCarthy there, who rides for Rocacorba Collective, which incidentally is the same Zwift team as Ashley Moorman-Passio. And given that Ashley's not racing every single stage, I wonder whether it's Kate that she's going to be working for today. Ashley's got the small matter of Milano Sanremo to compete in this next Saturday, so she won't be doing the Zwift Games then. Right, 2 seconds to go. I'll hand you over to the commentators.
Well, here are the riders now, up and out of the saddle as they kick off. You can see Ashley Moorman-Passio right in the middle of your screen. Lucy Charles-Barkley, lower left, and right next to her, it's going to be Kate McCarthy. So here we go, out of the pens and making their way to what you just saw the men take on. Same course, different riders. Anna, will it be any different for how it plays out?
I think it will be different, yeah. I would be surprised to see a breakaway like we saw before with James Barnes. I think the women, they know their stuff. They will have watched the men's race. I don't think many of them will want to waste that amount of watts, seeing what happened to James on the climb. But I do want to say also we have Emily Dixon and Maddie LaRue from Australia and South Africa, respectively, who were the Academy winners. So that's our recent one, Emily Dixon. So congratulations to her. And we have Maddie LaRue as well, who I saw actually win when I watched it on GCN the other week, the race they did when they did it on the show. So Maddie LaRue is obviously in good form as well. I think you made a really good point there, though, about Ashley Moorman-Passio perhaps working for Kate McCarthy. I hope that is the case because Ashley is the team captain of that team, and I think that would be really a vote of confidence in Kate McCarthy on that team in being the number one rider.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. The team tactics and how it plays out for Rocacorba is going to be interesting. And Kate McCarthy, she's not just a strong rider, she's a very smart rider, and she comes with a plan. And I would be really surprised if there wasn't some planning going on prior to the race to try and make sure that they've got all their cars, all their ducks in a row, and that they play the right cards at the right time. Now, this is the dashboard. Zwiftgames.com/dashboard is where you can go and check this out. And you can see where, as the group split up, where the lead group is at, how many, what riders are there in that lead group. You can have some of the riders on the far right-hand side there, as you can see, with all the numbers and their live cams, and what the current list is of where the positions are as they stand as the race goes on. Wow, big kick. Well, I guess Pia Coomer's making us eat our words, isn't she there, Anna?
Oh, isn't she what? And she was wearing the fire socks as well. If you don't know, you can get to a certain level and unlock these fire socks that when you put in an attack, you can see fire coming out of your socks, which is pretty cool. So she announced her attack big time with those socks on. Britt Lytton has started to chase that down. I don't think she's quite going to be able to make it over and latch on like she did last week to Lucy Charles-Barkley, which was amazing. You see that fire going out again. So Britt is very motivated to sort of make these moves. Unfortunately, I think that one was just timed so well by Pia Coomer. And we see Ashley Moorman-Passio right near the top of that group with Illy Gardner and Kate McCarthy. If Kate McCarthy is just sitting on Ashley Moorman-Passio, what a dream team we will see between those two. Just phenomenal to see such a rider of her caliber as Ashley Moorman-Passio. I mean, in real life, one of the best climbers out here working for a teammate.
Pia Kummer, she is a sprinter. She is all about the kick to the line. And this is another situation where you're seeing somebody who might not have the ability to make it to the top of the climb with the rest of the group, taking advantage of a lull in the pack, taking advantage of trusting that this pack is not going to work too hard on the front. And she's already got 11 seconds. That's way more than what we saw in the men's race, actually. So Britt Lytton here now looking to try and go across, but she's only got 4 seconds, not even half of what Pia has accumulated so far. Pia's actually been out on some big training, it looked like. I think she took a trip to Spain recently and did a couple of weeks there to put in some big hours. So I have a feeling she's got quite the engine on her right now. And at the front of the pack, she's going to be having a little bit of a boost of confidence because Maria Marb's only doing 3.4 watts per kilogram as Pia kicks back into 5. So threshold effort and a little bit of kick through the Essies, it may accumulate some time if they stay chill on the front. As you see it, just no line, no straight line, spread out across the road. That means nobody's working too hard on the front.
And do you know what? Do you know why they're not working too hard on the front? As I'm seeing teammate of Britt Lytton, Jen Reel, she was getting on the front there and I could see her watts go up and then drop a little bit, slow everyone down, go to the front again, slow the watts down. It's such a good move if you're thinking about when to get on Zwift with your team, how to actually play the team game is to do that. Get right on the front. We can see here Tilly Field on the front and then she drops down to 2.6 watts a kg. Now I don't know who she's working for, but that's how you do it. You get up, you slow them all down and we can see that gap to Britt just coming down a little bit now. Looks like she's actually gone in front of Pia Kummer, 9 seconds. So these two, what a great move again by Britt. We saw this last week. She did it twice, and you called it out last week. She went through the sort of mining area in Makuri and did the little downhill and actually got on a super tuck, which pushed her gap out another 2 seconds. And if there's anyone who knows Zwiftcraft, it is Britt Lytton. She puts a lot of time and effort. She was messaging me late last night, talking about tactics. We knew she was going to do this, and here she goes executing.
Yeah, Britt Lytton up to 5.5 watts per kilogram. I think Pia Kummer may have sat up a little bit to let her come back to the wheel and then start working together because you want that extra wheel. You want that little bit of extra energy to put at the front into the wind. Now, only 7 seconds as they start to kick over the top. Now, the pack is going to take advantage of the punch here. They're going to think, look, we can bring back a little bit, and everybody's going to kind of have to work at about 6 to 8 and even 9 watts per kilogram to stay with this, and that's going to have roll-through speed over the top. That's how I think about that a lot of times is, look, we have something coming up that where everyone has to do work. I'm not going to be working for everybody else, so let's kick it a little bit more through that section and bring things back together. A little bit strung out, though, as Lucy Charles Barkley may be doing a little more than just trying to bring this back together.
Yeah, I think this is prime for a counter. You've got to counter over here, and I hope we see it from Lucy Charles Barkley. She'll get ahead. She may realize she is not the strongest potentially on the volcano with some really climb specialists. And look at that, they just got flooded. People aren't going to make the mistakes they made last week of letting people go. And do you know who I saw, interestingly, really dialed into Lucy's wheel was Liz Van Houweling. Now, Liz Van Houweling from Next Esport presented by Insured, she didn't have a great sort of standout race last week. Looks like she was about 23rd overall on the points. So maybe she wasn't feeling so great last week. She's got a bit more to play for this week, and she knows the riders she needs to stay on the tail of. As they all come back together, seeing Maddie LaRue, she was pushing up there at about 6 watts a kg, putting her nose a bit near the front. Seeing a bit of movement there from our world champion coming up. Do want to say I actually stayed with Kate McCarthy's auntie and uncle in New Zealand a few weeks back, and they have framed photos of her up. They're probably watching right now, so a big hello. They've got a beautiful property in Kinloch in New Zealand, so great place, and they are super proud of Kate and everything that she's achieved.
One name I just saw making their way to the front, that is going to be Eiley Gardner. Everyone is going to have that name in the back of their heads and watching for her moves the moment it heads uphill. Eiley Gardner can throw down some of the biggest watts when it comes to, watts per kilogram, and when it comes to climbing. She's got, I think, is she not the world leader on Strava for Queen of the Mountains? I believe she is one of the strongest climbers you could find in the world. No different in the virtual world. Now we're looking at Maria Holdcroft riding for Cryo RDT. Be on the watch out for her. She has been on a rampage since her trip to World Championships. She's definitely somebody to watch out for out there today as well for top 5, maybe even a breakthrough ride for a win. We'll have to wait and see. But Eiley, can't go past her when it goes uphill. Anna.
No, you absolutely can't. And, you know, I've been sort of mulling over in my head actually what Kate McCarthy said at the beginning, which was how important the bonus points are as we approach this volcano climb. And this is where our bonus points are. Do want to say, though, Camilla Alberg going off the front, she really snuck off the front there. And who's chasing her again? Britt Lytton with Lucy Charles-Barclay on her wheel. Now, Britt maybe downplayed herself a bit. She said, oh, look, if I go off the front, no one will chase me. And I was like, I'm not sure after last week. And who is chasing her? Previous Ironman world champion Lucy Charles-Barclay. Now that is really, really awesome to see. An amateur athlete and a professional going at it, hammer and tongs, getting onto the front. Someone's got to work here, and it looks like it's going to be Lucy Charles-Barclay will keep the momentum going. Is her play to stay away on this whole volcano? I don't know if that's possible, because if I go back to what I was saying before, Kate McCarthy has bonus points on her mind, and she will not let someone go up the road to jeopardize her overall championship points.
Charles-Barclay, now it worked out for her, Lucy Charles-Barclay, last week with the breakaway effort. Might be a little bit different this week, but making the play, as you can see, goes right on by the other two and now starting to ramp up a little bit of time. Now, she does have a good enough climb, perhaps, that this 10 seconds she may get before the start of the climb may pay off for her. She looks fully committed. She's up in this 5.8 watts per kilogram, and if she stays steady at this and is able to pull a little bit of an over-unders up into 5.6, all the way to the top, it may work out for her, but that pack, it's going to come screaming. And because of the undulations up and over the top of the Volcano KOM, you do get a lot of advantage being in the pack with roll-through speed, to be able to sit in. It's not having to work solo all the way to the top. So there is a big advantage being in and amongst that pack. But Lucy Charles-Barclay, she is rolling the dice and saying, look, I'm going to go for this one from the bottom all the way to the top and a little bit of extra.
And look, if there is anyone who could stay away from the top of this climb all the way to the finish, it will be Lucy Charles-Barclay. I mean, she's used to riding 180 kilometers. You know, like this is so short for her. She could keep this going. Looks like Britt Lytton is just kind of dropping Camilla a little bit. Maybe Camilla just fell off slightly and has pushed up again. We've got Nicole Mayer and Ashley Millman-Passio leading that chase group behind, pushing up into the 5.8. Maddie LaRue, 6.8 watts a kg. She's coming to the front as well. Now, I was very impressed seeing Maddie LaRue in the Zwift Academy sort of show, just how impressive she was racing. I was actually de-essing that race for our team, Saris, and her kick was more than I remember it. So she's also someone to watch for this stage, because that kick at the end will really suit her. It looks like Britt's dropping back to the main pack. Camilla chasing at 7.5. Lucy now 12 seconds on the main group, led by Gallegos.
12 seconds needs to start coming back if they're going to be able to bring that back together here. At least Gallegos, so it's going to be Wahoo now making their way to the front, and that's going to be Eiley Gardner, Elise Gallegos, Gabriela Guerra. That is a three-person team with Alberg on screen looking to chase down Charles-Barclay. She's going to make the catch here, but the pack's now starting to scream as Elise Gallegos. I think that's a lead-out situation, but the other lead-out situation, or perhaps it's straight just try and go bottom to top, Ashley Millman-Passio as well. So we've got Wahoo and Roca Corporate Collective both at the front. Nicole Meyer also there as well.
And don't forget Lou Bates, we're seeing right near the top there. Now, that's a dangerous person to have with your group heading into what could be a sprint up that last 7% kick to the finish, and also at the finish line. So Lou Bates, extremely impressed there to see her up with that main group. She's sitting 9th overall, but last year she was actually 3rd on the climb course. So she knows what she's doing, and it's quite great to see her right there. Now, I was a bit nervous that Kate McCarthy had dropped a little bit. She was sort of hovering around the 12th position. She's moved up a little bit as well. She might be getting on Eiley Gardner's wheel, just sort of playing it safe, but 4 seconds behind. Looks like the catch will be made before the top. Absolutely.
Yeah, and Gallegos looks fairly all in at this point. We're seeing big kicks at 8 watts per kilogram. You know, this little ramp up of speed is trying to split the group behind, I believe. Kate McCarthy now perfectly set there right on Gallegos' wheel. Maria Holdcroft also there. Catherine Furr now to the front as well, looking to try and cover anything that tries to get away. Lou Bates now down to 3.8 watts per kilogram. As they all calm down, going to now settle down just a tad for a second, and they're going to make their way through this flat section. About the halfway point up the volcano, everyone's going to look around and see who's made the main group at this point as they look to set up for that half of the Volcano KOM.
Yeah, they need to catch Lucy Charles-Barclay now because this flat bit plays into her time trial ability. And you can see she's still pushing 5.2. Elise Gallegos, this is motivated from her. She's up at 6.5 watts a kg. She's burning some matches to make this break. If she wanted to just sort of jump across and not bring anyone with her, she really needs to ride around that 7 watts a kg. She's been tracked very closely by Ashley Millman-Passio. And the problem is when you're being tracked, you end up just kind of pulling the whole peloton with you. As we're seeing Catherine Fura in the picture-in-picture, up and out of the saddle. I do like how the Zwift riders do this even on the flat. It's so different to real life, right? They get up there, they push some big watts because you don't have to worry about aerodynamics when you're an indoor trainer. And that's how you can sometimes just generate a lot of power pushing up through there. There's been a little break as well coming out of that flat portion. And it looks like a group of around 12 chasing down Lucy Charles, who's still just hovering around 3 seconds ahead.
Here goes Eiley Gardner now bumping up to 8.4 watts per kilogram. Eiley now starting to make her move to chase down that final few seconds for Lucy Charles-Barclay. But I think this is also a move for the win of the points up and over the top, perhaps, as she starts to ramp things up. She does not want to sprint to the line. Eiley Gardner can climb at this all the way to the top. So she ramps it up to 7 watts per kilogram. Kate McCarthy following very closely. It's going to be also Maria Holdcroft, Gabriella Guerra, Nicole Meyer able to make that split. Catherine Furr now looking to hang on as well. Here we go. This is the cream of the crop rising to the top, and I think this is it from Eiley Gardner really making the move.
Oh, this is fantastic, and this could be a group that'll go to the line. Like we saw in the men's race, a small group just detached. They've got about 3 seconds on all the Swedish Zwifters who are chasing. Mika Soderstrom, Cecilia Hansen, Marlene Barhed. They're all trying to chase it down, you see, as a team. Will they be able to make it, though? As we see Maria Holdcroft pushing up, they've kind of settled down a little bit. They've made the break. They have to be careful that group behind doesn't catch. Ashley Millman and Kate McCarthy in this lead group. Danger time for everybody around them. I do want to just ask her, Kristen Kulczynski. She was listed as one of my favorites up this climb. Can't see her in that lead group. As we see, that is a distinct gap now forming 7 seconds from the Swedish rider Marlene, who's desperately trying to close it. Looks like that may not happen.
No, I don't think it's going to happen. I think this might be a breakaway group that goes all the way to the finish line, even if they do work together. But is there going to be the reality of the motivation to make that happen? Now Eiley Gardner leading things out as we get into the final little kicks. It's only going to be about 500 meters to line. It's going to be Maria Holdcroft right on the wheel. They're trying to hold on to Gardner to try and grab those 10 points. Here comes sitting third wheel. It's actually going to be Nicole Meyer, actually, who's leading things out for Garrett. Kate McCarthy right there in fourth wheel. Now it's going to be one last little punch. There it goes down to 0% gradient, and now it's going to be into those 500 meters. Gardner still leading things out. Holdcroft right on the wheel. McCarthy sitting in third wheel. Garrett now backs off to 3.6 watts per kilogram, and now the final kick to the line, and this is what we saw in the men's race. It was an all-out sprint for those 10 points, and they're going to matter so much. Gardner continues to press the pace on the front. 8.6 watts per kilogram. Who's going to have it? Holdcroft in a perfect position. Will she take this down? Here comes Furr. Catherine Furr's got a big kick. Catherine Furr starts to open things up. Here comes Furr. 9 watts per kilogram. 9 watts per kilogram from Gardner. Gardner now to the line, but here comes Garrett. Garrett versus McCarthy. Garrett 11 watts per kilogram. Big kick from her, but McCarthy's got 11 as well. They're matching each other all the way to the line. It's going to be Kate McCarthy taking down the big 10 points with Garrett coming through for second, for third. Catherine Furr, I believe, in third place with those 3 points. No, Holdcroft just nabs it barely from Furr.
Oh my gosh, that was just unbelievable. The pace that Kate can go over those climbs, she always times it just perfectly. Gabriella Guerra went at what I would have said was a perfect time, and then Kate just comes through, gets her nose in, and you saw her avatar go into that deep sprint position, which means she was hitting some of her highest sprint numbers to get over the top here, and she's still riding at 4.2, 5.2 watts a kg over this danger part, which is this flat part of the volcano where you are screaming for oxygen, but you have to get the momentum to not get dropped on the downhill. Now, unfortunately, for Kate McCarthy, her teammate, Ashley Millman-Passio, which I've got to say, one of the best climbers in the world. Like Dan said, racing Milan-San Remo, the first women's edition of that next week, she has been dropped 12 seconds behind this group. Now, if I was Kate, I would be sitting at the back of this and I would not be pushing pace at all and just hoping against hope that her teammate can get back on.
Yeah, it's the big question mark is, do you work in this pack? Catherine Furr looks very interested in making this pack travel a little bit faster than they currently heads to the front at 3.2 watts per kilogram. Now, they're only doing 54 at this point. That actually puts a lot of motivation into a rider like Nicole Meyer. You saw Nicole Meyer at 0 watts per kilogram for just a moment. That means she was most likely doing 57 kilometers per hour just a moment ago. Actually, look at the bottom, though. This is great here from Zwift. You can see the groups, what their current speeds are. You can see the Alberg group at 62. They're going to be getting into super tucks, but if you're not over 57 kilometers per hour, no super tucks in the negative 3% gradient or more is what you're going to need. Negative 3% gradient or more than that in a negative gradient is going to get you into a position where you can go 0 watts per kilogram, no watts, and you will get into a super tuck. We don't actually see that from this chase group or the lead group. They're very satisfied, it looks like, with the groups that they've settled in with here, Anna.
It's almost as if what's happened in the men's race has happened here, but way earlier. So we're looking at, you asked at the beginning, will it go like what we saw in the men's race with Ed Laverick taking the early sort of attack when we got off this descent? I just don't know if anyone in this group will be motivated to attack this group, because this is the best of the best who will be able to hold on up that Watopia KOM. So if we're looking at tactics heading into the rest of this, again, I didn't see any arrows being dropped by anyone in this group. You want to be savoring it for that last 250 meters where it flattens off a little bit at the top of the Watopia KOM. But if they sit here and relax too much, we've already seen Nicole Meyer 10 seconds behind, Lucy Charles-Barclay 10 seconds behind, Ashley Moolman-Pasio, danger rider, 10 seconds behind. What do you do here? Do you push a bit? I don't think that these teams, we see Illy Gardner on the front. Gabby is her teammate. Are they working together? These two would have to work together to keep this group away. But I think this group behind 7 seconds now is going to get back onto them, and that's not ideal for this front group.
Yeah, it's a good point. 6 seconds. I think they're coming back. Now, the motivation to hold off those 3 riders, the big question mark, isn't it? Because if you did drop them off when the rubber hit the road, when the pressure was really on, there may be confidence that they can do it again. And there's going to be a lot of energy expended to try and bring this back. It's only going to be Nicole Meyer, Lucy Charles-Barclay, and I shouldn't say only, because Ashley Moolman-Pasio get involved here with a teammate with Kate McCarthy. Again, you may see a situation where they could start sending attacks off the front. I think you're right, though, there with the Wahoo team. Eiley Gardner, Gabriella Guerra looked to me like Eiley Gardner being a lead out and Guerra trying to take that down. So definitely some team tactics now. But now we've got a whole nother situation developing, because it's Nicole Meyer, Lucy Charles-Barclay, both teammates. Then we got Kate McCarthy, Ashley Moolman-Pasio, also teammates. And then you've got Guerra and Gardner. So definitely a 2v2v2 situation.
I was really hoping there to see a counterattack from Lucy Charles-Barclay on this negative 5% gradient. I was so hoping for that. She didn't counter, though. They're all sort of sitting in here. Nicole Meyer, though, riding at 5.2 watts a kg. Down this hill, probably not the best idea. And she has pulled back. I think she was just trying to get in the super tuck. But yeah, sometimes getting in the super tuck isn't always worth it in a bunch. You can sort of soft pedal a little bit and still stay with the group. So yeah, maybe not, unless you're attacking, probably not the best use of energy right now to be doing that. But this group is a little bit bigger now. Now, I would have to say Lucy Charles has got to put in an attack now. I don't think she's been dropped on the volcano. She knows that she can't stay up with these guys on the climb. I would not be surprised to see her pull the move like we saw in the men's race, where they'll take the left-hander, they'll go through that little tunnel, and she'll make an attack move there right before they hit the downtown sort of descent.
Yeah, it's a good call, actually, because I think you're right. She's going to want to get away prior to the climb and try and hold on all the way to the finish line. We saw her do it last week. Now, are the riders going to be a little bit more attentive to that, to not think, oh, this will just come back? But there's always that question mark in your head, right? Am I going to be the one who does the work? I have a feeling, last week, as well as in the men's race that we just saw on stage number 1, for the men, you start going, well, if I do that work, I don't have as much for the climb coming up here. So you start playing chess. You start doing the math in your head as to what you've got left. Now, Eiley Gardner now starting to ramp things up a tad at the front here. I think just protecting his position as we take a look at Lou Bates here. Be on the watch out for her for an extended attack up and over the top of the climb. She is definitely one of those who likes to go long and make sure that she's got a gap or just puts everybody through the absolute pain cave all the way to the line.
Just want to note as well that Lucy Charles-Barclay and Nicole Meyer are both on the same team, next presented by Insured. So you can see Nicole Meyer there with her next jersey in the picture on her, looking extremely I've got to say. Now, will she soften up the legs a little bit for Lucy Charles-Barclay? You can see she's got her headphones in. They'll have a DS who'll be telling them what to do. I just think she needs to not sort of sit on the front at 4.85. She needs to put in that big attack to get off the front, at least get 3 seconds, then settle into a pace. The problem is she just lifts the pace of the whole group as opposed to attacking. As we're seeing Illy Gardner, here we go, right before this left-handed, I thought be a perfect place to attack. 7.6 watts a kg. Look who is pushing up. Catherine Furrer and Kate McCarthy coming on her wheel. I don't think people are going to let them go. Like you said, Nathan, they know what's happened in the men's race. They know people can get away here. But Illy Gardner is still pushing really hard. Now, interesting, Lucy Charles-Barclay sitting at the back of the group. Will she counter? I'm hoping that's what we're going to see. I do believe Illy Gardner will get caught, and I'm actually surprised, knowing of her climbing prowess, that she has been the one to attack.
Lou Bates over the top, perhaps. Nice little cover there from the coalition team. Now is this going to be a move here coming in from Nicole Meyer up and over the top? Illy Gardner making the move and forcing a little bit of a chase there from the rest of the riders. Here comes Maria Holdcroft rolling right on through. Now, currently, after that sprint at the top of, we call it a sprint, the climb of attrition into a sprint. Absolutely insane, these ladies. But they, with that 10 points, Kate McCarthy is now your GC leader. So Catherine Furrer and the rest of the riders here, Catherine was your leader. Now she's going to be moving into that second place most likely, or maybe even a little further back. We'll have to wait and see after this, though. But Kate McCarthy now taking over the GC lead with those points. How do things play out? There's a lot of bodies here, though, Anna, that Kate needs to put, behind her to take as many as she can from this finish line. It's 1 point difference between each one of those places, so every single place is going to matter.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing Ashley Millman-Passio there. That might be with her World Champs jersey from a few years ago, Esport World Champions. So that's great to see. It's one of the best riders I like watching because she races so well in real life, but she also actually dedicates and sees a huge potential in esport racing. Teammate here, Kate McCarthy, also with a World Championship jersey on. That's great to have two in one team as they're heading towards this flat, but nobody got away on that downhill. I believe everyone's going to wait till the climb. So if we shift our attention to this climb, it is an interesting one. We saw Ed Laverick drop the aero power up on that flat bit of bridge to get a gap going into the climb. Now that worked not necessarily for him, but for the ones who got on his wheel. Will this happen in the women's race? I don't believe they'll follow that same tactic. I think what we're going to see is almost a bottom to top effort. There'll be that first bit and you take that left-hand corner and it's a little bit flat. I think people put in a full effort to get to that corner, draft, take a micro recovery, push, drop aero, and just sprint like anything for the line and hope for the win. Nathan, what do you think is going to happen tactically on this climb?
I think you're right. I think that there's going to be an all-out effort at the bottom. It's going to be who has the power kick out of a full gas 1 minute and 40 second or so, maybe even less than that effort. So I just get the sense that Ashley Millman-Passio is just going to go right from the beginning to set up Kate McCarthy as best as she possibly can. Also, Illy Gardner, also somebody who wants something more of a bottom to the top. And because of that, you're going to have teammates that are going to be looking for that lead out of those peer climbers. Now, remember, Ashley Millman-Passio won on the World Championships on this in 2020, actually. So she's very familiar with this climb, and we saw that from her. She's done plenty of training and winning on this specific climb. Will we see a repeat of that even today?
I don't think so. I think things have moved pretty far in the last 2 years in esport, and we have these real specialists now. You know, the likes of Gabriella Guerra, the likes of Catherine Furrer, the likes of Kate McCarthy. These guys are esport specialists. You know, things have changed. There's that real focus on the sport and this discipline, and they'll recon the course. They'll know when to go. It's sort of not just a straight power effort anymore. As we see, Lucy Charles-Barclay looking pretty focused, but it's all been, I think, unfortunately for these guys, a really relaxed pace into the base of this climb. I say unfortunately because it means that you haven't been able to fatigue many legs. So people are basically coming into this fresh. So it is going to be quite a big sort of 2 to 3 minute power test for these women as they hit the base of the climb. Is anyone going to start pushing pace early? Ashley Millman-Passio, 8.2, with Kate McCarthy on her wheel at 7.4 watts a kg. And Illy Gardner has also gone up at 9.4. She is breaking away a little bit here with Gabriella Guerra, her also sticking on her wheel. Love to see these 2x2x2 team tactics as we're seeing going up the climb.
Gardner now 8.7 watts per kilogram. Lou Bates sitting right on the wheel. There's Kate McCarthy able to make it there as well. Now McCarthy pushing 8.5 watts per kilogram toward the front. Is she going to actually just take over? No, everybody, they get that initial kick and then back off just a little bit. Another little kick and back off. Don't want to let anybody go, but don't want to put too much on the front. As Gardner continues 7.7 watts per kilogram. We're going to flatten out for just a second. We may see an acceleration through here to try and get a little bit of advantage. Here comes Maria Holdcroft rolling right on through. Kate McCarthy sitting third wheel. Now here comes Catherine Furs. It's going to be a rampage to the line. Don't want to be too far back as there's a lot of power that's going to be matched here in just a moment as Gardner now continues. Here comes Fur. Where's the arrow power-ups? When are they going to be thrown down? As it's going to be Holdcroft at the front. Is that the position that she wants to be in? Here comes Fur. Now Lou Bates kicks 11 watts per kilogram from Bates. Bates goes very early. Is Lou Bates going to just walk away from everybody? I think Lou Bates has done it. She is out of sight, it looks like, at this point, from everybody, taking everybody by surprise. Arrow power being thrown. Maria Holdcroft throws down 9 watts per kilogram. McCarthy's coming. Here comes Gara. Gara at 10 watts per kilogram, but Blue Bates has done it. Bates walks away with this one as McCarthy, Holdcroft, McCarthy for second. It's going to be Holdcroft for third, Gara for fourth, and Fur for fifth. Bates, with that attritional sprint she is known for, takes it down today.
Lou Bates, I should have called it. I remember this last year, racing against her actually, and her going up this climb, and she knows this climb so well. And she has gone early here multiple times to win, just as she has done today. I didn't actually even see her drop an aero power up. Everybody sort of dropped them as we're seeing the replay here around this corner. And then she just kept going to the line. She just went on all her own power. They didn't even need an arrow coming into this final part. And we saw Kate McCarthy also coming across really fast. Gabriella Guerra was right there as well. Be interesting to see the top 5 because it was quite close after Lou Bates. But wow, what a performance from Lou Bates just to have the confidence to go so early against that group of women. But you know, you called the top of the volcano a sprint, Nathan, and it sort of is like that. We're calling this the climb series, but to be honest, these women are so good at sprinting off attrition that they're basically sprinting for these finish lines. It's not that sort of slow slog upper climb that we're sort of used to sometimes. They're specialists and they know how to sprint off threshold.
Yeah, 100%. Well, the Watopia climbs definitely going to be those that you can hang on a little bit longer or a little bit shorter with that hilly KOM. I have a feeling in the Surrey Hills, though, Fox Hill, Box Hill, it's definitely going to be a little bit different because they're sharper and they don't have the reprieves like we saw in the Watopia climbs that we just saw. I think we have a top 10 here coming up in just a moment. We'll be able to see where things stand after the first stage points. But looking forward to the next stage, I do think it's going to be a little bit different, Anna, because of the reality of the way that those climbs go.
Yeah, London Uprising, I would say, is more of a climbers route because it's not as draftable as what we've seen. As we've got the top 10 here. So this, because of her bonus points, that is phenomenal. Kate McCarthy out the front with 79. Gabriella Guerra, great performance from her as well in second place on point 72. Maria Holdcroft in third, again with bonus points, showing how important those are with 71. Lou Bates pulled herself up to the 70th with 70 points, fourth position with that unbelievable win we just saw. Catherine Fura, consistent at fifth place. Eiley Gardner in sixth place, really lit up the racing today, I've got to say. Nicole Mayer, seventh place. Lucy Charles Barclay is in eighth place. Mika Soderstrom in ninth, and Marlene Barhead in 10th. Those were the chase packs. I saw them chasing that whole time, actually, to bring that gap down, which they weren't able to. But great results there, and really does show the importance of those bonus points with Kate McCarthy leading.
So, a win for Lou Bates, who crossed the line first in stage 3. But as Anna was just pointing out, showing the importance there of the intermediate classification. We had that intermediate sprint at the top of the Volcano KOM. Kate McCarthy taking the full 10 points there, and with that we'll get the overall classification a little bit later on, but she'll have taken quite a healthy lead after 3 stages of the 2025 Zwift Games. But once again, like the men's race, there is a lot to pick apart in our opening stage today, stage 3 of the Zwift Games. I'll go back to Nathan and Anna. We'll start from the beginning again. We had an early attack from Pia Kummer, who was later joined by Brittany Litton. Nothing too much came of that. But then there was another early attack from Lucy Charles Barkley. I was quite surprised to see her go quite as early as she did, given how good she was late in the race last week in which she won. Sorry, I'll go to you, Anna.
Yeah, I think Lucy Charles Barkley, I was surprised as well that she went quite early on the Volcano, given that it's very draftable. And I think she could have saved her energy actually to put in a late attack like we saw in the men's race to stay away. Watching her on that final climb in Watopia as well, she dropped immediately. So I don't know if maybe she's not feeling as great as she did last week, but the power wasn't there even at all for that final climb. So I think just, yeah, too many matches burnt on the Volcano climb, which is just so draftable. I think it catches people out. They think it's a big climb that will split the pack a lot, but really you can draft so much in the middle, and that's where she kind of got caught. So good for her to try, but yeah, perhaps a bit of wrong timing.
Yeah, I think you nailed it there. She burnt a lot of matches early on in stage 3. As I would say, did Eilidh Gardner. Now, for those of you at home who are watching this for the first time who've never heard of Eilidh Gardner, not only is she a fantastic esports racer, as they mentioned in commentary just a few moments ago, she's quite incredible out on the road at picking up QOMs. In fact, I was looking just now, she's got a total of over 9,000 QOMs around the world, with some of the biggest, most well-known climbs in the world. Last year she picked up Monte Zoncolan, the Passo Giao and the Stelvio in Italy while she was on holiday, some holiday that. Before that she'd already got Mont Ventoux, the Galibier and Alpe d'Huez, and she's picked up those ahead of some of the best pro racers in the world. But I was noting at the end there, Nathan, we saw the overall watts per kilo for the entire stage. Eilidh Gardner, you could tell how much effort she put in because she averaged 5.3 watts per kilo. But the lowest out of the top 10 was Gabriela Guerra at 4.3, so a full watt per kilo difference. I mean, that really highlights how important it is to save your energy and sit in the wheels.
Maybe also some team tactics too, right? I think Eilidh also wants to make a situation where it whittles down, and then she can just get to work on the climb and not bring somebody with that can hang on and have that kick at the end. And so, and then on the other side of it, you've got somebody who's got a good kick like Gabriela Guerra, but can hang on with the climbs. And I have a feeling that you're looking at 2 Wahoo riders there, right? And we saw Eilidh push the pace on the front, because what she wants to do is just completely the field and maybe bring a teammate with her or just walk away. We saw her make attack after attack after the Volcano KOM. Eilidh Gardner made that kick through the bridge back on over toward the piers. So I have a feeling that Eilidh's tactic out here is she wants to be alone or off the front with a rider that's like Gabriela Guerra to sit in the wheels. So there's definitely something going on there I think for Team Wahoo.
There were a lot of team tactics going on from start to finish, weren't there, Anna? And we noted before the start that Ashley Moolman-Pasio, given that she's not racing all of the stages of the Zwift Games this year, would likely be racing for her teammate here, Kate McCarthy. And I think we saw that in evidence right from the beginning of that stage, didn't we?
Yeah, I believe so. She was really being the sort of the general on the road for her. You could see her at the front. Kate McCarthy was always on her wheel. We know Ashley would make the front pack because she's such an amazing climber. Even watching at the base of the climb of that last one, the Watopia QOM, is she pushed up to about 8 watts a kg with Kate right on her wheel again. So she sort of launched her up. It'd be really interesting to be the DS for that team and how they sort of manage that and how they talk that through. And then they all kind of came together around that corner and then actually dropped off a bit. So she obviously pushed that real part of the climb first. So yeah, great job from her, because to be honest, she's got such a great palmares that she could kind of maybe win, right? But she's really working for her teammate and she's putting in the hard yards into this esport discipline.
Yeah, it was certainly very impressive teamwork, I've got to say. The race played out very differently to the men's though, Nathan. Over the top of the Volcano QOM there, we had a group of 6, got big separation between themselves and the next big group. Over the top, it was about 26-second gap, so a huge difference there. We also had that group of 3 in between, including Ashley Moolman-Pasio that we just spoke about. you were talking on commentary about whether or not it was a good idea to let those people back on. What are your thoughts in hindsight?
Yeah, I mean, what ended up happening was the riders who did fall off, they didn't have it at the end in order to, make it for that final sprint. So the confidence in that front, when they really turned the screws, the riders that had fallen off over the top of the Volcano Climb most likely weren't going to be able to stay with. If there was anybody who just happened not to make the break because of some sort of inattentiveness or something like that, where they're just a wheel had gotten away and there was just nothing they could do about it because of a speed differentiation and not just a pure power differentiation and an ability differentiation, then a little bit more alarm bells may have been going off. But because I think some of those riders up front had the confidence that they did, they said, look, we're comfortable with just 3 riders. If it would have been a larger pack than that, perhaps there would have been a little bit more of a concerted effort not to let them back. But as you can see, there wasn't too much to be worried about, as at the end, it ended up being the riders who were at the front rather than those who were using energy that ended up coming back on, not able to hang on up on the top of the hilly KOM.
I was talk quickly about Lou Bates. She did, of course, cross the line first, even though she's ended up 4th overall tonight so far. I'm glad you mentioned that you didn't see her use her aero power-up, Anna, because I didn't either. Is there any chance she would have used it a bit earlier on in the race and we didn't see it?
I just wonder that. I wonder if she may have used it over the top of the volcano, to be honest, because she might have been off the wheels just a little bit and used that aero to catch up on that bit of flat to get into the downhill. That's the only time I could think she would have used it. But yeah, the shock, honestly, at not seeing her have an aero power up and the whole group behind literally mass dropped. And I thought, she's gone. She's going to get caught. But it does show, and Nathan, you brought up at the start, is sort of when you're in the pack, as opposed to by yourself, it's sometimes hard to get detached from the other riders. And I think that is almost what happened there. They all dropped together. They all had a similar speed, but Lou, she just retained that gap. So yeah, amazing. I'll watch the replay and I'll see if I can pick it up on the volcano. She used it there, but I believe that'll be the place.
Okay, keep us updated. Right, we're now going to have a look at the overall standings after 3 stages for the women, I believe. Kate McCarthy with a fairly significant lead now. Catherine Furrer dropped down from 1st to 3rd. She's now 13 points off world champion Kate McCarthy. And more great riding by Maria Holdcroft now puts her in 2nd overall in the 2025 Zwift Games. Gabriela Guerra still up there in 4th place as she was before. Mika Söderström still in 5th. All the rest, as you can see, climbing up the standings. So Lou Bates, Lucy Charles-Barkley, Marlene Bjarrehead, Cecilia Hansen and Elise Galagos rounding out the top 10. So that is a wrap for stage 3 for both the men and the women, but they're far from finished. Next up, we have stage 4 of the Zwift Games. And for the majority of the racers, this will be their final race today. But for the 5 men and 5 women who finished highest in the overall standings from stages 3 and 4, they'll have one deciding race, the Climb Showdown, to decide the Climb Championships podium. But anyway, stage 4 of the Zwift Games is in London on yet another brand new route on Zwift, one which has 2 longer climbs with a flat section in the middle. That flat section, though, might not be used for recovery, as it's there where the bonus points can be won. Let's take a look.
Stage 4 of the Zwift Games is set to start in London on the all-new London Uprising route. The climbing on this route starts very early as they head up Fox Hill almost immediately. The riders will need to maintain position over the top ahead of a fast descent into the city where bonus points will be available on the mall. The respite from climbing doesn't last long though, with a final push up Box Hill. That one is 3k's long, with an average gradient of 4.4%, maxing out at 7.7. This final push to the summit will decide which riders go through to the Climb Showdown. The route is 20.9 kilometres in total, with an elevation gain of 357 metres. Once again, each rider will start the race with an aero power-up, which will make them more aerodynamic for 15 seconds after it's deployed. This game-changing boost could be the difference between breaking away for glory, clawing back the group after being dropped, or unleashing an all-out sprint for the line. Bonus points available are 10, 5 and 3 for the first 3 riders across the line at the sprint on the mall, and any points collected there will be added to the points available at the finish line, where the winner will take 70.
Almost cruel, isn't it, to put those bonus points on the only flat section of the route. So literally no recovery for the riders, because we've seen from the first stages today of how important they are in racking up the points for the overall classification on the Zwift Games. Right, 5 seconds until the men's race starts, so I'll hand you back to the commentators.
And another look at the starts, as they usually are, up and out of the saddle. Nice little kick, as you can see, and it's going to be a left-hand turn out onto the roads of London. They're going to make their way on over toward the underground in just a moment, and as they do, they'll have Fox Hill right in front of them. So it's going to be an interesting climb. This one starts out fairly calm and then immediately into double digits when it comes to the gradient, Anna, but there we go, Barnesy off the front again.
Oh, look at him go. He loves it. He knows he's not much of a climber, so he's got to make it interesting from the get-go here. Oh, that's really... And dropping the arrow. Well, they're dropping those arrows early. That's the only one they get. Jeff Linder dropping it as he comes past James Barnes. And that's no more arrows for him. So, unfortunately, you only get one at the very beginning. And, yeah, they're hitting that Fox Hill really fast, straight into an underground. This course, actually, I rode it the other day. Love it. Really, really good. You have to go to have a good warm-up, so perhaps, you know, stage 3 was a good warm-up for these guys to head into this. But the interesting part about this climb is that it kind of pops up, then it descends a little bit, then it's flat to the finish. Then they descend, and then we're going through a flat part. But I've got to say, we've got to keep an eye on when this is the finish line, because it does go into a downhill to the finish line on this climb. So yeah, it's not just a straight up to the top, it's a little bit tactical at the top of both these climbs.
As you can see, Barnes and Linder now working together a little bit. Holden Camus actually on the front for a moment. Now goes to 0 watts per kilogram. It's going to be interesting if they lose time or keep time, because I have a feeling this pack with that extreme downhill into the underground usually gains a lot of speed on 1 or 2 riders, but we'll see how that plays out in just a moment. As I'm loving this from Jeff Linder. Early on, you know, I have a feeling this is a little bit of, you know, the risk reward of getting away, but also perhaps some TV time here from Jeff Linder. I'm liking it. He's getting his shot in at the front now, and Barnes right on the wheel. 5 watts per kilogram. Great job from Linder here.
Yeah, nothing against a bit of TV time. James Barnes sitting on the wheel there, but they've only got just over 3.5 seconds. So this pack, yeah, they're not too worried. They'll chase them down on the climb. But yeah, very shortly they will come up to this climb, and it is hard from the start. So don't think Volcano Climb like what we had in the stage before. This is longer. It's a bit steeper in parts. It's harder to draft. There's that kick I said at the top of it that then goes into a really steep descent, which you can super tuck. So it'll be a tactical climb. I'm sort of looking at the likes of Jason Osborne on this, Lionel Vuessan actually being the tactical master he is, to see how they go up here. I mean, these guys got 5 now. Valiant effort, I'd have to say, from James Barnes riding up here, but that pack will chase pretty quick as it kicks up to 6%. Sort of this is the lower slopes before we get into the really hard climb, which they'll get to shortly.
Yeah, it's going to level off here in just a second. So essentially it kicks into 6-7 watts per kilogram, or 6-7% for just a moment. You'll have to see these little fights for position right now. You don't want to be too far back when, you know, things really start to kick off, because you got to put in a really solid effort to get by the avatars that start to drop off the pack. You do save a little bit of watts in the wheels, even on the extreme uphills. So you don't want that to get away from you as people let gaps open up. And closing down 1 to 2 seconds as it gets into the double digits on the gradient can be a massive effort. Here we go. Last chance to get any draft in and move around in this pack before we head uphill, because we're about to start the Fox Hill KOM, and it's going to absolutely go off. It starts to ramp up slowly, and then immediately after the first couple of turns, you hit this 11% plus gradient, and from there, I think it's going to be all cards on the table.
Yeah, as we're seeing James Barnes and Jeff Linder here just get caught, get rolled into the pack. They may just roll to the back now. That was a big effort to start. We've got camera on Mads Buster there too, from Denmark. He'll be in the pack. It's staying together here up this 11%, 12%. No one really pushing too hard to make a break. But we do have Zach Neer on the front at 7 watts a kg with Jasper Paradians, who is leading from Belgium. He's keeping up at 7 watts. He knows his positioning really well. And Nathan, just like you said, we're getting that teardrops shape to the peloton. And it's because unless you're in this top third, you just lose that draft so easily, and then you just blow off the wheel. And we can see that already, these riders just dropping so quickly off the back of this bunch.
100%. Well, as Ricardo Paniza makes his way to the front, I'm expecting big kicks at 7+ watts per kilogram as we get into the second half of time. Now, if you just tuned into the stages 4 and 5, there's definitely some cool stuff that Zwift have put together for you for today's racing. We've got, just prior to us, did stage 3. Now this is going to be stage 4 of this race out here today, and you can check out all that information about what is going on today with ZwiftGames.com. Head on over there for all your information, and then if you want to go a little deeper and further into the live action, there's a dashboard you can head on over to for all the live data and how things are playing out in front of you right here, right now. Follow your favorite riders, see where the chase groups are at, see where the leaderboards are at. You can see what their average speed has been, time elapsed. It's all there with the rider cams. Great to see. Love what they've put together.
Yeah, that is really awesome, actually, to follow along at home, follow your favorite riders, see the crazy power these guys are putting out. Although we're hitting this 5%, 4% sort of lull period, really still together. I can see Ed Laverick up there. I'm looking back at last year's 2024 Zwift Games, and the climb champion was Freddie Overt, so from Australia. He'll be in there somewhere. I haven't seen his name pop up right yet, but maybe one to watch to see how he goes on this climb. We didn't see him much feature in stage 3 that we just saw before, as we see Thomas Perrin go to the front at 6 watts a kg with Stephen Kirchmar also, and Keel Power, that is a name I haven't seen in a while, and he's right up there, 4th position.
Yeah, this is interesting, actually, Anna. Not a lot of separation yet. So is the fatigue? Is it the fatigue? Is it they're holding their cards? They want the second punch to the top, because this is, as you can see for a moment there, they did level out in quotes there to 5% or so. And now we're going to get into the second half, or even the last quarter of this climb. This is where you can punch up and over the top of Fox Hill. There is a downhill right before you descend Box Hill, coming over the top of the KOM. It's pretty sharp, actually. And a lot of times you see the punches over the top of this with that extreme downhill in just a moment that can get you some roll through speed. Now we're looking at Yonsei Honda up and out of the saddle, still involved here, but it's going to be Johan Noren that's at the front. But I'm not seeing the separation I was expecting. This is really interesting here, and it's pretty evenly matched across this pack.
Now, is this because we have got a sprint for points halfway through this race? So they've got to get over this climb, and then you have the points. So this wasn't like what we saw before, where you got the points at the top of the climb on Volcano. The points come after this on the mall sprint. So it's sort of like, why push this? We're not going to get any points at the top. Let's just keep it at a solid pace, maybe shred the pack like we're seeing, get it down to around 20 riders. Then we'll go in for the sprint, because honestly, if you're a team that has got a sprinter in there, why would you push the climb and then not have that availability for points as they get onto that mall area at around the sort of 12-kilometer mark? So yeah, this does actually make sense when you look at how those points are aligned there. We're seeing Leonard Tugels there come to the front, Jason Osborne, but they're all sort of rolling through. Big attack now, though, with the aero power-up coming from Ben Meir. I don't know if he meant to do that, because he's riding 2.6 watts a kg now, so it's not going super hard, but he came flying through with that aero power-up. I just wonder if he thinks that there are points at the end of this climb, because there's not.
That was interesting. Yeah. I mean, 5.9 watts per kilogram now, Perrin with the cover there, Ruben Dant as well, not going much of anywhere. Perhaps he was struggling to hang on. They may have been a situation where he's like, I'm getting dropped right now, and I need to get back on terms. And that shows you how strong the aero power up is on an extreme downhill, perhaps, that he came through with the aero in order to hang on and not get dropped. maybe it was a mistake. Sometimes you hit the wrong button at the wrong time and the aero power up is gone then. So, but definitely the other thing of this is, with how strong this pack is, you know that most of the guys here can hold 6 to 7 watts per kilogram. If you throw down your full gas attacks over the top at 8, 9 or plus watts per kilogram for that final 30 seconds, what may end up happening is you get the gap you were looking for, but when you've got 20 men that like rolling downhill, box hill into super tucks, and it's 2 of you off the front with how steep that this gets, it's not necessarily the best position to be in because you just threw down a massive amount of effort, used that afterburner a little bit too much that you need for later, and now you're being caught and it was useless. So perhaps they were all thinking, I'm not going to stay away, so let's just stick with the pack.
Yeah, exactly. As we are seeing the pack stringing out, though, this is not what they want. Most of these riders would have got over that climb and thought, oh, we can just relax on this downhill. But it is getting strung out by Joel Lewis on the front, getting in tuck. He kicked up at 8.8 watts a kg there. He's super tucking down. Everyone's trying to catch up. There's actually a rider who got dropped off the back, one of the Saris riders. So yeah, this is not the sort of enjoyable descent that these riders probably hoped for. Although those that can ride well, I can see them at the front. They know the draft. They're sort of soft pedaling a little bit at that 2.9 watts a kg, 1.4 watts a kg from Leonard Tugels. They are like locked onto a wheel at the front and just easing off as we see Ruben Dont, our stage 3 winner, getting into that super tuck onto the front. Amazing race. Let's see how he goes in this one.
Now, we've got some big sprinters. I mean, Neil Fraet has made this obviously one of the best sprinters we have out there, taking down the Showdown we saw last week. So be on the watch out for Neil Fraet coming through for those points on the mall. This is so interesting how this is set up here because now we have a flat all-out downhill sprint coming up actually for deciding the points on the day out here today, but you had to make it over the climb and be involved. Now, nobody able to really make a breakaway situation, so now we've got a group point sprint essentially lining up for us, and we've got, I think, Holden Camus has made it over the top of that climb. That shows you that this wasn't necessarily all in, or Holden's just got crazy legs today, one of the two. But Holden, he's a big favorite for some massive points, I think, out here on the mall.
We're going to see the crazy what's been dropped if Holden Camus is in this group. That is crazy that he made it up that climb because, as we know, he is the Hulk sprinter. He is there for the sprint, which is coming up very shortly. They're going to come down this last bit of downhill. They're going to go up through the escalator area along the subway, part of the course I really, really enjoy, actually, and then hit a bit of the flat roads of London before, like you said, downhill sprint. Again, really, really advantageous for Holden Camus. I'm so impressed he has made this front pack. That is amazing, and he must just be licking his lips with the sprint coming up with probably just a majority of climbers in this group as well.
Now, one thing I want to point out, Jasper Paradines, this rider, he has been a breakthrough when it comes to sprinting in the last couple of months. I've definitely noticed that he's someone to watch out for, and kind of the new kid on the block when it comes to pure sprinting, being the leader coming into this. In the GC, he was the leader coming into stage 3 and 4. Now things have changed up, but I want to see versus Fraet versus Camus. That is, I wasn't sure we were going to see that kind of a setup coming into this specific sprint because of the reality of Fox Hill first, but the fact that Holden has made it now, we get a treat here to see how they're going to line up against each other. Now, Thomas Perrin, though, in stage 1 on Tide Pool Sprint showed us that, look, you might think it's all about the pure sprinters, but tactics and big watts per kilograms can still make it even on a slight downhill, which Tide Pool is. So will there be an upset here? And with bad positioning perhaps as well, might be an upset. But now we got a little bit of a move. It's going to be Joe Perot off the front.
Joe Perot going off at 8 watts a kg with Arnie Jacobs following very closely. Riccardo Panizza, also from Italy, coming in. I don't think anybody is going to want to see people get away early for this sprint, because there's too many people like Holden Camoan there, like you said, who want to stick around for that sprint. It is coming up soon, though, as we see another rider. This is Ricardo. Now, I remember him from stage 1 last week, also doing this around the streets of Neokyo. So off the front again, 6.8 watts a kg, 3 seconds. I don't believe this will be able to stay away. There's too many motivated people here to want to get intermediate points. Now, the question I have is, are any of those sitting in that overall position? You know, I'm looking at Josh Harris, Neil Freyette, Hayden Pucker, Lionel Vujasan, Ruben Dont, our winner from stage 3. Are they going to put all in for these 3 positions and a big, big group of sprinters, or will they just hold on and put all their cards on the table for the climb?
Well, it's getting plenty fast here. There's some separations taking place here. I didn't think we were going to see this. I thought it was all going to be a sprint to the line, but with Panizzi on the front, 7.3. Now Michael Kaminsky, we've got Michael Planthrow, Leonard Tugel's getting involved. These are your race of attrition type riders. They're just trying to ramp it right on up into this 2% uphill gradient to keep things as fast as possible. Ricardo Panizzi continues on up into 8 watts per kilogram plus. We've seen Panizzi break weight in this specific section before, actually, and take wins. Will he be able to do it today? It looks like they're very attentive, and it's just not quite enough to split the elastic here. It looks like it's going to come back together just barely out here today, Anna, but they are really putting the work in to try and split this rather than have a lead out into a sprint.
The thing is that sprinters on Zwift, they know their Zwift craft. They know which wheels to follow. They know what watts to save. As we see Joe Perotti on the camera, he actually looks like he's working really hard, which is not ideal as he's so close to coming around this corner, hitting the red roads of the mile and going for the slightly downhill sprint where momentum and timing is just absolutely crucial to be able to get those points. And there's only 3 lots of points on offer, not many. So these guys have got to be really careful with how they use this energy in this last part as we come up. And I just think some of them going off the front like this, it may not be the best move. Oh, Martin Mertens, though, the one retiring at the end of the Zwift Games 2025, he is pushing off the front. 8.4 watts a kg with Ed Laverick, our attack man from the last stage, coming through as well.
Martin Mertens, he's all in. This is 8 watts per kilogram, and he kicked up in the 10 up front. Now he's continuing on at 7.3. Alessandro Poli now comes through. Michael Kaminsky. This is all the names that like these breakaway situations, getting back on terms. Will they let him get any kind of distance? He sits up a little bit, as you can see here, maybe looking to settle in, or has been caught. I think he was caught here. Will there be an up and over the top? Is going to be the big question. Kaminsky now rolls it. Nope, not able to get the distance. You know what's really interesting to me? Hayden Pucker, Joe Chudik, Andrew Buffington, all making their way to the front, and being a downhill sprint, you could see a lead-out situation. Pucker now. No, Hayden says early, 7.3, big counter from Hayden Pucker. Will he be able to hold on all the way to the line? But Kaminsky grabs the wheel real quick.
Yeah, look at this. They're coming into this last little part. Everyone's feeling edgy. There's a little gap here, actually, between fifth wheel and the back, about 1.5 seconds. That's enough. As we see some of these riders coming through, perhaps a little bit too early to have their nose into the wind. Nathan, how's it going to go as they hit these red roads?
Yeah, and here we go. It's going to be all up. It might be a breakaway situation, actually, or at least an early go if nobody responds. And Vujasan knows that this is a downhill, and if you get the gap, you might be able to hold it all the way to the line. Line to Vujasan kicks. Now, whoa, big kick, and it's an arrow power-up. Arrow power-up used by Jason Osborne because he knows 10 points is massive, and this is huge. Osborne kicks away from everybody. I think he's going to hold, perhaps. No, not going to be able to do it. Nia Fred's just got too much of a kick and too much speed. Fred takes down to 10 points. Osborne with that 5 points in second. Was it Kaminsky that came through for third? It was, but Freyette perfectly timed. And Darrow power-ups, they've been used at this point because they know it's all about speed and points. It matters out there. Anna, massive from Freyette.
That was huge and time to perfection. I honestly thought Vujasan had it there right till the end, but Freyette going through as well with the aero power-up. But listen, he doesn't have an aero power up now for the finish. And like I said, it's a little downhill to the finish line of this race. And so that is going to be interesting because he may get pipped at the line. He's currently sitting, we know from last week, he was around 4th place. Not sure where he is currently after stage 3, but wow, he has put himself in a great position getting those points. But maybe he looked pretty tired there. He might have burnt a lot as we head into this last climb, which I assure you will not be as calm as the first time they went up it.
Well, the overall right now, Neil Freyette, he's got a pretty good little buffer after that massive year from Freyette. Great to see. Look at Josh Harris. Now sitting in third place with Jasper Paradines here, so now down to second. So Neil Freyette taking over the overall for Zwift Games. Now, what was really interesting to me, Jason Osborne is the kind of rider who likes to ride away. They had a gap for a while and everybody was watching. This tells me these riders are really tired at this point. Because usually Osborne, if he has a gap, he takes full advantage of it immediately. And honestly, after that sprint, as you can see there, he had put everything he had in his tank to get those 5 points and did not continue on, even though there was a 2 or 3 second gap. Now we see Ed Laverick, though, taking full advantage, and Josh Harris. And this is somebody who's, I mean, these two together, they are danger because they can climb and they've got good thresholds. Massive, massive here. Now, Adrian Buffington, interesting enough, being the workhorse to bring this back. Buffington maybe looking to actually go across rather than to just bring this back because that's 8 watts per kilogram, 9 watts per kilogram. They sense blood in the water. They can sense here, Anna, that the pack is tired and they're letting things get away from them. Can you sneak away? That's the big question right now.
Yeah, that was really interesting to see Josh Harris straight up on the wheel of Ed Laverick because I think they know from the stage we saw before you can't let anyone go up the road because it can go to the line. So seeing Josh Harris do that makes me believe that he is highly motivated for this stage. He is probably one of the best positions coming into this last climb to really perform well. They do get swamped a little bit here. I'm not seeing a massive counter. I mean, Hayden Parker here is going off the front, but just at 2.4 watts a kg. That was just a bit of momentum. Don't get too excited. We are looking like a bit of a group heading into this final climb. Now, I would look through this pack and say, if I had a teammate who is not a climber, but has managed to still sort of stick here for that sprint, I'd say you need to start attacking because I need to relax in this pack and not chase anything down. So they need that person on the front, patrolling the front of the pack and chasing.
Real quick for everybody, I did see some chatter hanging out over at the YouTube wondering about the Super Tuck and how it plays out, how it works. Well, in a moment, you might be able to see one. I think there is a little 3% gradient on the turn that they'll take here in a second, but only be for a moment if they do get up over 57 kilometers per hour. But the way that it works is if you get over 57 kilometers per hour and you go to 0 watts per kilogram on a negative 3% gradient or less, so 3%, 4%, 5%, to whatever it could go to, you will get into a Super Tuck. If you start pedaling, if you start producing some wattage, you're going to come out of the Super Tuck. And so now the other thing is the Super Tuck does not work when you are in the draft. Zwift changed that up. It used to be that anyone who was in any pack situation would get into a Super Tuck regardless of where they were in a pack. That created these snowball effects, this kind of avalanche effect of the group. And so they made it so that only those who are on the front hitting the wind of a pack would get the Super Tuck. Or if you're solo, obviously, you've got no pack around you, and you hit the Super Tuck if you're at a 3% gradient, negative or more, 57 kilometers per hour, and 0 watts per kilogram. And it's a huge tactical thing when it comes to downhills, isn't it, the Super Tuck?
Yeah, and it's just become so much more tactical given that pack can't super tuck as well, like you said, because it used to be you could kind of just super tuck yourself and chill and the pack would be so fast all super tucking. But now you've got to be actually really careful because if you put in the huge watts, you know, the 8, 9 watts a kg to get the momentum up, drop in the super tuck, and then someone just comes around you, you immediately lose that super tuck. And so it's almost was a little bit of wasted power. So if I'm completely honest, I very rarely sort of go into a super tuck anymore. I prefer to really soft pedal and sit on the wheels of someone who is super tucking. I find that saves a bit more energy.
Thomas Perrin, interesting from him. Watch this. Perrin's going to right down into here. One of the smartest riders in the world sits down into the downhill, 7 watts per kilogram, as you can see here. And I think this is interesting. He's trusting that this is going to work out for him with a little bit of what is the motivation here? I think Perrin, this has got to be a setup for somebody else. Does he think he's going to hold on to this 1.5 seconds or so? I mean, no chase from the pack. Buffington now to the front. That was interesting from Perrin. I was not expecting that at all.
Yeah, that was interesting to come through that little downhill and get a nose in the front. But I can't help but think, the group is so big now. You're not really going to get away. They would have come down that fast. We can see them swamping over the top already. And it's just, you've got to be really careful and efficient with how you're using those watts. Dan said at the end of that women's race, there was a watt per kg difference between Eiley Gardner and Gabriela Guerrera. And Gabby did way better at the end. So there's team tactics, but there's also just, you've got to be efficient. You've got to sit in there. Maybe you want a little bit of camera time, and that's great, but it's not going to help at the end. You really need to save all those watts for this climb, because the gradient picks up so much you can't draft. As we're seeing Harvard Glendeans here from Norway coming to the front again, just at 6.5. I say just, but relatively speaking, not much higher than the pack behind. So yeah, it really is. I'm not sure why people are sort of doing these little micro attacks, I'd call them. They need to be a bit harder. As we see Ed Laverick, a bit more dangerous, and that is really high. That's 492, 500 watts going up. And like you said, Nathan, he's a good climber. He's someone to be aware of, and he is motivated today. He has attacked multiple times.
Yeah, I'm loving to see this from Ed Laverick. And Ed Laverick, he is one who likes the race of attrition, because he can do this over and over and over again at a high, steady power. Now, the reality is, though, these guys are going to be looking for the win out here, and I have a feeling we're going to see some of the fastest times we've ever seen up and over the top of Box Hill, even with the fatigue in the legs. So now Laverick being caught. Harvard Glendeans also going backwards as it's Johan Noren. Noren, known, Johan Noren and Lou Bates. Lou Bates got a bit more of an attritional kick than Noren, in my opinion, but I put him kind of in that same bucket here of riders who just like to make it extremely hard for as long as they possibly can for those 1 to 2 minute, even 3 minute kicks all the way through. Noren here, he's going to do this for as long as he can to string things out, and it's kind of a head play. Maybe he gets away and gets a win, but I have a feeling this is more about whittling it down to get as many riders off the back as he can early on, because he doesn't want a kick to the line with too many riders. I think he knows that other riders like Tugels, like Kaminsky, and Nikki Hogg, etc., are going to make this initial break, but he's willing to risk it here to put as many off the back and not sit around and let others be on the wheels, as it's going to level out here in just a second. So those who make this will get a little bit of rest or reprieve as you see it go to 4%, even 3%, and then we'll kick up again into the main second half of Box Hill.
Yeah, it's only 2 kilometers to go. They need to be really careful, though, because the top part of this, the last 300 to 400 meters is flat downhill. So you've got to attack. If you're a climber on these slopes that are 7, 8, 9, 10%, you cannot wait with a bunch this big, because the sprinters who are left, they're going to come past you. I just am surprised that we have not seen a real attack here from some of those riders. I'm looking at Lino Vujasan, I'm looking at Freddie Ovett, I'm looking at Jason Osborne, to just go a little bit earlier and trust themselves that they can hold on. 1.8 kilometers on this climb is not that far, and considering it's flat at the top, it's really only 1.4k, and someone's got to go. We are seeing an attack here though now from Johan Noren, up to 566 watts, 573, getting a little bit of daylight between him and Michael Kaminsky. 1.2 seconds though, 1.5. I like these early breaks. I think this is something that could work today if you can get ahead and get a bit of momentum on the down and use your 1 row that you have.
Also, Noren is a little further down on the overall, right? So some of these riders are going to be watching those that they have to beat to the line to get the points out of the riders who are near them in the overall, especially when it comes to the top riders in the championship overall at this point. Neil Fred doesn't necessarily have to worry about chasing this down. Obviously he wants to get as many points and many bodies between him and the others to the finish line, but I have a feeling that he's going to be sitting there and waiting for a sprint line. This is a very tactical finish as well. It has as it flattens out at the top, it has another bump or two, and then it's kind of 1% downhill for the last 200 meters. And so because of that, if you don't get enough space between you and the other riders before that 1% downhill, you can get swamped at the line. It is so big risk reward moments as we see Ruben Dart now making the move. Look at the face, the pain there as he closes it down, and here comes Paradigms. Was that a lead out for Jasper? I think it may have been.
Oh, you think so? I'm not sure. I think Ruben was going all in there to try and stay up because he's still pushing. He's still pushing up at that 570 watts. Michael Kaminsky up as well. Jasper Paradines, though, he knows what he's doing. He's gone pretty early, though, and the pack is not having it. They are sticking on him like glue as we see those Zwift Championship Trons coming through now. We've got Lionel Vujasan also coming out with Lennart Tugels. This really is the cream. Josh Harris, though, that's who I'm watching. That's who I believe has quite motivated for this one. He said it at the start of the show. He was really looking forward to this course. They've only got 672 meters to go. It's down to 5%. Like you said, a little kind of kicks, and then we've got a downhill to the line.
The finish is hard to see from the rider's perspective, actually. It's a right-hand turn and then a left-hand turn. You don't actually see the finish until you're in that last 300, 200 meters to go or so. Will we see an early kick here? It's very dangerous to go early because you end up just being a lead-out man, or do you get the gap that gets you all the way to the finish line? Thomas Gobert here now making his way to Vidar Mail there from the Movistar team. Here comes Kaminsky, 9 watts per kilogram, but not leading things out. Everybody sits up. They all know. Here come the aero power-ups. Those are very early aero power-ups, actually. Is this going to be too much too early? Big kicks coming through. Here comes Vidar Mail, Gel Power, Thomas Perrin now kicking to the line. The lead out there perhaps from Gel Power. Perrin now takes over at the front. Will it be Perrin? The speeds are absolutely insane, but Vujasan, will Lionel Vujasan just be able to hang on all the way to the line? No, it's Tugels. Tugels, I think, takes it down, or was it Freddie Ovid? It was so close. We got to go back to a photo finish on that one because Ovid versus Vujasan looks like what it was, but when it comes to Swiftcraft, it's no better than Vujasan a lot of times, but I think Ovid may have just had it at the line there, and yes, Tugels, Vujasan, Ovid, I think that was your top three there, Anna. What a kick.
I saw those arrows been dropped so early. It was like a game of chicken. One person dropped it, then another suddenly 20 people had dropped aero power-ups, and it was an all-out sprint with about 350 meters to go. But I think the reason for that was they were getting that bit of momentum. They're pulling up the momentum to get into that downhill with a lot of speed, and that's why we saw suddenly went from Lionel Vujasan and then swamped with 3 riders all around together at that finish. I'll be really interested to see those results as to who took it out. Like you said, it needs a photo finish. Now, that race did not play out how I had anticipated. I had anticipated a Josh Harris kind of hill climber move going up there, but like we saw in that volcano stage part, it kind of ends up just being a sprint. It's just a sprint at the top of a climb, and yeah, the aero power-ups. Great choice if you held on to it. Bad if you used it on that intermediate sprint and didn't get points because you needed those arrows at the end.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting is that because the level is so high and the difference between the riders is so minuscule at this point, you end up in a situation where the draft offers enough that everybody can kind of find a way to hang on, grab a wheel, hang on and grab a wheel. You can get countered, but you know you're able to just pull that little bit of extra to stay involved. And so because the level is so incredibly high at this point, you end up with situations like this where they have to just get that one little minor % of a sprint left in them to take it down. I am seeing that between Tugels and Ovid at the end, I think it was 0.006 of a second. That's how close we're talking. 6 thousandths of a second is the difference here, perhaps, in the finish. So obviously things are very close. I was a little surprised. I thought we would see a little bit more of separation, but I think that this is the strongest field we have ever seen in the Zwift Games on Zwift at the elite level. Honestly, I think it's going over and over again, year after year. We keep on with this discovery, as well as the specialization in this sport specifically is changing up the world, Anna.
Wow, Freddie Ovid takes it out. Like you said, that was unbelievably close with Lennart Tugels in second. Jason Osborne, amazing with the bonus points as well on the same points in third. Lionel Vujasan, 68 points in fourth. Fifth was Jasper Paradines. Neil Frayette in sixth. Josh Harris, he did well there, seventh. Ruben Don't, our winner from stage 3, in eighth. Solid result. Nicky Hug in ninth and Thomas Perrin in 10th.
Separated by a few thousandths of a second. That was pretty spectacular there at the end, wasn't it? And Neil Freyet there once again emphasising how important the intermediate points can be in this overall classification. As you can see, he was 6th overall on that stage there, but wasn't in the top 10 on the climb and the finish line just a few moments ago. Will be very interesting to see how that affects the overall standings at the Zwift Games after what's now 4 stages for the men, because as we saw on screen during that race, Freyet had gone in front of Jasper Paradines, who had been leading going into today's races. I'll come back to you in the commentary boxes in your various positions around the world. I'm with you guys. I thought we were going to see a lot more separation on that final climb up Box Hill to the finish, partly because in the race that I did on that yesterday, we were all over the place, even at half the speed. But like you said, Nathan, things are so close amongst the top riders in terms of watts per kilo, and Box Hill is not the steepest climb, so perhaps they were just a bit tentative, thinking they didn't want to waste their energy before they got to that sprint finish.
Yeah, perhaps, I think that a lot of riders were reserving. We didn't see a bottom to top type effort, right? The only ones we really saw, throw their hats in the ring for any kind of attacks early on. We saw Johan Noren, we saw Ruben Dant, Jasper Paradines as well, making moves early on. But everybody else, I think, kind of trusting following wheels, saving those arrows. You saw how many arrows we had at the end, actually, too. So tons of riders were actually anticipating that sprint to the line and that it would all stick together. So very difficult to drop riders off at this point at those 5-minute type efforts because it is so incredibly close. Definitely an interesting one with Neil Freyet taking 15th, as you had mentioned there, on the first across the line, the count back on that, but then the big 10 points. This is getting interesting. This is changing things up a lot about how this is going to play out on the count back on points, because Neil Freyet is keeping himself in this with intermediate sprints.
Yeah, you mentioned there all the aero power-ups that we saw being deployed with about 400 metres to go. A quick question actually before I go on to something else. Do they have to deploy the power-ups themselves, or have they got somebody alongside that does it when they want it? So I'll go to you, Anna, on that.
Okay. Depends how forgiving your spouse or children or a friend are, I guess. If they want to help you with your race, they might sit there and help you deploy the power up. Now, when you sort of have the Zwift game controllers, it is very easy to do yourself, even when in a sprint position. But I would say, more back before we had that technology, you would have someone sitting there, really just the risk of, to be honest, your sweat dropping onto the keyboard or your phone and inadvertently activating those power-ups. So having someone there with maybe the phone a bit further away from you was the way you could do it.
Yeah, well, certainly a lot of sweating going on in these very intense races. The point I was going to make, though, was that a couple of notable riders obviously wouldn't have had that aero power-up available to them at the finish there, because they used it at the all-important intermediate sprint. There we saw Jason Osborne, the world champion. He went for a long one and he looked like he was good to get the 10 points. But Nathan, Neil Freyet, he's got some sprint on him, hasn't he? He came from almost nowhere at warp speed and went past the world champion by the line.
He's got some of the best timing in game, for sure. It was a big risk, and you can't anticipate whether or not that speed's just going to be too much from the person breaking away. If I were in that situation, I probably would have done the same thing, being that I know that I would not be able to hang on all the way to the top of the climb and get the most points out of my climb. I think the big risk reward there is that you're going to get more out of those 10 points than you're going to get at the top, and Freyet was correct about that. I mean, you've got the points differentiation. Nobody else is getting 10 points, right? Nobody else is getting even close to what you are at that moment. Only Osborne and the third place with that 5 and 3. So it's a great way to separate yourself. Whereas, if you're coming to the line with a big group, you're only going to separate 1 point between those that are more equally matched with you. So I think it's a good use of that aero power by Freyet and good tactics.
It was Michał Kaminski, the Polish rider, who took the 3 points by coming third across the line at the intermediate sprint, which I think we're going to look back on now. Look at the speed difference, Anna. That was quite incredible, wasn't it?
He just came out of nowhere. He got shot out of a cannon, Freyet, using that. I did actually see Lionel Vujason sort of have a go at the sprint and didn't deploy the aero, and I think just sat back and let that go past him in the end. But yeah, this is where we saw the flat portion of the race, just heading into the early stages of the climb. This is probably the part that surprised me the most. We had a few little attacks from the in here, but nothing really that stuck. No one was hitting huge numbers to get away. Now, maybe the climb is a little bit more draftable, especially around these corners where it's only about 4 to 5%. But I think everyone just knew with the flat finish, it was a little bit easier to stay in the pack. But yeah, it was really surprising to me we didn't see the likes of Josh Harris go for an early move.
The road surface is a lot better on Zwift than it is in real life, I can tell you that. That was the winner of the first round just a few moments ago that we saw on screen just for a few seconds there. In terms, sorry, I should remember his name, shouldn't I? The ex-runner. Now, in terms of some of the efforts that we saw quite a lot of Ed Laverick today, as we were rewatching the finish here, which was incredibly close. We saw a couple of other tentative moves off the front, including Thomas Perrin. I was also quite surprised about. I made a note here wondering whether it was a case of TV time. You know, we often talk about that in pro racing, where the early break, they get their names and they get their sponsors on television, the commentators talking about them, etc. Is there anything in that, or do you think it was entirely down to team tactics and helping the riders that they had behind?
Well, for me, I think that for Perrin, that really surprised me. Like, Perrin is a great climber. So either Perrin's just not feeling his legs and he said, look, team, I'm going to give it a go here and see what happens, because Perrin is somebody I would be like saying he's going to be in it for the win at the end. So that just really, really surprised me. Now, the Ed Laverick situation, I think it's the TV time maybe a little bit, but I think his best chance is a breakaway with a big gap. That's what he's looking for. He is looking for a breakaway situation to get away with.
He's a very popular rider, isn't he? Actually, at home, you might notice that there's a thumbs up icon next to the riders as we see them on the graphic on screen, and a number next to that. That is a ride-on, so it's essentially like a like on social media, which you can give the riders of your choice or multiple riders. He, at one point I noted, had 85 ride-ons, which was significantly more than pretty much any other rider. He's built up quite the following, Ed Laverick, online, Anna, hasn't he?
Yeah, he definitely does. He's personality to have in the sport. And yeah, like Nathan said, I don't think for him it's the TV time. I think that's, you know, him actually trying to put in a move, because we saw that in stage 3 as well. Oh, the likes of James Barnes in the first 2 kilometres of the race, heading off and putting in an attack. Yeah, I'd say that's kind of like a TV time move. He wants to get his next jersey out there on the broadcast. So it keeps it spicy. It keeps it interesting. But for Ed and even a couple of the attacks that went up during the climb, we saw from the Norwegian rider as well. I think they were, you know, really actually trying to get away. It's just the class of these riders and how good they are. It's so high now, they just wouldn't let them get away. And I did actually see on that replay you had, though, Josh Harris was around that 5th or 6th position over the line. So he was right there, which was great for him, because he's not known as a sprinter, which it pretty much ended in. So a good job from him too, but probably not the win he was after.
No, maybe not, but we can now, I believe, take a look at how the overall standings look after the 2 climb races that we've had today. In fact, this is after all 4 stages that we've had so far. So Jasper Paradines, the Belgian, back on top, albeit only the 3 points in front of Neil Freyet, who did so well there to get the 10 points at the intermediate sprint. The aforementioned Josh Harris that Anna was just talking about, he's already still very much up there as well in the hunt for the overall victory. He's just 5 points off the lead in 3rd. Ruben Dont, great day for him. He remains in 4th place there, so he's moved up a couple of places. Then it's Vujasin, Jason Osborne in 6th, the world champion. Another Belgian, Lennart Tergors, is in 7th, so 3 Belgians in the top 7. The Polish rider Michał Kaminski is in 8th from 241. Thomas Gobert is in 9th, the Frenchman, and Nicky Hug, the Swissman, is in 10th place overall. So a difference of 33 points from 1st to 10th, with one stage left to go. And that, to remind you, is a stage that we're showcasing next week from 1700 GMT, which is the Epic Championships. However, the top 5 men and the top 5 women from today's 2 stages will go into the Climb Showdown, which we'll explain to you a little bit later on. These are the riders, though, that will be racing again tonight. Most can afford to relax and get into the shower. But Freddie Ovett, Lennart Turgels, Ruben Dont, Lionel Vuyasin and Neil Freyet have all made their way into the Climb Showdown. So we'll be getting to see them in action in a very short but very intense race a little bit later on this evening. First up, though,
That's
obviously
exciting.
we've got stage 4. Sorry, we've got stage 4 of the women's race to come. Again, I'm going to ask you the same thing I asked Hannah and Nathan last week, Hannah. What do you think the women's races will have learnt from what they've just seen in the men's stage 4?
I do think this women's race is going to be very different because I think, unlike the men's where we saw a big group coming off that first climb, I don't think we're going to see that in the women. I think there's clearly a group of probably 8 to 10 maybe who can make it up over that first climb and carry on for the rest of the race. So it will play out a lot differently from what we just saw, I think.
I think we can take a lot, can't we, from stage 3, where a group of 6 prize themselves off the front up the Volcano KOM. A very elite group of 6 it was as well, including the eventual winner, Lou Bates, of the stage itself. Will we see Lucy Charles-Barkley going on the attack early again? Might well do. Just to remind you, this is a stage that has 2 climbs that are both about 3 kilometres in length, one of which comes very near the start. So maybe it's going to split up right near the beginning. We're about to find out. I'll hand you back to the commentators.
Classic Zwift start. Up and out of the saddle, a little bit of a punch of the watts to get up to speed and find yourself in the pack and maybe cover any movement, as we see Elise Gallegos in the upper right there from Wahoo with the nice camera she's got there that moves for itself. Track the rider. Some of the setups, as we saw those setups there, Anna, definitely getting some high tech, aren't they?
That is crazy high tech to have a camera that follows you around. That's amazing. As we see the women now, they're hitting these sort of flat areas of London before they go into the subway. This is where we saw James Barnes head off and do his little attack before the climb. Don't think we'll see that in the women's race. Did just see Celine Del Carmen Alvarado from the Alpecin team. She was just near the front, the Phoenix team, I should say. She might be a bit more motivated in this one. I was keeping an eye on her on the last stage. Didn't see her near the front, but here she is. Maybe she's got a little bit of Zwift craft and knows what she's doing, heading near the front. And she'll look forward to these climbs, being the good sort of long, intense effort, bit different to cyclocross, but the training will have set her up well for that.
Yeah, 100%. You know, cyclocross definitely has those punchy efforts. We'll see how it goes on Fox Hill. Talking about support, you can see Lou Bates has got the support there, hanging out next to her, making sure everything is set up correctly. You know, you mentioned the sweat coming down and maybe hitting a power-up accidentally. I don't think I've ever been more angry at my phone than accidentally throwing a power-up necessarily in a Zwift race.
It is the most frustrating thing ever, and I've actually seen it a couple of times already happen in today's racing where there's just been a very random point that the power-up has been dropped, and I'm like, oh no, that's an inadvertent push of the button. But yeah, having the Zwift plays has really helped me because you actually really got to push the buttons. As we see, Lucy Charles-Barkley and Britt Lytton, these two are stuck together like glue across all of these stages. Lucy Charles has headed off on a raid, going on this downhill, using the downhill momentum, 54 kilometers an hour, 62 to get in and get a bit of a gap off the group already straight away. 3 seconds ahead of Nicole Mayer and Celine Del Carmen Alvarado, who is a favorite here for me, being a huge cyclocross watcher. To see her chasing as well is phenomenal. And Maddie LaRue, who is the rider I'm going to watch pretty closely because we all know she's a good climber.
Interesting. I like how Britt Lytton and Lucy Charles-Barkley kind of know each other now for this. They're kind of getting into, all right, you like to make moves? I like to make moves. Let's go ahead and make some moves off the front here. Lucy Charles-Barkley, I think, was expecting Britt Lytton to do a little bit of work there as she was down to 3 watts per kilogram. It didn't come through, so now Lucy Charles-Barkley being forced to really put the effort down to hold on to any kind of a gap. And Going to be a tough one, though, here to hold on to this with 4 seconds. It was a lot of effort, and they're about to hit an all-out climb. But we saw Lucy Charles-Barkley in stage 3 just a moment ago, or a few moments ago. We saw her able to come back to the main pack after this kind of attack. I mean, she's just trying to keep things as hard as they possibly can, it seems to me.
Yeah, the difference with this climb is that if they do ride this slightly easier, like we saw in the men's race when they hit this climb the first time, is that she can hold high watts for a sustained period. She's a triathlete, as is Britt Lytton, actually. Britt raced in the 70.3 World Championships last year in December, so she is also very good at sustained power efforts. But I do think they kind of know from the Volcano that Lucy wasn't able to stay ahead, so they're not super worried. As we see Eilidh Gardner, as Dan told us earlier, holding so many QOMs all around the world. Very impressed. She's got the I was going to say Alpe de Zwift, but the Alpe d'Huez QOM. That is super impressive. She's chasing now. She's coming up fairly close, 8 seconds behind. 4% gradient, big pack behind them. They're just happy to let this group hang in the front.
Yeah, and as you can see, Eilidh Gardner just probably looking for position at this point is what she's really thinking about, because as you get into this 2% gradient, you do not want to be the one doing the work necessarily, and at the same time, you don't want to find yourself going backwards. So it's this touch and go. How much effort do I put in to make sure I'm in the right position, and how much do I try and reserve before the climb? You do not want to go. I mean, every last little bit can matter if you're trying to hang on. Those last couple of meters. Coming up and over the top of Fox Hill, it can be the difference of what you threw down at the bottom all the way to the top, if it's going to be whether or not you hang on with any of the big attacks. So now with 12 seconds, it's a good gap, but they're within sight. I'm not sure it's going to hang on. It's 11% gradient as we get into the real work of Fox Hill.
Yeah, exactly. I can see Britt up out of the saddle pushing, pretty low cadence there, 60 RPM, really stomping down on those pedals. She's in Whakatane in New Zealand. You can see the garage door open. It'll be very hot and humid as well. So it's a tricky one for her, sort of just staying on Lucy Charles-Barkley. I think Lucy will just detonate now and just go ahead. She was up around 5.8 watts a kg. Britt is pushing really, really hard here, and this is kind of it for her. Like if she doesn't make it up and over this climb, that's a race. So she may as well work as hard as she can. But like I said, Lucy has chosen this time to detach. She's going her own. She's at 6.2, 356 watts. Crazy effort up this 10% grade. And we can now see the peloton behind stretching out. So it's not that teardrop shape. It's really coming into that straight line as we see some riders just moving off the back so quickly.
Lucy Charles-Barkley, level 100 Zwifter, obviously very experienced, puts a lot of time in on the platform, has a racing score of 647. That's a pretty awesome racing score, honestly. Great job here from Lucy Charles-Barkley. As she continues on, I kind of like what she's done here. This initial her own rhythm may give her a big advantage to hang on all the way to the top, because now that they've backed off behind her, she can just stay within that rhythm, 5 watts per kilogram. She's probably going to get a little bit of gap again here, even at this moment as she kicks a little more, as they all look at each other behind. This could set up Lucy Charles-Barkley to make it over the second kick here of Fox Hill. Great job by Charles-Barkley.
It is good. I mean, keeping in mind, though, there aren't any points at the top. So she's putting in a big effort, but I don't think she would have been dropped anyway with the size of this group. It is sort of showing similar to the men's race. The group size is quite big at a 4% gradient. We're seeing Mika Soderstrom, prolific Zwifter. She's amazing, from the Swedish Zwifters crew. Now she's riding up out of the saddle like this, 403 watts, 74 RPM, so a little bit faster than we've seen some of the other riders. But yeah, this part is draftable. She needs to get onto Lucy Charles-Barkley, have support there. They're only 3 seconds ahead now. Nicole Mayer, Kate McCarthy, Eilidh Gardner, all pushing from that main pack. And someone I'm seeing floating around there too is Ashley Millman-Passio. She's right near the front of that pack, and that shows that she's pretty motivated in this race. We saw it in the last race. She made that front pack. Looks like she's trying to do the same here.
Now, as we get into the second half of this, Mika able to come across. Great job by her. And this is a good setup for Mika to try and take some points, actually, on the sprint section if they do stay away. I'm not sure that's going to be happening with such a large pack right on their heels. Mika, the Swedish national champion with kit in-game as well as in kit in real life there. As you can see, she's riding for the Wahoo team out there today as well. So this may be a setup for Eiley Gardner and Gabriella Guerra, maybe in a way where Mika can try and get away and steal some points away out up front. I mean, she's one of the best sprinters, especially in a downhill situation. But now you see Wahoo all making the way. 3 Wahoo riders up toward the front. And here goes Eiley Gardner and Gabriella Guerra. Big kick up over the top. Who's going to hang on with this one?
It looks like, again, what we thought at the beginning would be a group from around 8 to 12 people, as we're seeing some riders just really getting shed out the back now. Looks like a very similar group to what we had over the Volcano QOM in stage 3. So Eiley Gardner leading out Gabriella Guerra, Kate McCarthy right on those wheels. She's not going to let them go. And I've got to say, a bit of a silent assassin and Maria Holdcroft. We haven't mentioned her much in the last stage, but she is right up there playing for those championship points. And Ashley Passio, Mika Soderstrom also just there. This group may have a little bit of a gap, but I think the ones behind with Catherine Fura, is that right? 4 seconds off the pace. That is not a good position for her to be in.
No, as Guerra now kicks up over the top. Watts per kilogram from Guerra. She rolls it here. Gardner trying to hang on, and there's the gap now at this point. This is hang on or be dropped kind of a moment, it looks like, as Fur is off the base now. Guerra now continues on 5.7 into a super tuck real quickly there, up in that 62, 63 even kilometers per hour, and then continues with the punch. Gardner now chasing actually a little bit, interesting enough, as Kate McCarthy sits on the wheel of Eiley Gardner.
I've got to say, Nathan, and you'll probably have the inside word on this, why would Gabby have done that? Why would she have come over the top at such a big pace, knowing there was a little pack behind that could catch her on this type of a downhill? Was she hoping to go for a really early breakaway? What was the motivation there?
I think it was looking for an early breakaway, perhaps a little bit of miscommunication between the team there, because if one rider's going, don't chase your teammate. Kind of a situation. So I have a feeling perhaps, or maybe the plan was for Eiley and Guerra to get away. Eiley then not realizing that the gap was already there and that Guerra should be given the space. That's most likely what ended up happening there. And now, though, we've got a group all together. I think this is all going to come back together. What they were looking for does not look like it's going to necessarily happen unless they press on. Now, look, Eiley now presses on. They don't want the catch to be made here. McCarthy looks motivated maybe to work together. Yes, she is. 7 watts per kilogram. So McCarthy's very interested in this staying away. They're working together. I didn't think they were going to work together with this 4 seconds, but at 4 seconds, they could make this stick.
Do you know why they're motivated? Catherine Fura is 5 seconds back. They do not want her getting back up to this group, and this is why we're seeing Kate McCarthy working, and she'll get Eiley Gardner and I believe Gabriella working for her as well, because they could just have, imagine that, if Catherine Fura does not make this group, that is a huge points haul that will go to this front group of 5 riders, and Catherine Fura, best place will be 6th. Huge change there in the points system.
Yeah, Guerra goes to the front there with a big super tuck. Ashley Passio also making this front group. That's massive for Roca Corba here now, and it looks like they're all working together into the super tuck. Ashley Passio to the front. Actually slowing things down, though, interesting enough, rather than keeping the speed high. Maybe the Zwiftcraft is the situation there, because if you're over that 60 and you're at the front, keep the speed going, because you can see the group down below with Nicole Meyer only at 60 kilometers per hour. 61 there from the lead group with Maria Holcroft, but they're not rolling through the way they should. If you keep pedaling on the front, the speed does not go as high as it needs to. So they need this slingshot effect over and over again. And you can see Mika there doing it absolutely perfectly as she rolls through, gets into the super tuck, and keeps the speed very high.
And look at what that's doing. 9 seconds now back to Catherine Fura's group. She will be worried, but the interesting thing I'm finding is she's not moving to the front. She's not pushing the pace of that chase pack. I thought she would be panic stations there when it was sitting at around, 5 seconds. She could have made it. She could have made the junction, but she didn't. And now that's blown out to 10 seconds. And this is a group that will work. We've got 2 teammates in Eiley Gardner and Gabriella Guerra. We've got 2 teammates with Ashley Passio and Kate McCarthy. So there is motivation here and there's tactics at play, and I believe they'll just stay away now. 10 seconds.
3 Wahoo riders as well. Lots of tactics can play out here, right? We've got Mika Soderstrom is in there. We've got Eiley Gardner and we've got Gabriela Guerra. So those 3, they're definitely going to be thinking, how can we make this play out to our greatest advantage? How do we get as many of these riders with the highest positions, the most points, take points away? I mean, there's another situation here too, where Mika Soderstrom is such a good sprinter. We might have a situation where Mika's trying to steal points away to the better of Guerra. I mean, or, also having Maria Holcroft there, who's sitting in 2nd overall, trying to grab points away there as well. I mean, there's a lot of games that can be played here because Eiley Gardner and Mika are not as high up in the overall, but Guerra currently sitting, I believe it's in 4th place right now. There's going to be all kinds of motivations mixed up in this front group.
Yeah, exactly. And this is where the DS is so important, because the DS is, you might have to sacrifice a racer, you might have to sacrifice one of the sprinters, like you said, to take points away from the likes of Kate McCarthy, because we know Kate McCarthy is going to be going all in for these bonus points. She said it at the start, how important they are to her. So if you can get those away from her, immediately you're at an advantage. So we can see Ashley Mollman-Pasio in camera here. I'm really impressed with how she is racing. We know she's got Milan-San Remo, the first women's edition, next week. And this is similar kind of riding, right? These punchy big hills, kicking over the top, keeping a gap away. She's looking pretty good, actually, for how...
100%. Now, interesting enough, they brought it back to 4 seconds at this point. Nicole Meyer and Lucy Charles Barkley working together. They are teammates. Next presented by Short. So that's the situation behind here, where Nicole Meyer and Lucy Charles Barkley are actually working for a lot of other riders in that backpack here. They are confident in their ability, but here goes Kate McCarthy trying to keep it steady where she can. 9 watt per kilogram kick up and over the top. There's 10 watts per kilogram, and the point there is to keep the speed as high as possible here and try and keep this gap away. Kate McCarthy now pressing up into 6 watts per kilogram. Big kick from her here as Guerra covers Bates right on the wheel here, and that's going to open things right back up, and it's going to be difficult now from this point forward for them to come back if this pack stays motivated and on it, because that sting in the legs over the top of that underground kick, it really is difficult if you're already off the back, then have to go into those big numbers and hold on to a pace. Eiley Gardner back to the front, 4.9. It's touch and go, though, with that backpack. They seem motivated here, Anna.
Well, they're going to have to be motivated. This could be Catherine Fura's Zwift Championship points gone. If she has Gabby and Kate up the road who are ahead of her, that's it. She's got to work. And I'm surprised to not see her working a little bit more. I think she's being a touch complacent, that they'll just get back on, or maybe she's just trusting that Lucy Charles Barkley will do the power work for her. But 7.5 seconds now, like you said, it was down to 4 seconds, and they came out. Kate McCarthy pushed really hard up that bit out of the tunnel, pushed hard over the top. We see Mika Soderstrom riding at 5 here, 332 watts for a while, and they've got to start taking turns. They've got to start pulling together. It's almost like a team time trial of this group at the front to make sure that they keep this gap. It's at 7.7 behind now, 7.7 seconds. And at some point, you just hope that they'll lose motivation before they hit the climb, and that's when it'll blow out. 8 seconds now, maybe it'll blow out to around 20 at the base of the climb, and they'll be feeling really good about that.
8.4 seconds. Nicole Meyer continues to do the work. It is next presented by Insured, and I think the reality of the triathlon with Lucy Charles Barkley and the reality of Nicole Meyer just willing to be absolutely there to work for Lucy Charles Barkley, it looks like to me. Catherine Furr sees that and sees that she doesn't have to do necessarily a whole lot of work through this section to keep it within striking distance, perhaps. Maybe she'll try and jump across through one of these sections. That could be a play. It's a big risk of a play here at this point, but things calming down at the front now a little bit. Eiley Gardner now 4.2 watts per kilogram on a little bit of an uphill. Big question marks about the hit on this little uphill. Can they close something down? This is the next section, of course, where they could, but Gardner now to the front, 7.7. Mika also right there. Big push from the two of them in order to keep these speeds high and hold that gap.
Yeah, and look at this gap now as we're watching the chase pack. Catherine Fura, eyes on her. She's in panic mode. She is behind. She's trying to sort of find the right mix of conserving energy in this group, but motivating to keep the speed high so they catch up. Now, unfortunately for the group ahead, they were trying really hard, and I think they've realized with only 5 seconds back now, they will get caught because it's in sight, and we're seeing Catherine Fura she's risky again. She's sitting behind at fourth wheel while there's a rider going off the front. Lucy Charles-Barclay, she needs to get up on that wheel. I feel like she's just being a little bit too relaxed here in how she's playing this.
Yeah, it's interesting to see here. Only 3 seconds now. It looks like the catch is going to be made. How much effort has been used? I don't know. Fur's at 173 beats per minute right now. The heart rate's pretty high. She may be suffering a lot, perhaps, too. Maybe on the day here, just having a little bit of fatigue, perhaps, after that first race. We see Gabriela Guerra now to the front. Ashman Wynne-Pastio now covering that very quickly. Interesting, just trying to keep the pace high. It looks like still at the front end. Nobody's actually made the absolute catch just yet, which is very interesting. They're about to start looking at each other, I feel like, for the sprint. It's going to be like just 1K to go as they come underneath this banner, not to the finish of the whole stage, but to the 10, 5, and 3 points that they're all going to be so desperately wanting.
Yeah, exactly. Now, will Lucy Charles come through and counterattack? I hoped she would have done this on stage 3. It looks like she hasn't. She worked really hard to get up there, but we're seeing a little sort of push on the front from Mika Soderstrom. This is that long flat, like you said, 1 kilometre till that sprint banner, and we saw in the men's race how competitive that was. Question is, the aero is so vitally important for this stage at the end of that climb where it flattens out. Who is going to use an aero now and jeopardise their finish?
Yeah, it's going to be a big question. I mean, there's 10 points. 10 points is massive here. And all of the finish places, that's what's going to matter more than anything else, actually, for this part right here, because you're matched up with all of these other riders that are near you here. I don't know. It's a big question mark. Do you use it? Don't you use it? Do you think you can get more points on the finish line that you can get here? If you use the aero power up here, it's a big risk for your finish, and whether or not you've got the climbing legs, that's going to be the question. Oh, it's a tough one to ask here, but here we go. Right into this sprint for the 10 points. Up and out of the saddle. The riders are going to be absolutely flying. The big kicks are starting here. 12 watts per kilogram for McCarthy. McCarthy kicks 14 watts per kilogram. Mika Soderstrom now using her aero power. Mika looks to be taking this one down. McCarthy uses it. There it is. 10 points for McCarthy with the aero power up.
Wow, she used her aero power up, and I've got to say, I didn't see Guerra use hers. Now, that is really risky from Kate McCarthy. She's going to have to do something pretty special on the next climb. As we see, that was Kate McCarthy, Maria Holdcroft, Gabriela Guerra, I think got 3 points without the use of the aero. I just think Kate, she had such a huge gap on the group there. I don't think she needed to use it. I don't think she needed to use the aero. She could have saved it.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder if it was the move or not the move. Can she hang on all the way to the finish line? Maybe she knows that as far as pure climbing goes, Gardner and some of the others here are going to get... I think as far as the risk goes, that's a bigger reward for Kate McCarthy, knowing what this group is at this point. Look, how many bodies can you put between you and the rest of the points up in this lead group? It's only going to be 7 points difference. She just grabbed 10. Right, so it's actually between her and her main competition, Maria Holdcroft, as well as Gabriela Guerra, she actually grabbed probably a bigger point differentiation with those 10 points than she may get at the finish line if she's not feeling it for the climb. So even if everybody beats her up this, she actually can evenly match her biggest competition with those 10 points. I think it was a good reward.
Okay, I tend to agree. And while we've been talking all about that, 20 seconds to that chase group behind that has previous winner Catherine Fura. 20. So when we saw before, and I was just wondering what Catherine was doing, but you said, her heart rate was really high. Maybe she was just too gassed to get on Lucy Charles-Barclay's wheel, but she could see them. She was literally 3 seconds behind them. And because they came into that sprint so fast, she just could not catch up and make the break. And she's using an aero here, which is just, I don't understand why you would use an aero in this part of the race unless she's accidentally tapped that, because she's going to need for all her points to win this chase bunch sprint. I just feel like it's maybe not her day. I feel like there's just little mistakes being made here, and that's what tends to happen when your heart rate's so high. You think, I won't quite chase and make on that group. I drop an aero power up at the wrong time. It's unfortunate. We're seeing her there with that gold Tron, and she's in the chase pack, and now they're 17 seconds back, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to make that before the climb.
What's crazy here? I gotta mention Lucy Charles-Barclay making the juncture. Think, just a few moments ago, she was not involved in this lead group. she has been phenomenal. And this has kind of been her story through both of these stages. Go off the front, hang on, or just barely get dropped, come back and get back involved at the front pack. And I mean, she has just been the most aggressive rider, I would say. I would definitely give her that over and over again. And then she's, making these groups and clawing her way back involved. I mean, she is so consistent today. I'm loving what we're seeing. And now on the attack again.
Yeah, she's seen that group behind is now only 14 seconds back. She won't want them back on. She needs that gap to get the highest position she can in this top 8. I do just want to mention here, Maria Holdcroft, kind of, like I said before, a bit of a silent assassin. Now, she's in this main group as well. Now, she's just very consistent. And that's what you need for this Zwift championship, right? These Zwift games is you just need the constant getting the points here and there. She could be looking at a top 3. We always talk about, the Gabriella Guerra, the Kate McCarthy, Lou Bates won the last one. She's sort of silently going on, getting her points, racking them up. She's always there or thereabouts.
Yeah, Maria Holdcroft, 4th at World Championships. So, she is looking for, that breakthrough. She is top ranks, definitely top ranks, but getting an absolute win, that's where things, across all of these riders and showing her just day of dominance. Watch out for Maria Holdcroft. She has been on the rise. She's been putting the work in and time again recently making her way to the top. If you're just joining us, I do want to really quick let everybody know we are on the second stage of the day for the women. It's stage 4 Zwift Games overall throughout the entirety of the championship. This is our second weekend of racing. We already saw the men race their 2 stages for the day, and they will be going into their showdown after this race. The ladies now on to their second stage of the day. It's stage number 4 overall. This is the Climb Championship. They still have Box Hill in front of them, and then they will take the top 5 on today's 2 stages into the showdown for the Climb Championships. This is the ZwiftGames.com dashboard. You can head on over to ZwiftGames.com and get all your information about the Zwift Games and find the dashboard over there as well. And you can see where the groups are with the time gaps. You can see the time gaps between the riders and their positions currently out on course. And you can see the rider cams on the right-hand side of the favorites out there on the day. Absolutely awesome what Zwift has put together for us as we head into our final climb. 4.7 kilometers to go, just about, I'd say, 1.5 K or so to go until we hit the bottom of Box Hill as Catherine Furr is on the front trying to make a chase to keep her racing alive. 8 seconds. They've calmed down in the front group, haven't they, Anna?
Yeah, they have come down. I think what they're hoping is that they'll get to the base of the climb, which is about 1.5 K away. And they've obviously dropped this group for a reason, right? They've dropped this group because they weren't as quick the first time up. We're going to see them go up faster this time. So I don't believe they're too concerned with this group behind, as we're seeing it being led by Nicole Mayer, who has been domestique, extraordinaire today. She seems to always be on the front, pushing around that 4.8 to 5 watts there. So she's doing really well, but I think it was a bit too little too late for these guys. They needed to sit in the pack and recover. And Catherine Furr now just has to limit her losses. She needs to win this group behind. As we shift our attention to that main pack, they're going through the tunnel part, down that steep escalator bit, and they'll be hitting, like we saw in the men's race, sort of the early slopes where it's not too steep. It's sort of that 4% grade. Now, in the men's, we saw that basically the group just hold together and have a sprint finish. I do not believe we're going to see this with the women's racing. I think we're going to see what's happening right now is Ashley Moore-Pasio going off early so Kate can relax in the pack behind. What do you think, Nathan?
Yeah, I think you're right. Gabriella Guerra having to make the cover there, it looks like, as she makes her way to the front, moving past Hill, now really ramping things up. And I think that is for Kate McCarthy to make sure that somebody has to chase her down and put the heart rates up a little bit of that Wahoo team. While Kate can just sit in the wheels, keep the heart rate low, and wait for her moment to get up and over the top of this climb. The big question mark here now at this point is who's got the absolute power to the top. It's a 3.3 kilometers to the finish line now for the Climb Championship stage number 2, and that's all about who will win this overall today, as well as who goes into the showdown. That's what today is all about. As Kate McCarthy now makes her way to the front, and then it's going to be Lucy Charles Barkley still here. Will the race of attrition and her steady power be able to keep her involved all the way to the line? It's a big question mark about how these ladies are going to take this on.
Yeah, and I guess it's a good point you made there, Nathan. They do have the showdown to think about too. 5 of these riders will make it through to that showdown, which is coming up next. So are there some who just, they don't mind if they don't, make a breakaway, or they leave it till the end, or, third place is okay for today, I'm ahead on points. Maybe they don't have that drive to really take this out because they're thinking about the next showdown, which they do want to take out. That's somewhat what we saw with Kate McCarthy last week, where she wasn't the points winner, but she did win the showdown. So we saw Ashley Moolman-Pasio just dropping off the pace a little bit there. It was surprising. It was almost like she sort of skipped a pedal beat or something. She's back now, and with Lucy Charles-Barclay, it looks like she's just going to drop off. The elastics shifting. Eileen Gardner, though, pushing pace at the front. It'd be interesting to know if she actually has the QOM in real life on this climb on Strava. I wouldn't be surprised with all the other QOMs she has.
Gardner now to the front, 6.2 watts per kilogram steady. Maria Holdcroft looking to hang on. Lou Bates also at the back, though. The coalition rider, will she be able to hang on to this pace from Eileen Gardner as it kicks into 8%? Bates now grabbing back on terms as Gardner steady, 5.9 at the front. Maria Holdcroft now looking to take over. It looks like 6 watts per kilogram. Looks like that's going to be the effort that's required in order to hang on with this one, because Eileen says, hang on, it's rocket ship time.
Yeah, exactly. She's on the front pushing a good pace there. It was around 6 watts per kilogram. And then we have Gabby just nicely sitting in the wheels, just sort of chilling around 4th position, P4, P5. I do think that Ashley Moolman-Pasio is not looking as strong on this climb. She's sort of yo-yoing back and forth on the back there. Lou Bates, amazing though, if we consider how well she did in the last race, where she just went early and held it on. That could be a strategy for her now as well. Kilometers to go, she must be thinking, wow, I am in a great position to go a little bit early with that aero power up and just do a rinse and repeat of what I did in the last race.
Yeah, 100%. That's a great point, actually, is that Lou Bates, you take her to the line, and it might not be about the absolute kick. If Lou Bates, takes everybody else into a lead-out situation, but she doesn't necessarily have that 14 or 13 quick kick, but she's definitely got that, what we saw, 11 watt per kilogram kick early on. And with the way that things flatten out here, she likes to kick it over the top and carry speed over the top rather than a sharp punch on a flattened out section. We do see Lucy Charles-Barclay now with 8.8 seconds or so back at this point. She's going to look to hang on and hold off Kimberly Hoekstra and the rest of that group behind for that 8th place and back. So currently with 7th, that's a great race on the day. And if she could just hold on to the finish line at this steady effort she's putting out, she's going to be able to grab some good points for her overall. Now things slowing down at this 5% gradient, because this is where things are a little more draftable. It's going to kick up a little bit, but this whole second half is fairly draftable all the way to the top and then to level out. So it's going to be interesting tactics here from all the way to the top.
Yeah, exactly. They've all sort of just come together, and that enabled Ashley Moolman-Pasio to get back in touch. She was yo-yoing at the back, but that slowdown, and it might slow down even a little bit more here because it really flattens off when they go around these corners. It's like Alpe d'Huez in real life. It's sort of like flat on the corners and then steep up the straights. As we see Lou Bates edge her wheel out to the front, it's all getting a little bit cagey with 1.5k to go. No one's really hitting over that sort of 5 watts a kilogram mark, are they? They're just staying together, looking at each other, and Lucy Charles-Barclay, meanwhile, is riding really hard and catching up.
Big kick from Eileen Gardner now up into 7 watts per kilogram real quickly there. That's interesting. Looking to maybe break everybody, just testing the legs. Maria Holdcroft now covers, it looks like. Now Kate McCarthy up into 7, covering the move as well. Maria Holdcroft sitting second wheel. I think Gardner here now really wants to try and break things apart. She doesn't want to carry too many with her to the line, most likely will not have the punch to the line of some of these other riders, so looks to try and make a break early on. Not going to be happening as she's quickly covered by Kate McCarthy. There's only 1.1k to go to the line here, so now it's all for broke, I think, if you do make any kind of moves, because it's going to really put you on the back foot to have any kind of kick if you do not get a gap between yourself and the rest of these riders here. So with Maria Holdcroft at the front, watching everyone. There's plenty left in these riders still, with only 900 meters or so to go.
Now, what positioning do you want here? Do you want to be right where Gabrielle Aguirre is and Eileen Gardner, which is on the wheels, to see when the aero power-ups are dropped? That's sort of where I'd want to be. I'd want to know, because you want to know when someone drops it and then you drop it just a bit later. So you've got it a bit closer to the finish line, right? And we saw in the men's race, they were dropped so early and it had a ricochet effect where suddenly everybody dropped it and you're all racing together with the aero power up. So I'd be really interested to know who's going to drop it first, who's going to lose the game of chicken and kind of drop it a bit early with 700 meters to go. We know it flattens out with around 300 meters to go, 5% gradient here, and they'll take that right hander. And like you said, Nathan, sort of it's a blind corner. It's a right hander and then a left, and you can't really see the finish line. So timing is just so crucial.
Absolutely. Timing. And here we go. This is going to be all about up and over the top here. 3% gradient. So this is where it's going to be about the speed and the roll through is what you can carry through here at the front. Kate McCartney. Here goes Eiley. Now Maria Holdcroft. Gabriela Guerra toward the back, actually waiting for her moment. One little more bump, and then it's completely pretty much flat to the finish line. Nobody playing their cards just as of yet. This is really cagey racing. 400 meters to the line, waiting for someone to kick. There's still going to be some aero power-ups. There's still going to be plenty left in the legs because they are saving everything to the line. Now they open up. Gabriela Guerra, 11 watts per kilogram. The aero power up from Ria Holkoff. Here comes Kate McCarthy. Who's going to be able to take this to the line? 13 watts per kilogram coming from Guerra. Guerra to the line. Perhaps will she take this one down? Guerra with the aero power up, rolling down into the 1% gradient. It looks like she's got the gap, and it's going to be Guerra taking down the first across the line.
That was the aero power-up used to perfection. Look how cool and calm she looks in screen there. Usually I'm hanging over the handlebars. She's looking great. Fist pump. She knows she's got it. Good points haul there. Kate McCarthy, she ran the gauntlet of using the aero at the intermediate to get the 10 points, and she was third over the line with Lou Bates in second. You know, Lou Bates came in today in around, I think it was maybe 7th place, and now she is moving herself up with the amazing finishes. She was second on the day.
Catherine Furr looking to get as many points out of this sprint to the line. She'll still end up with an 8th place on the day. So good points still there for Catherine Furr. It looks like Marlene Bjarheid. Talk about coming through later on in the racing, showing that she can take attrition and that she still has climbing in the legs. What a great ride for 9th place there from Marlene Bjarheid. She is one of the most experienced Zwifters actually out there in the world of women's Zwift racing. Great to see her with that 9th place. A great breakthrough ride for her. Now, we talked earlier about whether or not using that arrow. Kate McCarthy just showed us that she can still throw down, I think it was a third, if I'm not incorrect, she just took 3rd place in that sprint, even without an arrow power up. That is pretty phenomenal. I mean, Lou Bates now showing us also when it gets into races of attrition that aren't just about quick kicks to the line. Lou Bates is now showing up. Suddenly we're seeing what we are used to with her. Obviously, Lou Bates now a threat. Maria Holcroft with that 4th. And then Eiley Gardner still staying involved. Great job to her. It was 5th across the line, I think, for her. But, Guerra, I think, has been looking for that one. And saving the arrow, I think it was probably the smart idea there. She took 3 points, though, in the sprint on the mall. Not going to get the better, though, when I get the calculator out. I have a feeling that Kate got the better of everybody on the day.
Love that you're going to get the calculator out, Nathan. That's a good coach, getting in there, adding it all up. But I'm really impressed actually with Lou Bates today. She is able to sprint so strongly under, like you said, attrition. She's won race 1, second in race 2. Phenomenal. And Gabriela Guerra, I think you could just tell from the get-go, the first time at that climb, I did question why she'd put in the dig at, 8 watts to go over that climb to get a bit of a lead into the downhill. I wondered that, and maybe she was just testing her legs, like, do they feel good today? How's it going? How am I going to push this last climb? She raced very tactically astute. I think if we went back and looked at the power that was put out during the race, she'd have one of the lowest actually, because for most of the race, she was tucked into the pack, tucked into the wheels, and didn't put her nose into the wind too much at all.
Yeah, there's also...
So, a win on stage 4 up Box Hill for Gabrielle Guerra. In second place, Lou Bates, who won stage 3. So it's been a great evening for her so far. She'll probably be going into the final in just a few moments' time as well. But what can you say about Kate McCarthy? She really is unstoppable, isn't she? As Nathan just said on commentary, she was able to get third at the end of the stage despite having used her aero power-up very successfully, I might add, to take the 10 points at the intermediate sprint on the Mall. So incredibly impressive from her once again. We will bring you the stage results and then the overall from the 2 stages today very shortly on the women's, and then the overall from the first 4 stages of the Zwift Games, with 1 stage still remaining. I'm going to go back to the commentators just to have a quick discussion about the way things played out. You mentioned in the middle there, Nathan, that when you have the situation like we had in the women's race just there, where there's a much smaller group off the front, it is really worthwhile using that aero power up to take the best points you can at the intermediate sprint, because as you said, in a group of 7, the maximum difference you can have is 7 points at the finish.
Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, I think that 10 points is so crucial. It's such a big point spread between the places on the intermediate. If you do the math, if you get the 10, like you just said, there's only 7 other riders here. I could have the worst day on Box Hill you could possibly have. As long as I hold off everybody else behind me, it's a wash. And so at that point, it's like, well, risk it here and have a good climb, and I actually gain some points on everybody else. So I think that's the smartest move. And as we've said many times before, I think Kate McCarthy's not only one of the strongest riders or the strongest rider in the world, she is also obviously one of the smartest riders in the world.
And those tactics with the use and deployment of the power-ups, Anna, you kind of have to assess it given the situation of the race you're in, don't you? Because in the men's, obviously, we had a much bigger bunch going over Fox Hill at the start, and so Neil Freyert used his at the intermediate because he knew he wanted to take advantage of the sprint that he had there, whereas other riders conserved theirs for the finish because they knew there could be quite a big difference in points because of the bigger group that could potentially come into the finish.
Yeah, you're right. It is very tactical just having this one power up to use and deploy. I think that's been a really great addition to this year's Zwift Games because it has made it so interesting to see what the riders choose to do tactically. And Kate McCarthy, you know, I know that she has added up all the maths and she would have looked at that group she was in and gone, yeah, no, it's a good time to do it now. But I've got to say, she's so competitive. She would have loved that win at the end. And I think, you know, she maybe kicked herself a little that would have been great to have as well. But, you know, the boring side of her would have known that, no, I need to deploy it early and, you know, just be sure about those points.
Yeah, it seemed like she played it perfectly. You'd imagine she's leading the overall standings. We'll look at that shortly. I wanted to talk about Catherine Fura, who must be one of the most disappointed riders after stage 4. Of course, she was level on points with McCarthy going into today's stages. She almost got back on, but there were a couple of interesting points, weren't there? So she got dropped over Fox Hill. They were clawing their way back on with the group. However, whilst Lucy Charles-Barclay went in front of that group and managed to bridge across to the head of the race, Fura sort of stayed behind. Do you think that, Anna, was down to not having the legs or just trying to be clever and make the others do the work?
I think it was trying to be a bit clever. I'm not going to lie. Sort of, I looked at it and I'm like, why are you sitting third wheel when you know Lucy Charles-Barclay is that breakaway specialist? We've seen her do it in every race. She'll go for a dig. You need to be on that wheel like glue. And she got caught out going up that little climb. It was really disappointing. And she honestly should probably know a bit better with how good she is at Zwiftcraft usually. So it was very surprising that that's what happened. I mean, she won the sprint in the chase pack. So she didn't, you know, hemorrhage too many points, but that was a big tactical mistake in my opinion.
Yeah, she must have been so disappointed watching them sail into the distance. And the most frustrating thing for her was that they were so close just as they started sprinting for those intermediate points. So the gap just ballooned back out again. Right, I believe we can now look at the standings from stage 4, which finished at the top of Box Hill. And there we have it. A convincing win for the world champion Kate McCarthy, who with those 10 bonus points amassed 78 in the single stage there. Gabby Guerra took the 3 bonus points and then the win across the line. She sits on 73, so 5 points behind Kate McCarthy. Another very solid ride by Maria Holdcroft puts her in third, just 1 point behind Guerra. Then it's Lou Bates, who can be very pleased with her day so far. Eiley Gardner in 5th. Great teamwork again from Ashley Woolman-Passio to take 6th there as well for herself. Lucy Charles-Barkley ended up between the two groups towards the end. She seemed to spend most of the day on her own, either sort of off the front at the very beginning, chasing back on, and then on her own at the final climb. Catherine Fura, as we've just mentioned, didn't lose too many points there by finishing 8th. Then Marlene Bjarnehead and Kimberly Hoekstra, the Dutch woman, rounding out the top 10. Biggest surprise there for you, Nathan?
Really, it is going to be Catherine Furr, and I do think she maybe was trusting over the top of Box Hill that perhaps it would be coming back and most likely not get away. I mean, when it's only 3 seconds and you have a pack that seems fairly motivated, a lot of effort needs to be put out up front in order to really try and stay away. So I think that that's the biggest upset on the day. I mean, Catherine Furr is your defending champion from last year, and so on a stage like this where I think she would have a pretty good amount of confidence, it was definitely an upset to not make that lead group.
Legs must have been screaming. Actually, I'm going to ask you a little bit later, as we go through highlights, how they recover between the races. But first up, these are the highlights from stage 4 of the Women's Zwift Academy 2025. And this, Anna, was leading into that intermediate sprint.
Yeah, and you see that how many people dropped their aero power up. And actually, Kate was the winner here, obviously on the sprint, but also tactically, because all those others, I didn't realize, had dropped theirs as well. So Gera here, she's chasing Ashley Millman-Passio, took an early lead into that tunnel. Then they hit these low slopes. There was a lot of looking around at each other. I was actually very impressed with Ashley Millman-Passio because she yo-yoed a lot, but was right there till the end. So really good riding. That's where Lucy Charles-Barkley just lost touch. And now coming through to this finish, Ashley moves to the front. Yeah, consummate team player here. Kept getting back on. Lucy Charles-Barkley, you can see her in the distance there, actually almost got back on, but this was that final sprint. Opened up early by Maria Holcroft, I do believe, but Gabriela Guerra, just huge out of the saddle sprint there with the aero power up, but very impressive to see Kate come around here for 3rd.
Oh, such an impressive finale, wasn't it? And once again, timings of the deployment of the aero power-ups there made a crucial difference, I think, for the first 3 or 4 riders crossing the line. Yeah, I was going to ask you, I'll broach this to you, Nathan. What do the riders do between the stages to recover as quickly as they possibly can? Because we have, 40, 50 minutes tonight between the consecutive stages for the men and for the women?
As much sugar as I possibly could into my legs. That's what I'd be doing. Water, 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 sugar, sugar, sugar is all I'm thinking about in between these, as well as not getting too cold, right? Like, you don't want to be just sitting around doing nothing, because your body might actually go into like, oh, I'm done for the day, repair time, and get into a different kind of mode rather than, okay, stay awake. Don't go into full recovery time at this point. We got another race, so you kind of try and stay a little warm. I think they are still spinning a little bit throughout, but they're not putting any work out. It's like the bottom of zone 1 is probably what they're sitting in, while making sure that the blood is moving to get all of that sugar that you're trying to consume as much as you can into the gut and into the bloodstream.
So impressive how quickly they recover between absolute max efforts that we've been seeing from them. Right, we can now look at the overall standings after the first 4 stages, with just 1 remaining to complete this year's Zwift Academy. And it is a substantial lead that the world champion Kate McCarthy now has over Maria Holdcroft. Oh, sorry, Zwift Games. I just say Zwift Academy. Got the producer in my ear telling me off. 15 points her advantage over Maria Holdcroft there in 2nd. Gabriela Guerra in 3rd place, a further 5 points adrift, is still very much in it. Catherine Fura dropping down to 4th, so all not completely lost on 270 points. Then it's Lou Bates, Mika Söderström, Lucy Charles-Barkley up to 7th, Marlene Bjarnehead in 8th, Elise Galagos in 9th, and Eiley Gardner on 229 points, rounding out the top 10. And in a little while, we'll look at the top 5 riders from the 2 stages from today that will be going through to the Climb Showdown, which will be the last race that we have this evening. The men's is coming up in, about 4 or 5 minutes. Oh, there we have it, the overall standings from today's stages. So the 5 riders that will be doing the Climb Showdown later on: Kate McCarthy, Gabriela Guerra, Maria Holdcroft, Lou Bates, and Eiley Gardner. I look forward to watching that a little bit later on. One quick question I've got for you, Anna, that struck me earlier. Why do none of them use ice vests? We know how important it is to stop your core from overheating, and when you're indoors riding flat out, surely that must happen a lot. Is there any reason why they don't cool themselves down with an ice vest?
That's actually a really good point. I know that some of the kits, like the no pins kit, they actually come with ice packs that you can put into your kit. So it may be that we're just not seeing the ice kits. But the other thing too, and that comes back to Nathan's point, is you actually don't want to get too cold. I used to try the ice packs a couple of times, and I actually found that it's sort of it didn't keep me like supple enough and warm enough. It almost felt like it was a bit rigid. You know, these are between races, so you've already put in the effort. Whereas in real life, you're seeing the ice packs because they're warming up for the event, right? And they're in environments where it's hard to control temperature. Whereas here, you put a few fans on, you'll probably be okay.
Yeah, I just opened the door and put a couple of fans on myself yesterday when I was going flat out. Anyway, enough about me. We've got stages 3 and 4, should I say, in the bag and complete for every rider. But for 10 riders, 5 men and 5 women, we are about to, as I said, head into the Climb Showdown. This is the Showdown race for the Climb Championships, and it will take place over one single lap of the ZG25 Climb Champs route up Fox Hill, which we saw in the last stage. This time there will be no power-ups available to the riders, so it's all about power themselves, positioning and also tactics. Let's take a closer look now at the route.
Welcome to the Climb Showdown. This is the final battle for the 2025 Zwift Games Climb Championship podium. The 5 men and 5 women who accumulated the most points from stages 3 and 4 will go head to head on an ascent up the Fox Hill climb in London. After a flat start, the riders will hit the climb. Although short, at just 2.4 kilometres, the maximum gradient is 11.7%, so it will be a real test of the legs amongst the best climbers from the 2 previous stages. Will we see a rider press on early for a solo effort from the base of the climb, or will the 5 riders stick together? There is a moment for recovery at the top before a short descent, followed by a drag to the finish line. The route is 5k's in length with an elevation gain of 156 metres. The final showdown then, no power-ups, no second chances, just pure power. There are no GC points on the line, but the stakes couldn't be higher. The top 3 riders will take home prize money, and the winner will claim the legendary Gold Concept Z1 bike, a Zwift icon reserved only for the best.
So a race of 2 halves effectively, flat for the first half, climbing for the majority of the second half. And to remind you of who's in this final showdown for the men, we've got Freddie Ovett, last year's Zwift Games overall winner, Lennart Turgels alongside countryman Ruben Dont, Lionel Vuyasin, and Neil Freyet has managed to get himself into the showdown again for the second week in succession. Nathan, given those 5 riders, how are you expecting things to play out on this Climb Showdown?
This is a tough one, actually. I mean, there's some startups here that I'm looking at going, what has Ruben got? Ruben has shown us a whole new level. Lennart Turgels used to be the absolute favorite across this. Freddie Ovett is showing up at the last second with, 0.006 of a second for a win. It is so evenly between them. The one thing I can say, not a single one of them want to bring Neil Freyet over the top and into that flat. So I think they're going to make it really, really hard because you're going to roll your dice on, I'd rather Neil not be here and I get over the top, at least in the top 3 or 4.
Well, yeah, you don't want to make it too easy, Anna, up that climb. I mean, what I mean by that, if it becomes too strategical and too cagey when they get to the climb, because there is only 5 of them, that will play into Neil Freyet's hands.
Yeah, exactly. But we're all talking here as if they've got fresh legs as well. So can they actually push it up that climb? What have they done in this break to get to the point that they can push this climb? But you're right, you cannot take Freyet to the line. You just can't. So we're going to have to see some pushes on the climb. But Freyet, he's really good at his Zwift craft, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him just really smartly drafting around those flattish corners, saving a bit of energy and actually making it with the front. My pick's Freyet. I think he's got it.
Well, Anna has spoken. We'll see if he gets it again this week. And Nathan, can you remind us the gradients of this climb and how steady it is on the way up? We saw Fox Hill obviously being used as the first of the 2 climbs on stage 4, which we've just witnessed. How steady is it up that Fox Hill climb?
Essentially, you have the bottom slopes. It hits like a 2 or 3%, then 6 for a moment, and then it flattens out completely before you actually hit the official climb where it actually starts for the KOM itself. And then you essentially hit an 11% gradient or so, double digits for a little while, flattens out to a 5%, and then there's the final grind for about, I think it's 8 to 9, all the way up and over the top until you hit that little bit of a toe at the top, and then it's a downhill sharp into a flat, and then you actually hit the banner after, I think it's a solid like 300, maybe even 400 meters actually of flat section. So kind of a tale of two cities in a little bit of a way. The first one being a lot sharper, the second one being a steady-ish grind at about 8% gradient.
And a reminder, of course, no power-ups for this. Anna, I'm going to ask you a question that I posed to Nathan this time last week. Do you think there will be any... by the way, I think Nathan got it wrong last week, but I might be doing him a disservice there. Do you think that any of the 5 riders are going to risk going on the attack in the flat first half?
No, I don't see a point of doing that. I think with a climb in front of you like this, what I think we'll see, and if I was de-essing a rider here, this is what I'd want them to do, is on that last kick before it goes into a descent is go so hard you can super tuck a bit of that descent and roll it into a sprint at the finish. That's what I want to see, but yeah, I doubt anyone's going to go early, but I could eat my words. I could be wrong, but yeah, I don't think so.
I'm glad you mentioned the super tuck, and Nathan, I'm glad that you explained to me and all our viewers how the super tuck works. I've been trying to get down into that position at about 20 k's per hour in a group, which would be why it wasn't working for me. So yeah, over 57 k's an hour you have to be, and you have to be on the front at this point and stop pedaling at 0 watts to enable that super tuck position. So I've certainly learnt something today. Just to remind you what we're in store for then, no power-ups then, the 5 best riders from the first, or from stages 3 and 4 that we've witnessed tonight are going through to this Climb Championship final. The men's is up first, and then afterwards we'll discuss the women's finalists, which we showed you a few moments ago. This is going to be very intense, and there's going to be a lot of leg burning going on. I'll hand you back over to the commentators.
Well, here we go. And I just saw them. I actually have the dashboard up in front of me too. And I saw them. They all had jackets on. And it kind of was like before stepping into the ring kind of a moment. They all took their jackets off. I saw a little flexing even. And like you got that kind of cool look of, all right, it's business time. And so down to business here. Here we go. Our best 5 on the day so far. One thing I want to mention, Freddie Ovitt, gravel specialist as well. Fatigue resistance, Anna. You were talking about that. Big one, I think, in Freddie's corner.
Yeah, I think Freddie Ovitt, he's a great rider. Do you know what? I've got the head pick, I said Neil Freyette, but Ruben Dont, what a heart pick today. I feel like he's just come into his own with these courses and he's just been amazing. And looking at him there, it's quite cool just being able to see all the riders like with their pain faces on and their focused faces all at one time. And he just seems really relaxed. Out of all of them, he seems the most relaxed. Lionel Vujasan looks extremely focused, I'd have to say. And I'm not going to lie, this is making me feel quite nervous. 5 kilometers just up one climb, these, mano a mano battles with these guys. It's phenomenal racing. I'm loving it.
Yeah, very calm as you predicted. Up front here, nobody making any moves. Why do so? No real reason to waste any effort because you're going to need it all for the climb. I mean, you could kind of be in a situation where you jump off the front and just attack over and over again and just know that there isn't a whole lot of wheels to follow and everybody's got to do something. But you were correct. There isn't a whole lot to win for it. So everybody's keeping it chill, and I have a feeling we're going to be watching this and everybody kind of like looking at each other and wondering how their leg's going to feel until they hit the bottom of the climb.
Yeah, and then you're going to have to see someone on that 11% where it kicks up. They've got to do something. It's a really tricky finish as well. It's that tricky finish where you bump over that top bit and then, like you said, steep down and then a flat. So you do not, if you've got Neil Freyette at that part of the race with you, I think it's game over. There's no way any of these climbers can match his watts, right? So someone's got to do something. It's just who's going to do it, and are the others just so attuned to it they'll just jump straight on the wheel? Basically, to attack, what they're going to have to do is they're going to have to sprint a certain portion to get a gap and then hold at a threshold rate to the top and just hope that that's going to pay off for them. Because if it doesn't, then there'll be a bunch of people in the back who've managed to stick on wheels and will have fresher legs. So it's going to be the person with the most confidence. And that's why I'm going with Ruben. You know, he had great racing today. He's probably coming in the sky high confidence and thinks, oh, what the hell? Let's give it a try. I'm in the showdown. I've really not got that much to lose. You know, they don't have points here that go towards the Zwift Games championship. So why not put it all on the line, as I say?
A little bit different here for this one without the big group. You know, as one of my other favorite Zwift commentators, as well as Voice of American Cycling, likes to say, fortune favors the brave. Dave Toll loves to say that. And I think for this climb, that saying is definitely going to matter here. Making a move early, it may not win you the race, but it probably, amongst this crew, only having 5 and getting the gap, and it's so even between all of them, but at the same time, having that and just holding something all the way to the line is going to win you probably a podium, at least, if not the win outright. So I really do think you're correct, Anna, that getting a gap early on is really going to matter. I don't think that they're going to play games so much as we saw, because the pack isn't that large, and it's all for the win over the top of Fox Hill. It's sharp enough to make things happen, and you're not descending with people chasing you on the other end.
Yeah, exactly. We're seeing Lennart Tugels go off the front here at about 5.5. Lionel Vujasin right on that wheel. That was quite a big push, though, to really kick off this climb. They're at that 5% grade, but they'll round a corner here. It'll kick up again, and that's where, if we're going to see attacks, it'll be around there. They're already halfway through this showdown, about 2.7k to go. So yeah, they'll be, I just wonder how fresh they've managed to be and to retain themselves. I'm seeing Freddie Over and Lennart Tugels with those fans literally right up in their faces. So they'll have some nice fresh air coming onto them. But yeah, it's dropped back down to about that 3 mark. It's very, very cagey as they hit this sort of flat portion before we're kicking up, and I'm hoping we'll see some fireworks.
Yeah, and here we go. Now we're about to start the climb official. Up into that 7% gradient as they're going to see the little pylon on the side of the course, and the climb has officially started. There it is, 7 watts per kilogram immediately from Lennart Tugels, right on cue. Ruben Dot grabs onto the wheel. Now there is maybe a little bit of team tactics here. You do see the Avis Synergy, Lennart Tugels and Ruben Dot right next to each other in the rider cams as well. Look at the heart rate start to rise. Neil Freyette, 161. Freddie Ovett, 163. A little bit higher there from Downtown Tugels. Vujasin still at 166. That telling perhaps between the riders here and who's got the fitness or the fatigue that's going to be in the legs. Look at these watts per kilogram. Look at how hard they are going this early on, because this is the sharpest part of the climb. 11%, and everybody's still with it.
Yeah, everyone's there. They've got to drop Neil Freyette. This is where they have to drop him, right? This is where he'll be hurting the most. Look at his cadence, so it's so high compared to the others. They're all up out of the saddle. He is, now he's up. He's pushing. He has got a pain face going on. He knows it's now or never with 2 kilometers to go. If he loses touch now, that is the race for him. If he can just stay here as it slightly flattens off, he will be able to win. What a showdown for him to be staying here. They are not happy about this. Lionel Vujasin, he is pushing up around that 480 mark there for about 171 beats a minute. Looks very rhythmical in his saddle. Ruben Dont, I think, getting in a bit of pain. He's up and down and up and down. Freddie Overt looking pretty comfortable, I've got to say. But unfortunately for them, Freyette is still there, albeit at the back, yo-yoing a bit, but he's still there.
Yeah, the big question is, Vujasin was trying to make it difficult on everybody. That's a poker face. Look at that. If I've ever seen one from Lionel Vujasin, just completely calm at the front, setting what seems to be his tempo for this climb. 6.3 watts per kilogram, continues to hold on to that position. He doesn't care about the lead out at this point. I think he cares more about the ability to be in control of his position, knowing how much position is most likely going to matter. Backs off only to 5.2. We haven't seen him come sub 5 since we hit the upper gradients of this. Now we see the 4.6 for just a moment. As you can see, Ruben Dont now coming over the top. Ruben with the suffer face, taking a little bit of water in at this point to try and take on a little bit of fuel. Tugels still up and out of the saddle. Look at the grind from Tugels. Look at how low that cadence is, as you can see, as Freyette now still at the back, comes right on through to try and find position.
Yeah, Ruben Dont's got a great pain face. He just looks like he's really struggling there, getting up and down out of the saddle, up, down, doesn't bode well for him, I believe. I think he is really struggling from his prior efforts today. I've got to say, Freddie Overt is looking very comfortable. I mean, he's sitting at the back. He's just marking any attacks. They're going to be coming up to this 9% gradient. Now, remember, we're 1.2K to go. It goes up and then it drops down really steeply, and it's basically a sprint flat to the line. So we are on a climb at the moment, and Neil Frayette, wow, he is up out of the saddle. He is mouth open. He is working so hard, but you can see just there in the distance is the top of this little crest, basically the top of the climb before they drop down, and Neil is doing an amazing job to stay with this group. And I've got to say, I picked it at the start. If he's with this group at the end, I don't think anyone can beat him. Someone's got to attack now.
This is amazing. I did not think we were going to see this kind of a situation. Nobody going all in just as of yet. Everybody's still trying to play poker. Nobody playing their aces. Here goes Vyazin. There's 8.8 from Vyazin. Nope. Maybe it was just a little bit of a kick for position there for a second. They're taking this one, it looks like, perhaps all the way to the line. 894 meters. Not a whole lot of climbing left. And this may be all about what you got in a sprint effort left after a climb like this. Tugels now to the front. 7 watts per kilogram. Anna, here's the 10% gradient.
Yeah, this is the hard bit up to the top before it drops down. Someone's got to go now. I'm so surprised to see someone hasn't kicked really hard on this part to just put the nail in the coffin for Neil Frayette. And Neil Frayette is not only doing well, he's at the front of the group. He is marking people like crazy. Here we go. It's just starting to ease off a little bit as they hit this little push-up, little -9, but you'll see just ahead a bit of a wall. Now, this is where you'd probably see Lionel Vyazin into a little quick super tuck. Really risky there. 550 meters to go. Nathan, I'll let you call it over the line. Who's going to take this out?
Well, Frayette's actually at the front, but I think he's just waiting for somebody to come around him, because that's actually a good place to go if you can jump on a wheel quickly here. Now Vyazin is going to be the first one. 12 watts per kilogram. There goes Vyazin. He's the first one to go. 15 from Daunt. Ruben Daunt able to take this out. Is Ruben Daunt going to have the biggest win of his life? But here goes Freddie Ovid. Ovid's got 18 watts per kilogram. Ovid almost to the line, but no. Neil Frayette, he does it. The rocket ship makes it to the line. Neil Frayette takes it down, your climb champion. That was amazing. That was back and forth, over and over again. The tactics were phenomenal. Vyazin with the first kick. Then it was Daunt. I thought Tugels may be coming through at the end, but Neil Frayette shows us you let him hang on. You don't, fortune favors the brave. Nobody was brave, and Neil took it down.
Picked it right there. We knew if he was at the line, he was going to win. I don't think anybody stopped him. When you see those watts coming from the back, I could hear you yelling, Nathan. I could see you were hoping almost that it was going to be one of the other riders, and there he goes, Neil Frayette first. Such an impressive win. He just knows these showdowns now. He's doing so well in this format. Freddie Overt in second, very impressive there actually. Leonard Tugels in third, Ruben Daunt in fourth, very good there from Ruben, and Lionel Vyazin in fifth. He put a few little digs in, maybe it just hurt him for that sprint finish.
Those showdowns are just fascinating, aren't they? We all knew that Frayette there was probably going to have the best kick to the line. The question was, would he still be with the other 4 when they got over the top of the climb? Well, we got our answer. He managed to cling on. I could see that he was suffering there. The great thing about those showdowns is that we get to have all 5 of their pain faces on the screen, except actually for Leonard Tugels. I'm not sure it was deliberate, but he's kind of framed his camera so you can't quite see his pain face. Maybe it's to give it a bit of poker against the other riders. I'm going to come to you first, Nathan. Were you surprised that they didn't go for it a little bit more on the climb, or did they just not have the legs to get rid of Frayette?
You know, looking at it and trying to put myself in their shoes as best as I possibly can, there's just a reality that you don't have many matches to burn at that point. You've got so much attrition, so much fatigue in the legs that you know if you give too much, you're going to have to recover for such a long period of time. If it doesn't work out, the risk might be too much. And so I have a feeling that a lot of them are like, look, this has been a lot at this point, and I don't know if I can risk even trying to break away here and go all in. It was interesting that nobody really, it was like 5 watts per kilogram, honestly, over the section that I thought that they were going to give the most. But it was a timing thing. If you don't give the attack at that like 8% gradient or 9% gradient, that final bit right there when there's about 1.2 or 1.1 kilometers to go. I think at that point you start thinking, I'm not going to get enough gap and they're going to chase me down actually. So, you know, you got to kind of go a little earlier here or if it's not going to happen.
You mentioned timing there on the climb. One of the things that I noticed, Anna, towards the finish, and hopefully we'll get to see this again in a few moments' time, is that Freya did almost a double kick. I saw him kick at about 1150 watts, and then it started to go down. I was thinking he's not got it because Freddie Ovet's coming at warp speed. But then he managed to go a second time a few seconds later, hitting well over 1200 watts. Was that like a timing thing from him? He knew he'd gone initially a little bit too early and wanted to get back into the slipstream?
Yeah, I noticed that as well, Dan, and it's quite interesting. I'm not really sure why he would have double sprinted, because once you get going, like you're sort of going, and I wondered there if maybe he slipped or something and he kind of caught himself and then kept going. It definitely sort of more looked like in real life drop chain kind of scenario, like a gear shift problem. So yeah, it might have just been that. It was interesting just seeing that replay there. I kind of didn't see it quite there that Lionel Vujasan had attacked prior to that bit of downhill, but it just literally got nowhere. It's sort of everyone was so on that. So maybe, you know, I'd hoped there was going to be a break, but like Nathan said, the legs were probably so fatigued that they couldn't really hit that, 8 watt per kg that they might need to actually get away and string things out. So it really played into the hands of Neil Freyet. It was great for him that fatigue left him to sprint at the end, and we all know he can out sprint everybody.
And if you weren't watching last week, firstly, where were you? But secondly, Freya actually won the Sprint Showdown as well. So he's now the owner of 2 Concept Z1 Zwift bikes. Not sure what he's going to do with all of them. Nathan, I noticed on the cameras there that Freddie Ovet, he seems to be sat in the saddle a lot more than everyone else. And I was looking at him thinking, well, like Anna said on commentary, he must be feeling very comfortable. Was he comfortable? Or is that just his style of riding on the Zwift?
I think that Freddie Ovet is such an experienced rider that he knows that the heart rate goes up when you stand up. And also being somebody who's maybe not an indoor specialist, where indoor specialists, you see Leonard Tugels, he's standing constantly, looking for a lot of force in the pedals, constant power output. So I think Freddie's probably thinking about, look, I got to save it for my sprint. I'm not going to even use those muscle fibers at all. And I'm going to keep my power steady and keep the heart rate that couple beats extra lower and be really, really efficient on this climb unless I absolutely need to cover something. I think he's just that good with his fitness and knowing what his body needs to do to hold on to all the efficiency and all the power.
He certainly must have been fairly confident coming into the finish when he kicked, because his power was ginormous as well. He must have been pretty surprised to see Freya come back past him. Just to let you all know, we'll have a countdown timer coming up soon, but we've got just under 4 minutes now until the women's equivalent championship climb final. Just to remind you, the 5 riders taking part in that, courtesy of the points that they racked up over stages 3 and 4. World champion Kate McCarthy is up against Gabriela Guerra. Maria Holdcroft will be in there as well. Lou Bates and Eiley Gardner. Those are your 5 riders that will be starting in around about 3 minutes time. Anna, what do you make of the tactics from the men's and how that might have an effect on the way the women decide to race things later on?
Well, what I'm hoping to see with the women's racing is some team tactics. You have Gabby and Eiley Gardner in the same team. Now, what you need from that is a good DS needs to pick the winner. They need to pick now who is going to win this, and the other person needs to start running some, attacks up the road. That's how they're going to do that. Because interestingly enough, Ashley Millman-Passio was 6th. She didn't quite make this showdown. So Kate McCarthy's alone and isolated. So they've got to do this, really. They've got to work as a team. So I think those tactics might be a bit different from what we saw in the men's race. And what I'm thinking too is we have some real climb specialists here that they need to put in those big attacks that perhaps we didn't see in the men's race. But I think we're going to see something quite different. I'd be surprised if we saw all 5 appear at the line like we just did in the men's race.
I'm really looking forward to seeing this. Just before we get on to the women's race though, I understand that we can now have a quick word again with Neil Freyet and congratulate him. So I'll check if he can hear me to start with. I think we've got a connection with him now. Can you hear me, Neil?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me?
I can hear you as well. Brilliant stuff. We meet again, basically. It couldn't have been more successful for you, could it, this Zwift Games?
Yeah, I can't believe it. I barely got into the last final on a technicality, and then this one just barely squeaked in too in 5th. So I'm pretty happy with that.
Yeah, 5th courtesy of the 10 points that you picked up at the intermediate sprint, which was oh so important. Were you surprised with the way that the finals just now played out?
Yeah, I thought it was going to be. I didn't think it would come down to a sprint. But I really liked how the course kind of goes over that little hill, and there's a downhill that goes into the finish, and that really favored me because I have a good sprint, and the first 3 minutes of that climb weren't as hard as I kind of expected based on some of the climbs I've raced in the past with these guys where they've gone well over 7 watts a kilo. So I'm just glad I was able to hang up over that little lip at the top there.
I need a very quick final answer for this next question because it's 40 seconds to the women's race. Did you do a double kick sprint at the end there? It looked from the power like you did.
Yeah, just to get the speed up at first, and then I wanted to draft. I didn't want somebody coming around me at the end, so then it really punched it hard at the end there. So,
well, it clearly worked. Massive congratulations once again, Neil.
Thanks.
And I'll probably speak to you again this time next week, I expect, based on current form.
We'll see.
Well done to Neil Freyett there, whose Zwift Games this year could not have gone any better. So I'm just looking at the clock, 5 seconds to go to the women's race finals. So I'll hand you back to Nathan and Anna.
And here we go. There's the start for the women's showdown finalists. Kate McCarthy on the far left, Gabrielle Laguerre, Maria Holdcroft, Lou Bates, Eileen Gardner. And this couldn't be a better matchup. And I think we did find our best climbers in the world of virtual racing showing up here. So it's going to be pretty evenly matched. Each one of them do definitely have their own forte, though, Anna, I think, between them. They have their own wheelhouse that they like. And very, big differences when it comes to the sharp end of a race between all of these riders.
Yeah, exactly. I'm hoping we'll see something different here to what we just saw in the men's race where they all stuck together. It was interesting hearing Neil Freyett say that, he thought that first 3 minutes of the climb would be a lot harder. Now that's a good indication for these guys. I would say almost our similar point here is Lou Bates. You don't want to take Lou Bates to the line, and they're going to have to make those first 3 minutes of the climb hard. That sets a tone and it makes people nervous. They think, oh wow, they're already riding, this hard at the start of the climb. How am I going to keep this for the rest of it, right? So you need to start playing the mind games. You need to get in people's heads about, if you're not feeling good, make people think you feel good. There's a lot of game theory here, right? That's the beauty of cycling. It's what is that person doing and what are they feeling and how do I respond to that in a way that's beneficial for me? Now, the advantage has got to be with Gabrielle Laguerre and Eileen Gardner. They're teammates, Will they work as a team though, Nathan? Or are they in there for this, the prize money and the bike?
Yeah, I think, now that the points are decided for the day, I think that there's a lot of prize money up for grabs at this point. I have a feeling it might be every woman for themselves. I mean, I don't know. Like, at this point, all the work has been done and the points are settled, and that's what's settled for the overall that gets you into this competition specifically. But all that's on grabs here now at this point is the bike, the Special Tron, and cash at this point. It's $3,000, $2,000, and $1,000. So I have a feeling it's going to be more about every woman for themselves to the top, and good luck to the teammates, and see what you got.
Yeah, I mean, I want that gold Tron. I would race so hard for that thing. And you've got Kate McCarthy riding her gold Tron already in the World Championship jersey. I mean, if you're not throwing down some attitude with that, then, I don't know what you'd be. So she's got all the fun things in her garage that the others are fighting for. Looking here, it will be very calm in these first stages of the race, just because there's not much point attacking at this point. If we had, say, a Lucy Charles Barclay here, I'd say almost she'd have to, so it might have spiced things up a bit here, but these riders are so similar on the climb that you just need to save as much as possible. And look at that positioning of Kate and Gabriella at the back, just drafting, not putting any ounce more watts in than they absolutely need to. Now, if people are watching this, and you haven't seen the other two stages, you might think, oh, well, I can hold 136 watts, 149 watts. This is so easy. Now, two brutal races, and they're also saving themselves for what will be some very high watts on the upcoming climb.
Kate McCarthy making her way directly to the front, maybe for positioning, depending on what's about to happen here, or just some roll-through speed that was taking place just a moment ago. Quick little reminder to everybody, so you can see that ride-on counter on the right-hand side. Throw some ride-ons to your favorite rider. Let them know. Open up your companion app and let them know that they are your favorite. Here we go, though. Eiley Gardner at the front, 7 watts per kilogram right from the get-go. Is this going to be an Eiley Gardner everything bottom all the way to the top? We saw her do it on Alp the Zwift last year in the Zwift Games and take the win on that stage. Is this what she's been saving this kind of effort for as she hits this first 6% gradient and the climb starts officially?
Yeah, she's backed right off though. Look, right down to 3 watts a kilogram there. And you have Kate McCarthy moving to the front, really like chilled out again. I think it's just a 4% gradient. It's 3 and 4%. Any attacks are going to have to be made on that 8, 9, 10% gradient. I mean, it's crazy to think how fast these ladies ride up this climb. And this is just, they're not riding bottom to top though. So they'll really save the efforts, I think, for what needs to be super explosive. But say they don't. Say they all come to the top like a group, like in the men's race. Who are we looking at in that scenario to make the most of that little downhill and the sprint to the line? It'll be interesting. I would have to say Lou Bates in that scenario will be doing really well. As we see Eiley Gardner again when it kicks up to 7, 8%, this is her wheelhouse. This is what she loves. She's got so many QOMs in real life all around the world, including Alpe d'Huez, which is phenomenal considering how fast Demi Vollering rode up that last year. But this is 7 watts. We're seeing Lou Bates just struggling a little bit at the back, kind of yo-yoing, and Gabriella moving to the back too, but I think that's just positioning.
Yeah, it looks like positioning to me now as Eiley Gardner continues on at 7 watts per kilogram here, 12% gradient. This is the section where you really have to hang on everything you've got in order to make this happen. As Eiley continues, 6.5. Maria Holdcroft holding tight, 12% gradient. This is whether or not you are going to be involved in this race at this moment here. Will they all hang on or not to the top? Leveling off a little bit, 11% gradient, 10% gradient as it looks like taking over. Maria Holdcroft. Now Gara pushing up into 6.7 here. Is Gara going to take over and continue on up into 7 watts per kilogram? Big kick from Gara here. This is a serious move perhaps as she now pumps back into 7 watts per kilogram. Now Maria Holdcroft looks to cover. Gara now very confident maybe here at this point. Eiley to the back at this point. Now not hanging on, having to get back on terms.
Yeah, Eiley Gardner moving to about 1 second behind, but she just kind of did that right at the point she needs to, which is on this little bit of, relatively speaking, flat ground. Now back up to 7%, but that was interesting from Eiley Gardner. She dropped to the back, but here she goes back to the front, pushing again. This does seem like, I've got to say, a little bit of team tactics. You've got Gabriella at the back, then Eiley Gardner moving to the front. They're sort of like counter-attacking, just softening the legs of those in the group. But I've got to say, everyone looks fairly comfortable here. Maria Holdcroft, the dark horse of today. It would be great to see her take out a win. She's not winning any of these races, but she's right there second currently on points total. So great to see her right up there. They're literally spread across the road right now. We've got 1.7K to go, 4% grade. I don't know if we're going to see many more attacks until we get to just before that little crest before it hits the downhill.
Yeah, and this is going to be the crucial moment right here is whether or not we will see any attacks, I think. I think that this next section is whether or not we're taking a pack to the line because it's the final place where there isn't a good draft on any of the riders. It's a long section, of course, right around that 1.3 or so kilometers to go marker. That's where I think we may see any of the real moves. Here we go. I think Gardner up and out of the saddle again, 7 watts a kilogram. Here we go. Gardner now to the front, really starting to push. Maria Holdcroft immediately on the wheel. Kate McCarthy there, 7 watts per kilogram there from Kate McCarthy as she finds herself at the back, actually going to have to come through a few of the avatars. If they're not matching, if she's not going actually above the watts per kilogram, she might find herself kind of stuck in that position as Kate McCarthy now all the way at the back, actually. Is that reserve or not is going to be the big question. Big move here coming from Kate McCarthy. Very early move, actually, from Kate McCarthy. This is what I was talking about. This section, of course, is the big section, of course, that you need to get the gap. And this is an all-in move from Kate McCarthy. She is not waiting up to try and make a decision on this through the sprint to the line. Instead, it's going to be about this section, of course, it's going to be the decider.
Oh, look at this. This is right where I thought someone should have attacked in the men's race. And we're seeing Kate McCarthy do it in the women's race. She's not detaching Gabriella Guerra, though. So she pushed up to 10 watts a kg. She's at 8.5. Gabby is in the perfect position right on her draft for this part, which hits 7%, just pacing off her. They've gapped now. Lou Bates, who's dangerously close, though, for the sprint, and Maria Holdcroft in fourth. Isla Gardner has completely dropped off as they crest this last bit of the climb as Gabriella Guerra moves to the front. Now, that's maybe not where you want to be, because Kate can recover on her wheel on this downhill. They've both put in huge amounts of work with the other two catching behind, which is very dangerous for Lou Bates, who may be able to outsprint them at the line. But we're seeing a move here where Kate is just dropping off Gabriella Guerra's wheel. So maybe Gabriella's just feeling so good as she pops up over the top, and they'll be hitting that little bit of downhill as they head towards the line, Nathan.
Guerra versus McCarthy. It's the classic situation we've seen time and time again, and it's all the way to the line. Now at this point, who's going to play it smarter is going to be the big question. Who's going to get the jump on the other? Kate McCarthy, now Maria Holdcroft trying to come back, though it looks like, but not going to be able to do so. 3 seconds at this point. Are they going to just sit at each other and look at each other, though? The speed is there from, it looks like, the two behind. They're watching each other. Is it going to be about who goes first, or is it going to be about who actually is able to hold on to the wheel? McCarthy now goes first. McCarthy onto the downhill. It's the first kick from McCarthy. Guerra now with the all-in at 12. It looks like watts per kilogram. Big kick from Guerra, 11 watts per kilogram. McCarthy, though, looks to have the kick to the line. Kate McCarthy takes this one down. Guerra for second. Bates, it looks like, is going to hold on. Is it going to be Bates? Bates to the line for third, perhaps, but Kate McCarthy showing us why she is the world champion. Unstoppable in this Zwift Games.
That was great from Kate McCarthy, wasn't it? She knew exactly that tiny little bit of downhill and when she needed to go, and you could see her ramp up the watts just before that, and the momentum shift got her ahead of Gabriella Guerra by half a bike length, and that was all it took to then for her outlay her whole sprint and take a lead by, it was so close though, you'd say within a second between those two, and Lou Bates chasing so quickly from behind to take third place. She was dangerous, but she just lost touch a little bit too much when the two on the front attacked.
There it is, Kate McCarthy at the top. As you can see, Gabriella Guerra taking the second place. Maria Holdcroft able to just get Lou Bates for third place for this showdown. Lou Bates takes fourth, and Isla Gardner in for fifth place for the Climb Championships showdown today on Hill.
Well, I don't think I can describe Kate McCarthy's performance any better than Nathan did just there. Absolutely unstoppable, as she was last week. I'm getting used to talking to the same winners week in, week out at these Zwift Games 2025. Once again, we hope to get Kate McCarthy on the line fairly shortly to talk us through her win there. And also, I'd like to find out what she made of her teammates' performance for her Ashley Moore-Mapasio in the first two stages today. Once again, a fast, frenetic and leg-burning Climb Championship showdown there amongst the 5 best from the first 2 rounds that we saw earlier on today. I'm going to go to you first, Nathan. Obviously you've got Gabby in the background there. She was confident, wasn't she? She went with Kate McCarthy, didn't just stay on the wheel, she then went round her, and there was a gap opening up towards the top of the climb there.
Yeah, I think, knowing Gabby really well, obviously, I think that for Gabriella, she wants to make the break happen. Over and over again, we've seen this over and over again. Kate's just got that little bit more in a sprint situation. And so if Kate can climb to the top with her, get into the wheel, or even go first, it's just really hard to come around her. Kate McCarthy is one of the best all-around racers in the world. When you've got that extra sharpness when it comes to a kick to the line, you're going to be confident and you're going to be able to take it down. I think Guerra, she wanted to try and get the gap up over the top. She really gave everything that she could to try and make it happen, just not quite enough, and then trying to be tactical. She was in the wheel, but Kate's just too strong. Couldn't even come around being in the wheel. So kudos to Kate on that one. But yeah, Guerra, she wanted on that final little uphill.
Yeah, I thought she had it for a moment, but there really is not much you can do against Kate McCarthy. She's the complete package, Anna, isn't she? Climbing, sprinting, but also timing. We saw that. We keep talking about timing, don't we? But we saw that once again in the final sprint to the line. You know, they were both a bit coy, waiting to see which one went first. Kate got the kick then, and once she got that kick in, there was a gap started to open up to Gabby.
Yeah, I mean, Kate McCarthy is that kind of magical unicorn that has not only Zwiftcraft, but the power to back it up. So she makes good decisions. She knows when exactly to open her sprint. You know that she's reconned the course multiple times because she's got that down to a split-second timing, and that's how she wins these races. She practices, she trains, she knows when to go. I am so impressed with her Zwiftcraft because she's relatively new at Zwifting. Like, I wouldn't say she's been around for a long time on this platform, and she just knows it so incredibly well. Maybe because she's a policewoman in real life, right? She knows the details.
When did she start Zwifting then?
Oh, I want to say a couple of years ago. It's not a sort of, you know, someone like we're seeing a Kristen Kulczynski or a Lou Bates or, you know, the ones who have been around right from the beginning. She really emerged, I'd say, in the last couple of years and has been phenomenal. And I'm really impressed that she's just learnt the craft. Yeah,
it's been a quick rise to the top for her then, Nathan, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think taking virtual racing seriously, jumping into virtual racing, you know, being a part of Zwift Academy, I think was something separate for her versus being a part of the top level and focusing in on virtual racing, right? So I think that as far as like racing at a really, really high level and focusing in on this as the discipline, I think there was a shift for her actually into this. As we see, this is actually a classic move from her. She loves to make these kinds of moves in the 1K to go or getting into a breakaway situation. A lot of times though, you know, there's so much on the line at this moment that she just continues on, because I see her make this move a lot and Gabby grabs the wheel and then she goes, okay, forget it. We're going to reset. But at this point it was like, look, if Gabby's going, I got to follow with. So then it was the two of them head to head.
It's so good. I mean, I said this after the men's showdown final, but it's just so nice to see their full faces and all of the suffering that's going on, because obviously on the road you've got the helmets, you've got the shades over the top. You don't really get to see the effort that the riders are putting in, not truly anyway these days. But with the Zwifting, obviously no helmet, obviously no glasses either, you truly see all the grimaces on display, Anna, don't you?
Yeah, you do. And I think actually, Dan, what's quite interesting compared to in real life racing is you see all the stats right there immediately in front of you. So, you know, it's not like we don't see Demi Vollering off the front and know exactly the power, exactly the heart rate, all of those stats right there. So it just does bring it to life what these riders are going through. So the pain faces, but also all their data right there for us to see.
Yeah, so you know what you've got to try and beat. I believe that we've now got Kate McCarthy on the line, so we can have a quick chat to her about her second successive championship win in the space of 2 weekends. If you're there, Katie, can you hear me?
Yep.
Ah, brilliant. I said earlier I'm getting used to chatting to the same two people week in, week out. I mean, once again, today really couldn't have gone any better for you, could it?
Yeah, no, I'm really happy with today. We went in targeting those prime points and got them, so that was a success in itself. So then to take the one at the end is just great, yeah.
Yeah, you must be very pleased with yourself. I'm going to go back to stage 4 actually. We were looking at your strategy of using the aero power-up going into the intermediate sprint. Had that been something you decided in your head or with your sports director before the start of that stage, or did you decide midway through when it was quite a small group that they were even more important, those points?
Yeah, no, so my partner does the DS role for me. So we chatted about it before the race and decided, yeah, that was going to be key to use the power up in that sprint. So I knew before we got to it that was what was going to happen, and that was just going to have to fight for the finish without the power up, yeah.
So you go into the final 5th stage next week with a reasonably comfortable, I'm going to say, 15-point advantage over the next best. Is there anything that can go wrong? Who are you most worried about next week?
Honestly, any of the girls inside the top 10, you just don't know. Something could go wrong. You could have power cuts out, you just don't know what could happen. So yeah, and I think especially the likes of Gabby, who excels in the climbing, and so do those other girls, and Maria as well. And yeah, so it's just going to be putting my best foot forward, and then hopefully I'll have like Ashley there again, because she was great today to have her as a teammate, which was awesome. Someone who I've always looked up to. So yeah, hopefully she's back next week, and we can see what we can do.
Yeah, I was going to ask you actually about Ashley. It was great to have her racing this evening for us as viewers, but it must have been fantastic for you as well. It looked in those first 2 stages tonight as though she was putting herself on the line for your ambitions.
Yeah, she was. Yeah, which was brilliant. Like we were on a call together, and yeah, it was just awesome to have her help. Like she hasn't done much Zwifting recently, obviously with doing Strada Bianchi, and I think she's got Milan San Remo coming up, so the Zwift leagues aren't quite the same, but yeah, she does phenomenal on both. So yeah, someone really awesome to have behind me. Yeah.
Brilliant stuff. I've got one final question I'm going to pose you on behalf of Anna. She desperately wants to get her hands on a Golden Concept Z1 bike. You've now got 2. How much would you be prepared to sell the second one to her for?
I didn't know we could sell them.
I don't think you can.
She is a Kiwi though, so she...
Sorry, I cut you off. Go on.
No, I was just saying she is a fellow Kiwi, so she'd have definitely... It wouldn't be much for her to grab one.
Oh, well, that's very nice of you. Well, huge congratulations once again, and I'm sure I'll be seeing you again next week, no doubt. Have a good week.
Yep. Awesome. Thank you.
There you go, Anna. I think I've got you a deal there.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. I really want that bike, actually, so I'm really glad you threw that in there. And like I said, I stayed with her uncle and auntie, so I've got a little family inroad. So yeah, if she can just drop that in my Zwift garage, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, it sounds like you're going to at least get mates rates, and we'll see what we can do in terms of talking Zwift into actually giving you one of the Golden Concepts. I think it's going to be a no, unfortunately. They have to be earned. Nathan, have you ever had, you've got the Concept Tron bike, have you? Is that the one you've got?
Yeah, I earned that one on the challenge. So you have the Everstein challenge. You can go check that out in game. Make sure that you register for the Everstein challenge, because that's always a big upset if you're not doing the challenge and you do all that climbing and then you don't actually accumulate it toward the challenge because you need to be registered for it. So you got the little challenges box on your menu. Make sure you click that and find the right one. There's 4 of them now. We just recently had a new one added.
Yeah. Well, I'm still on one of the more basic bikes, I believe. I haven't done enough Zwifting yet, but I'm trying to change that. I'll be doing stage 5 myself this coming week and videoing that and finding out how I get on. Right, just before we leave you for today, I wanted to point you all towards this year's Zwift Academy Finals episodes, all of which have now been released over on the main GCN YouTube channel. I know that there are a lot of you out there who haven't yet watched it, and so to give you an idea and a taste of what it's all about, and hopefully get you to watch the entire series, here is the trailer for episode 1.
It was loud, no?
Zwift Academy is back!
Come on, up, 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 up! Yes, come on!
I think I can win.
If I didn't think I could win, I would not be here.
Zwift Academy Finals is the climax of a global talent search for 2 new pro cyclists.
For me, this is why we ride here outside and see what they're capable of.
Faster, faster, faster! Come on!
Over 100,000 cyclists from all over the world entered the Zwift Academy, and only the very best have been selected for the finals.
On the bike, you're giving 100%.
Gotta believe in yourself once you're here. You're picked for a reason.
And now push again! Push! Push!
I can't believe I'm like 18 years old. I've never been to Europe.
For sure, I'm ready for fight.
Come on! Up! You can push longer!
Zwift Academy is a unique opportunity.
4 strong riders.
But there is only one winner.
Look at this, guys!
So, only one winner on the men's side and one winner on the women's. Those 2 will get themselves contracts with Alpecin de Koenig and Canyon SRAM Zonda Crypto, respectively. So make sure you watch that series if you haven't done so already. Going to come to you again, Anna and Nathan, for one final thought. I'm going to ask you, Anna, Can Kate McCarthy be toppled, and if so, how next week?
It's going to be so hard. I actually just put on the YouTube chat picks for next week. Kate McCarthy, Kate McCarthy, Kate McCarthy. You look at the course, I mean, the grade, oh man, it is brutal. And she showed it today on a great climb, still being able to sprint. I mean, yeah, you can't say no to Kate McCarthy. She'll have a massive lead now going in. But yeah, there'll be competition there. I wouldn't be surprised to see Catherine Fura come back with a vengeance next week because she knows today wasn't as ideal and next week may suit her a bit more. So we'll see what happens next week, but it's so hard to go past homegirl Kate, New Zealander.
Fura will want payback, won't she? And just finally to you, Nathan, in the men's, who do you see now as the favourite for the overall Zwift Games Championship?
That's a tough one. You know, Neil Freyette is going really good on the day and winning a lot of showdowns. But at this point, you know, I have a feeling that those who have really made their moves early on in order to be in those top spots, you can't really go past. You know, I think the consistency is what's going to actually win out. But, you know, Neil, though, I wouldn't count him out because of those points. He has kept himself in the running because of those points, those intermediate sprints. And he has shown that he can make it over the top of those intermediate sprints. And we have an early sprint. Jarvis forward KOM, the old school Jarvis that just got put back into game. It was the original beta that we were riding on very early in 2015. I think he's going to go for those 10 points. And then if he can get any points in that next intermediate sprint, they're still up for grabs for whether or not he can win. So I'm rooting for Neil Freyette. I'm rooting for him.
Certainly feels a lot more open in the men's as things stand, but as you said, Anna, anything can still happen in the women's races as well. Right, thank you very much to Anna and Nathan for their expertise this evening, should I say. I've thoroughly enjoyed watching the riders put themselves through their paces tonight, and I hope you at home have as well. We are not finished yet though, because next week we have got the Epic Championship, which is going to decide the overall winners of the 2025 Zwift Games. We'll be live again from 1700 GMT next Saturday with that, so we hope to have your company again then. See you there.